When Yemo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 101, The Battle in the Desert. In the east part of Africa near the Somalia, there was an island called Nabon where Qianlongto's army was set. This place was close to the Arabian Sea, so they could enter the sea at any time, which was good to store an army. The place that Qianlongtu chose to reside in was not only good looking but had a surrounding mountain that shielded it from anyone's view. In any case, even if it weren't shielded, no one would be stupid enough to spy on Qianlongto's army. At this moment, Qianlongtu, who was at an extremely grandiose mansion, was roaring. His only son was killed inland, and now, there was still no news of the killer. He had already ordered that if nobody could find the killer's whereabouts, then they should bring in the head of the government authority responsible for that area. However, just when Qianlongtu was getting more and more impatient, a soldier in charge of the communication suddenly ran in and reported, "Godfather, we have news of the killer." Qianlongtu liked people to call him Godfather because he had loved the American movie The Godfather. He often said that he would be better than him. Who? Right now, Qianlongtu's greatest worry was that his son's killer wouldn't be found, and now that he heard the killer had been found, no matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but to ask immediately. If it had been anything else, he would sit without moving and wait until the soldier had finished his report. But since it involved his son's killer, he couldn't keep his calm anymore. "We don't know the name of the killer right now, but his figure seems very close to Shering. We have already 3 brothers that have been killed by this man, and the way he kills is exactly the same, shooting metal nails into the forehead. It can be seen that this man is the same person as the killer at Ninghai. Our men must have found something special and went to ask but were killed." The soldier reported everything he knew. Qianlongtu's face kept changing but didn't say a word. He knew that the soldier should still have something else to report. As expected, the soldier breathed and continued, after he had killed them and was prepared to destroy the evidence. The local police came. However, this person didn't seem to want to act against them, so he stole the motorbike and drove into the Taklamakan desert. "Our men have already followed him in. Immediately assemble every member of Nanchang. Capture him at all costs, even if it means flipping the desert, or just kill him and bring his head back as a sacrifice for Shiping." Qianlongtu interrupted the soldier's words and said immediately, Yemo saw that these 3 people were identifying him through the photo and knew that if he were to let them go, his identity would be exposed. Since they still need to use the pictures, it meant that they weren't 100% sure that Yemo was Shering. It didn't matter if his identity was exposed, but it couldn't be exposed now. Now, he was still in the second stage of chi gathering, so it was not good for him if his identity was exposed. Once he reached the 3rd stage, he would be able to use many of the magical arts. Then, it wouldn't matter, since he knew that these 3 came to investigate him and were suspecting him. He immediately killed them without mercy. Although he knew they were either from the Song family or Nanqing, Yemo wasn't sure which. However, at the pace the Song family should be investigating him, it shouldn't be them since they wouldn't have such influence, so these people were probably Nanqing's men. Thinking about Nanqing, Yemo was also surprised. As soon as he showed his face, these people came charging over. Luckily he stayed at home and rarely showed his face in Luotsang, otherwise, he would probably have been discovered there. Yemo didn't have the slightest remorse in killing these 3, those who wanted his life needed to pay with their own. However, killing people in broad daylight required cleaning up. This wasn't Luoyu continent where no one cared if you killed someone. Just when Yemo was prepared to burn the 3 people, a police vehicle suddenly came over. He deduced that there was a 4th person who had run away and called the police, so now that he had been exposed, Yemo could no longer be bothered with destroying evidence. He rode on the motorbike and escaped into the desert. Although Yemo killed men from Nanqing, he didn't feel the slightest pressure at all. However, he still didn't want to attack the police, and without life-threatening situation, it was too significant to kill them. Yemo still wanted to stay here and didn't want to do such thing unless his life was in danger. Even if he had killed the police and removed the evidence there, he wouldn't have been able to seal the information shut since there was still a 4th person somewhere. Before Yemo came, he went through large amounts of information regarding the desert. He didn't plan to enter at this point, but he had no other choice. He knew that the most dangerous place was the Ku Lake near the outskirts and many explorers had died here. The difference in temperature between day and night was tremendous. and usually, explorers would never come here alone. When they did, it was with a big team. Guillermo also found the names in Coral, Luobu, Holy Door, but he wasn't sure if Luobu was the Luobu Lake. The map didn't point to the direction of Luobu Lake either. However, according to the data he had gathered, Taklamakan once buried large amounts of ancient cities, one of which was the famous Lulan city who had also disappeared here. Many cities along the Silk Road have been buried by the desert in history. Guillermo didn't know if the holy door he had to find was one of the ancient cities here. Guillermo didn't rush into the desert. Although he was a cultivator, his state was very low, and now, not only he didn't have storage equipment, but he had strayed from the original route, so, after he had gone in the desert, he stopped moving forward. Instead, he took out the map and wanted to carefully determine his following route. Many people who came with many vehicles were eventually buried either in Luobu Lake or someplace else in the Taklamakan Desert. Guillermo was only by himself now. All the water he had was carried in his bag. He was a far cry from those who had cars filled with water. Guillermo originally thought that he had gone deep into the desert now and was very far from the nearest road. So those from Nanching shouldn't be able to chase him here. However, Guillermo once again underestimated the people from Nanchang. He quickly realized that he had been surrounded after only an hour or two since he had set up the tent. These people were really fast and actually chased into the desert. Guillermo didn't have time to pack up his tent and just put his bag on and got ready to run. In the desert, there was no place to hide, and these 20 or so people had at least 10 guns. Although they didn't have any strong guns, and most of them were the same model, it was still enough to threaten Guillermo. As though knowing Guillermo's power, those people didn't hesitate to open fire as soon as Guillermo came out. One person even threw a grenade. Obviously, these people's orders were to bring him back dead or alive. In the desert, Guillermo didn't have another choice except to kill them all. At the same time he dodged the bullet, the metal nails flew out like flower petals. This wasn't the stone room and flowing snake. In this boundless desert, there were almost bullets flying from all directions. Guillermo was sure that these people weren't from the Song family. They wouldn't be able to get this firepower. They were definitely from Nanching. Chen Longtu managed to get more than 20 people in such a short time and more than 10 guns. It could be seen how powerful Nanchang was. If he had been at their base, then what would the scene be like? Guillermo was starting to reconsider if he had the power to face Nanchang at their headquarters even after he had reached the third stage. However, he didn't have time to think because another 2 Range Rovers were heading their way. The car's engine could be heard during the battle, and Guillermo knew that if he didn't finish this quickly, there would be more and more people. He felt some pain on his lower waist, and Guillermo knew he had been shot. After all, his spirit sense range was still too small. He couldn't dodge the hidden shots. However, the person who shot him was killed by his nail at the next moment, when the Range Rovers were getting closer and closer. Guillermo had killed everyone who surrounded him before. However, he had also received a gunshot wound, and his tent was full of holes which scared him a little. He didn't want another accident like this to happen. He had used a lot of chi in this battle. After all, he had to dodge bullets. He didn't think a long time before simply leaving his tent behind and quickly dashed into the depth of the desert. While running in the desert, Guillermo realized he had been a bit careless. He hadn't expected Nanching to be this crazy, sending people into the desert to obstruct him. He couldn't even act according to his plan before taking a bullet. After 2 hours, Guillermo was completely lost. Although he knew it was very dangerous to be lost in the desert, this was still much better than tens of people with guns surrounding him. Guillermo stopped and treated his wound before realizing that at least 6 of the 20 bottles of spring water he had were pierced by bullets. The direction of the bullet was very weird. It shot through 6 bottles at once. Guillermo looked around. It was a boundless desert everywhere and a few occasionally dead tree. He cursed. Now, he didn't even have a tent. If only he had a GPS. However, Guillermo didn't have the money to buy such a thing at all. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Guillermo looked around, took out a sleeping bag from his bag and barely hung it on the big tree. He needed to rest for the night. He just received a gunshot wound and hadn't completely healed yet. Now, there wasn't much water remaining, so he needed to conserve stamina and heal up. Chapter 102, Tear like Milan, White hair like silver sand. The night in the desert was relatively cool, and the calm breath almost made Guillermo forget that he was still in the desert. However, due to the disturbances of unknown bugs, Guillermo didn't get a very restful sleep. Despite this, Yemo still felt pretty energetic when he woke up the next day. However, during the day, the searing heat of the sun made Yemo feeling like he was in an oven, making him almost doubt if it was the same place from the previous night. The rolling heat wave attacked Yemo, and this wasn't even in June. The weather was slightly cool. But the desert was so hot, it seemed that the temperature here was almost 45 degrees Celsius. If this was in June, would the temperature reach 100 degrees Celsius? Yemo didn't dare to stay too long. Although his wound was pretty much fine, the more he stayed in the desert, the more danger there was. Since he came, he needed to hurry up and go about his business. Although Yemo found the words Luobu on the map, he didn't plan to go there immediately because the road he got on the map didn't point to that place and instead pointed somewhere else. However, after Yemo had run for a day, he saw a vast empty place, surrounded by dunes. The sand rolled everywhere. Yemo had done some research about the Taklamakan Desert and immediately knew this was the Luobu Lake. The temperature a day was near 50 degrees, but Yemo could endure without it affecting him much. After all, he was a cultivator and was more resistant than ordinary people. However, he only had 9 bottles of water left, and he needed to find a water source fast, otherwise, he would become dehydrated. Yemo didn't plan to come to Luobu Lake first, but since he was already there, he didn't mind looking at it. After all, there were the words Luobu on the goatskin map. Although it was his first time coming here, Yemo knew this was perhaps the most mysterious place in the desert, and many unexplainable events had happened here. Yemo had made some research and discovered that countless people had been lost here. However, there was also a legend that everyone knew. Before Luobu Lake disappeared, it was called Immortal Lake. It was said that the wind god, in order to prevent his daughter Milan from being together with the mortal Luobu, gouged his eyes and broke Milan's legs before scattering them to the east and west side of the desert, making them forever apart. The two weren't able to see each other anymore, and the longingness for each other was like a sword which fastened their aging. In one night, the beautiful young girl Milan's hair turned white, and her rolling tears gathered and formed a river which converged to form a sparkling lake. This formed the fable of the Luobu Lake. Later on, it was said that Milan's yearning became a fatal sickness, and the night that she had died, the heavens changed, and the river went dry. The beautiful Luobu Lake had since disappeared, leaving behind this place full of silver sand which was said to be made from the young girl's white hair. This was the tearful story of Milan, her white hair, and the silver sand. Yemo suddenly thought of this story when he was standing at the Luobu Lake. When he read the story before, he didn't have much reaction to it, but now, standing at the place where the story happened, he realized how melancholic this was, separated by the heavens, reminiscence like the sword. Was this exactly like him and his master? He didn't know Luo Ying's feelings before. But now he did and finally understood what separated by the heavens, and yearning like the sword felt like. When he was by Luo Ying's side every day, he didn't pay attention to it, but after leaving, he found that he had really lost something. Now that he was reborn on Earth, he realized how low his EQ was before. He couldn't even tell Luo Ying's feelings and could only feel he liked staying with her. However, when the danger came, the first thing Luo Ying thought about was to take him away, but when she activated the teleportation rune, he seemed to have felt a warm sensation brush past his neck. Now that Yemo thought about it, he realized what that warmness was. When Luo Ying activated the rune, she must have been discovered, and someone sneak attacked her. But, in order to take him away, his master blocked this attack with her own body, and that warmness was the blood she had spat out. Yemo suddenly felt he hated himself. He only understood it now, but even then, what if he did? Could he see Luo Ying? If Luo Ying was still where she was before, would she think about him? Just like Milan's tear story, Yemo sat on a hardened dune and reminisced the bits and pieces of his memory with Luo Ying and felt immersed at the moment. It was unknown how long he was there before Yemo sensed danger. He moved out as quickly as he could, but there was nothing around him. It was as though his feeling before was wrong. Yemo frowned. His spirit sense clearly felt something was going to attack him, but now he scanned the surrounding 10 meters and found nothing. The day was already dark as it was almost 11 p.m. He had already been standing there for a few hours. Yemo decided to rest one night first and try to find a fresh water source nearby. However, due to his feeling before, he was much more alert. During the night, Luobu Lake was dead silent but mysterious, yet, Yemo was a cultivator. He wouldn't feel much even if he slept at a graveyard, much less a desert. However, he had seen a ghost cultivator before, but he didn't believe there was such thing as ghosts on Earth because if you weren't a cultivator, Your soul would dissipate once you died. Meanwhile, most ghost cultivators were cultivators who had high power but didn't want to enter samsara after death, so they used special artifacts to forcefully keep their soul in the cultivation world to cultivate. Although ghost cultivators could still become immortals when they reached the highest stage, almost no one could reach this stage. The silence didn't last long before a faint and distant shrieking sounded, but since Emo knew that there were some animals in the desert, he didn't mind. However, the spirit chi was even more scarce in the desert, so Emo couldn't cultivate. He could only sit beside a salt pile and rest. As such, he only rested for an hour before that feeling of being ambushed gushed in his heart again. Emo took out a few metal nails and closely followed the thing that wanted to ambush him. Although he couldn't scan it, he felt it, as though feeling Emo's vigilance. The thing that wanted to ambush didn't move but just watched Emo. At this moment, Emo knew that his senses weren't wrong. He really was being watched by something, and this thing was very patient. However, it was outside the range of his spirit sense, and he could only feel it. However, Emo wouldn't lose to anyone comparing patience. He often cultivated for more than a year, so a few hours was barely anything. Another hour passed, and the thing that hid in the darkness seemed to feel that it was being too careful. Who could discover it when it hid in the sand? It no longer hid and jumped up and rapidly aimed for Emo's head. Its speed even reached Mach 1, however, Emo could even dodge normal bullets, not to mention that he had his attention focused on this thing. So how could he let it attack his head? At that instant, he dodged and shot multiple nails out. A shrieking cry resounded, similar to the shriek of a mouse, but amplified many times. He knew that his nails had hit its target, and at this moment, Emo punched toward the dark shadow. However, Emo realized that his killing blow had missed. That dark figure had run away. But how could Emo let this dark figure escape after grasping its trail? He didn't even think before chasing, yet, after chasing for more than 10 minutes, he still couldn't catch the dark figure. Seeing that this dark figure was faster than him, Emo threw out 2 fireballs. PSH. The fireballs hit the sand, blasting sand everywhere, but the black figure had disappeared. Emo just felt his head numb. He didn't believe in ghosts, but this unexplainable thing just happened in front of his eyes. He clearly saw his fireball land on the dark figure and just disappeared. However, he didn't believe that his fireball could turn the dark figure into nothingness. He wasn't that powerful yet. The surrounding was scarily quiet. The thing that screamed disappeared, and everything else was just the same. Emo calmed down. It was too late. Even if he wanted to find something, he had to wait until the next day. When Emo was prepared to come look again the day after, he suddenly realized he had lost his sense of direction. It had only been 10 minutes, but he was completely lost. At this moment, Emo felt the seriousness of the issue. When he chased the dark figure, he didn't think he would be lost at all, so he didn't carry his bag with him. All of his things were in his bag, so if he lost his bag, it would be a failure even if he managed to get out of here, because there were some silver heartgrass seed and the purple heartvine in there. Not to mention these things, he wouldn't last long in the desert without water. Even as a cultivator, he needed to go back immediately and find his bag. However, Emo immediately rejected this idea. If he went back at this time, he could perhaps get farther and farther away, and eventually lose his bag forever. Chapter 103, Yellow-Clothed Woman. Emo calmed down his emotions and didn't continue looking for his bag. Instead, he simply sat down where he was. At this moment, he needed to be calm. Any bit of worry might make him take the wrong choice again. Previously, he definitely wouldn't have believed that he would get lost after chasing someone for only 10 minutes. It was said that the Taklamakan Desert was a bewilderment formation. Now it seemed that there really was one. Although he hadn't slept for the night, Emo was still full in spirit. The only thing he thought about in his heart was his bag. As soon as dawn approached the next day, Emo returned to where he had hit the black shadow with a fireball the night before and was amazed to see that the 2 marks he had made with the fireball had disappeared. There were no signs of movement on the sand, but the mark last night just seemed to have been washed by the sand again. Emo didn't want to waste time here. The scorching sun had risen up once again. If he couldn't find his bag quickly, losing things was insignificant, but losing his life wasn't an option. Although he was a cultivator, he was only in the 2nd stage of chi gathering and wasn't sure how long he could stay under this blazing sun. He couldn't paigu, or even eat nothing for a week, much less under such harsh conditions. He studied where he was for a long time before calculating a direction according to the sun and darting that way. A little more than 10 minutes later, Emo stopped. His direction was obviously not right. If it were right, he would have found where he had rested the night before. At that point, when EMO returned back once again, he made the surprising discovery that the place he came back to didn't seem to be the same as before. However, the sand around him looked the same. And he couldn't really tell at all. Although he wouldn't get worried over this, EMO knew the situation was serious. Before, he didn't have a GPS, but he had a compass and some tools to tell the direction. But now, he didn't have anything at all and was lost. EMO knew that usually, people who came to the desert would have some positioning tool with exact longitude and latitude. However, he didn't. He had originally thought that with his cultivation powers, this shouldn't matter much, but now, he realized how wrong he was. But even if he had bought a cheap GPS, he wouldn't have kept it on him and would have probably left it in the bag. Now, EMO felt like he was stuck in a formation. EMO wasn't completely clueless about formation. He knew some formations, and as long as he had the material, he could set up hundreds of them. However, the place he was lost at didn't seem totally like a formation. EMO sighed as he thought that if only he had a storage equipment, then he wouldn't have to worry about losing his bag at all. EMO didn't run back and fro and, in the end, just chose a direction and left. Since he was already lost, there was no point staying here. The following 2 days, EMO hadn't seen any signs of humans or animals. There were no water sources either. Under such scorching sun in the desert, if a normal person ran around like EMO, no matter how strong he was, he would have been gone already. Even EMO started to feel that he couldn't take it anymore, and if he continued like this, perhaps it would only be a few days before he would be devoured by the desert. Living for 3 days and 4 nights without drinking or eating, EMO felt the chi in his body withered, and yet, he had no way to cultivate here. The 5th day, EMO, who had cracked dry lips, seized any intentions of finding a water source. He was unfamiliar with the desert. He wouldn't know what place should have water. If he didn't meet any people or water, he would be in a dangerous situation, but if he didn't keep searching, he would be baked under the sun and wouldn't last much longer as well. He could only dream to be in the 3rd stage right now. EMO felt helpless, his powers were still too weak. Just as he was thinking, EMO suddenly noticed the sand under his feet seemed to be flowing slowly. However, that speed was very slow, and if EMO didn't have spirit sense, he would definitely be unable to tell. EMO focused again and found that all the sand gradually flowed to a position under his feet. However, there was no sand building up there. What was happening? No buildup of sand. This meant that all the sand had disappeared under the ground. Disappeared under the ground? EMO was startled. Since it disappeared under the ground, it meant that the ground below him should be empty. Thinking about this, he no longer dared to remain here. He had already used as much power as he could, so if there was a sand whirlpool suddenly, he wouldn't have the means to escape. But just as EMO was thinking about this and wanted to leave, the sand under his foot suddenly started to spin. EMO felt it was hollow under his foot and he was about to sink in. EMO knew clearly that if he was taken away by the sand, he would die with his current state. He didn't want to be taken in by the sand. He stood on the sand and jumped, flying about 5 to 6 meters in the air, but soon, he felt something was wrong. Although he jumped up, the suction under his foot was still there, and he didn't have any landing spot. A few days ago, perhaps he would have been able to dash out of the whirlpool with a burst of power. But now, he could only watch as he slowly went down. Even if he used his chi to the maximum, he could only at most slow down the speed of descent. The chi in his body was no longer enough to support him moving around. EMO sighed. He didn't expect that he would die like this in the desert. At this moment, he thought of many things. Luo Ying's smile and voice circulated around him, and also what Ning Qingxue had said that night: the things I left in the garden are for EMO. He was stunned for the moment, just when EMO was about to accept the fate of being devoured by the sand. He suddenly felt his waist tighten as a white strand of clothes twisted around his waist. Although he was stunned briefly while being devoured by the sand, he wouldn't let such opportunity pass. He immediately grabbed the strand, and just when he was prepared to pull himself out, he felt his waist tighten, and he was flung up. When he fell on the hard sand ground, the white strand was taken back. EMO was astonished. This person's ability was a level higher than the Wuqiu he met last time. Who was this person? Standing 10 meters away from EMO was a woman with a pale yellow dress. She had a cloth covering her face and was staring at EMO right now. Her eyes were clear and vibrant, giving people a sense of serenity. It was actually such a woman, and she still wore a dress in the desert? If Emo weren't a cultivator, he would have thought this woman was a goddess. However, Emo obviously wouldn't believe so. Although he couldn't see her face, the temperament and body of this woman were already indescribable. The faint yellow dress stood under the blazing sun without moving at all, as though she was an eternal goddess. However, the backpack behind her also told people that she wasn't a goddess. She was also someone who came to explore the desert. Her hair was a bit messy, but the few black strands that came out made her feel like a goddess even more. Looking at her, Emo seemed to see his master Luoing, who was just standing in front of him. He couldn't help but call out, "Master!" It was at that instant that he felt he was in love with this woman. This was the first woman that he actually fell in love with other than Luoing. Even for Luoing, he only realized his dependence later on. This woman looked at Yemo's messy look, who didn't have anything with him. Then when she heard Yemo mumbling "master," she couldn't help but frown, but that was it. She didn't say anything. Yemo had come to his sense. He already understood that the woman in front of him was no ordinary woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't be coming to the desert dressed like this. He turned around and looked at the whirlpool, but it had already disappeared. He knew this woman had saved his life and also realized his impoliteness, so he quickly saluted with his fists and said, "Thank you, sister, for saving my life." Sister? The woman seemed to be stunned at the way Emo called her. She saw Emo almost drown in the quicksand and knew his bag was probably devoured by the sand, but she still didn't say anything. She just took out a bag of water and biscuits and threw it to Emo. Emo took the things but didn't open the bag to drink first. Instead, he saluted with his fists once again and said, "Thank you for giving me water. If I, Emo, don't die, I will pay you back." The woman looked at Yemo's actions and didn't say anything. However, she felt weirder. She saw that Yemo's lips were dry, so obviously, he hadn't drunk water for a long time. Normally, someone who hadn't drunk water for a long time in the desert would dash and drink to their heart's content when they saw water. However, this man, although looking a bit shabby, didn't have any worry of being devoured by the sand. He even seemed calm and talked in a very literate way. Emo saw this woman just look at him but didn't talk. However, he didn't mind. He could tell that this woman didn't live in the city, otherwise, she wouldn't be dressed like this. He had already thanked her, so he opened the bag and drank more than 10 mouthfuls. However, he didn't stick his mouth to the bag and poured it down instead. Did he mind her? She hadn't drunk from the bag, but seeing Emo's way of drinking, she felt more surprised. He was so thirsty, but he only drank a little more than 10 mouthfuls. This person's self-control and heart were really stable. However, what took her even more by surprise was that Emo passed the water bag back. This woman frowned. Of course, she wouldn't take back something she gave out, especially after Emo had drunk from it. Although he didn't touch his mouth with it, she still didn't want it back. Suddenly, this woman wondered if this man had planned to give the bag back to her after drinking, which was why he didn't touch it with his mouth. He was in the desert without water. But he still was able to give this bag of water back to her. Notes: 1. Paigu, the state where the cultivator no longer needs to rely on food for energy. Chapter 104. Kulu. The woman hadn't realized that GMO had scanned her bag with his spirit sense, but other than a few simple girls' items, there were only a few bags of biscuits and these 2 bags of water. The other one only had a bit more than a half. Regardless of who this woman was, Emo felt respect for her for the fact that she could give more than half of her water to a stranger. He was a cultivator, so with these 10 mouthfuls of water, he should be able to find his bag after asking for directions from this woman. He didn't want to endanger that woman's life because of the water, since no matter how strong she could be, she wasn't a cultivator that could use chi to recover. Without water, she may be worse off than him. Seeing that this woman looked at him without speaking, Emo just felt a little confused and wondered if this woman was mute, which would be too unfortunate. How could such a stunning woman be mute? "I just lost my bag. Can you tell me how to head to the center of Luobu Lake?" Seeing that this woman didn't talk, Emo could only explain himself. The woman took out a small round disc and looked at it before suddenly pointing a direction. Then, she turned and left. However, she didn't take back the food and water Emo tried to pass back. From the moment this woman had saved Emo and gave him directions, she hadn't said one word, so he wasn't sure if she didn't want to talk or couldn't. Seeing the woman disappearing, Emo felt like he had lost something. He had seen a lot of beautiful women, Ning Qingxue, Qi Wanqing, Su Jingwen, even Yun Bing was very beautiful, but he had never seen someone like this woman who made him lose a part of his soul. Emo followed the direction she pointed and sprinted over. He didn't expect to find that place in less than half a day. The place that he had looked so hard for a few days was so actually close. Emo was speechless, however. When Emo came back to his resting place, he realized that his bag had disappeared. People had come here these few days. And Emo saw some of their messy footprints and immediately knew his things were taken. He followed the footprints and just walked 100 to 200 meters before finding 2 utility cars behind a dune, and 4 Caucasians were sitting under a tree, eating. His bag was tossed aside, and one of them was looking at Emo's porcelain bottle which contained his pills inside. Emo walked over and packed his bag, but the model Wendong gave to him was missing. Emo immediately scanned with his spirit sense and found it lying inside one of the cars, covered in a box. It seemed these people also knew that it was worth quite a lot. Seeing Emo pick the bag up, one of the men immediately came and spoke for a long time. Emo had learned some simple English in Ninghai University so he could understand, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. These people took his things and asked why he was taking it back. Who are you? This bag is ours. Why are you taking it? That man holding the bottle reproached aggressively toward Emo. He actually spoke fluent Chinese. Emo immediately grabbed the bottle from his hand and put it back in his bag. He sneered, "Yours? I left it 200 meters over there, how is it yours?" This foreigner was still going to speak, but the person next to him stopped him and spoke in English. "Mac, since this bag is his, let him take it. We don't lose anything." Then, he signaled. And this man called Mac immediately stopped. Emo knew what they were thinking, but why would he let them do as they wish? Wendong gave that model to him. Although he didn't have any use for it, he didn't want to leave it to a few bad-looking people. Originally, these few people didn't think Emo had noticed his model was gone, but they saw Emo walk straight toward one of the cars and opened the case containing the model. He took out the model and the information before dumping it on the ground. How did he know it was in the car? These few foreigners were still thinking when Emo had already stashed the things inside. The 4 men reacted and immediately stopped Emo. Solving things the hard way? Emo sneered and used a swirling wind kick and sent the foreigners flying out meters away. Then he looked bleakly at them. "If you dare to come again, I won't go easy anymore." The 4 looked at each other and watched as Emo just walk out of there. They didn't dare to speak anymore. Although Emo thought it would be best to kill these 4, he thought it would be overreacting for killing these people when they just took a bag in the middle of nowhere. However, when Emo didn't walk far, he suddenly remembered something and walked back once again. What do you want?" "We already gave it back to you," the man who could speak Chinese asked worriedly. Emo ignored him and just took a map of the desert from the car. He didn't have one, so with this, he would be able to find a way back even if he ended up being lost again. He looked at the GPS that seemed to be charging in the car. Emo pulled it off, but it was immediately out of power. He thought and chucked it back. Then he took another foldable backup tent and 10 bottles of water into his bag. Seeing Emo just take those few men felt relieved. But then, something that made them worry happened again. Emo actually took some silver pieces in the car. What took Emo's attention wasn't their worth, but because it had the Tibetan character door. Could the letter before it be holy? Emo knew these foreigners came to the Taklamakan to make a fortune. They were looking for these artifacts. The relevant departments wouldn't even care if they took it. Emo couldn't be bothered with these things, but with that character, Emo immediately took it seriously, seeing Emo just take one piece and left the other things untouched. These few foreigners felt relieved once again. "The piece didn't worth much. Where did you find this silver piece?" Emo waved it in front of the foreigners and asked. The foreigners looked at each other but didn't talk. Emo sneered and spoke once again. "If you don't want to speak, fine, but I see there are a lot of good things on your car. I don't mind driving your car away. Oh, by the way, I could make a fire with the remaining car." As soon as Emo spoke, the man who could speak Chinese immediately said, "I know." Hearing these words, Emo threw the map over and said, "Show me the location on this map. If there is the slightest difference with mine, I'll make sure you won't leave the desert." "It's already marked on the map," the man spoke quickly. Emo opened the map and indeed saw a place marked with a few English words. Before Emo asked what it meant, the man explained, "We found the silver pieces there because we had found a stone tablet marked with Kulu, so we called that place Kulu." The man didn't seem like he was lying. So Emo took the map and didn't bother with these few people. He took out his simple map and compared. He made the surprising discovery that this Kulu was the exactly same place marked in his goatskin map. Kulu was probably what he was looking for. Emo suppressed the joy in his heart, thinking whether this Kulu was the Ku Lake or not. Emo needed to get there quickly, and the map he took from the foreigners were much more precise than his map. Everything was marked clearly on the map. Seeing Emo didn't take their car, they finally felt relieved. China's kung fu was too magical. That man just kicked, and they all flew. Emo believed that these guys were preparing to go back. They didn't have much equipment on their car. Since he had a map and simple navigation equipment, he would be much faster than a car in the desert. After all, there were many places a car couldn't go. Although he had a map and the precise location, Emo wasn't in a rush. He knew he couldn't be hasty if he wanted to find that place, and he needed to keep his calm. He thought about what happened a few nights before and knew that the black shadow that attacked him was definitely a type of animal in the desert. As for why he would lose his way, he still couldn't understand, but one thing was for sure: he hit his nails, thinking about the disappearing shadow and fire marks as well as the whirlpool that almost made him lose his life. Emo connected these things together. He wondered if the place he had sat before was also gradually falling and that caused the marks to disappear. However, thinking that he was sitting at a place where sand fell down, no matter how strong Emo's heart was, cold sweat slowly fell down his spine. He then thought about the goddess-like woman who saved him. Who was she? In order to conserve his stamina, Emo didn't run. He chose to walk during the day and rest at night. Ever since he had met the whirlpool that day, Emo was very cautious. When he rested, he would make sure he found a good place. On the third night after acquiring the map, Emo stopped at a wall that had been ruined by the sand. He was preparing to rest here for the night before continuing. Chapter 105, The Person Trapped in the Desert. At this moment, Shi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue had already entered the desert. However, they didn't come by themselves as originally planned. Instead, there was a whole vehicle crew. Although Shi Wanqing didn't want her father intervening, her father didn't bring up about anything in the past this time and allowed her to enter the desert. Thus, she could only retreat a step. Besides, she knew that her father was doing it for her sake. With her compliance, Shi Yujun not only arranged a few cars for Shi Wanqing but also sent people to go with her in the desert. This was using his authority for private matters, but if it hadn't been for his daughter, Shi Yujun would have never done such thing. However, he had no choice. The daughter he hadn't seen for a few years was going to the desert, and no matter how he had tried to persuade her, she wouldn't agree. He didn't want to have a big fight again, so he could only comply and send people to protect her. Emo carefully inspected the wall he was sleeping at overnight. Feeling that it was very sturdy, he was assured and opened up the tent. It would be too hot for sleeping bag at night, so he didn't bother pulling that out. At night, Emo didn't want to sleep. He was cultivating outside the tent, but by midnight, he felt he was being watched again. This feeling made him very uncomfortable and he felt more weird. He wasn't the only person to come to the desert, but why did this only happen to him? Emo didn't continue waiting this time. He packed his things into the bag and carried his bag. He felt that the thing that was watching him stayed where it was. He wasn't sure if it was the same thing from last night, but since he was being watched, it meant that there was something attracting it from him. As for what it was, he didn't know. Was it still a bear cockroach watching him? Emo knew this was impossible because it wouldn't be able to survive in the desert. He came to the desert to find the purple heart vine. Did this thing come because of the purple heart vine in his bag? Because other people didn't have it. Only he did. If that was the case, this would mean that the thing was sensitive to the purple heart vine. After Emo put on his bag, he wasn't in a rush to attack this thing. Instead, he took out a metal nail and marked it with his spirit sense before suddenly standing up and walking away from the wall. At the same time, he shot the nail towards the black shadow. Emo knew he hit his target and immediately chased. This time, he had everything with him, so he wasn't afraid of getting lost. With his food and water as well as his powers, he would be able to survive a month or two in the desert without problems. This time, Emo didn't lose it. He followed closely behind. Although the shadow was on the border of escaping his spirit sense range, He had marked it with a nail. Emo believed that as long as his spirit sense focused the nail, he would be able to catch that shadow. Although Emo followed the shadow closely, he felt intrigued about the shadow's stamina. He was sure his nail hit it, but how was it still able to run so fast? The shadow that attacked him a few days ago was like this as well. Just when Emo was thinking of a way to speed up and catch the shadow, a feeble cough sounded from the distance. The sound was so small that if his hearing wasn't great, he definitely wouldn't be able to hear it. Just phasing for this moment, Emo lost track of the black shadow. However, Emo wasn't annoyed. That black shadow must have gone hiding somewhere. The black shadow was shot by the nail. Even if it took the nail out, he worked the nail and would be able to find it with the spirit sense mark. It would be fine at least within a few hours. Now that the thing disappeared, Emo couldn't be bothered finding it. He just followed where that moan was before. 2 men and a woman leaned weakly against a tattered tent. Emo's spirit sense scanned them before he even went there. The 3 had messy and dirty hair and looked very shabby. The 2 men actually carried guns with them. Although that woman didn't have a gun, there was ferocity in her expression. Emo seemed to have seen this ferocity somewhere, looking at the position they were sitting. It was obvious these 3 weren't in the same group. Although they all looked like they were about to die, the 2 men still stared vigilantly at the woman as if preventing her from playing any tricks. As soon as Emo arrived, the 3 were immediately frightened. It was in the middle of the night in the desert and a figure suddenly appeared. No matter how brave they were, they would still be frightened. Although they were shocked, it was obvious they had no strength left to get up. However, one of them pointed a gun at Emo but didn't fire. Emo noticed their cracked lips and their sandstorm-tattered clothes. It was obvious they had been in the desert for a while. "Who are you?" A person holding a gun asked nervously at Emo. "Are you a human or a ghost?" The woman looked very threatening, but how could she not be afraid seeing a person carrying a bag in the middle of the night in the desert? She subconsciously moved toward those 2 men, but perhaps she was out of energy, so she only moved a little bit. "Who I am is not important, but if you continue to point a gun at me, I'll guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun," Emo said faintly. He hated people pointing guns at him, and these 3 didn't look like ordinary people. Even when they were fatigued by the desert, he could still feel their ferocity whether it was the woman or the 2 men. To Emo's surprise, the person suddenly took the gun back and coughed before saying tiringly, "I hate the morning sun right now." Emo suddenly felt this person was a bit cute and smiled. "You were lost in the desert?" At this moment, the 3 could be sure Emo wasn't a ghost. He should be someone exploring the desert. The man who packed the gun away also felt relieved. Perhaps they could be saved by this person. At this moment, he didn't ask Emo for water and said admiringly, "Brother, I really admire you. You can survive in the desert as if you were taking a stroll. Don't tell me you came here on foot." Emo didn't answer the man's words and looked at the other 2. The man explained, "I'm Li Hu, and this is my partner in crime, Chung Hongja. We were apprehending a criminal in the desert. But we lost our way. Our car is out of oil, so we dumped it in the desert. We wanted to ask for backup, but our communication and GPS were all useless. Then, we walked some distance trying to find a place with signal, but it was worse. We are still lost, and it has already been many days now." Seeing Emo didn't talk, Li Hu took out his phone and said, "Originally, I thought we could still call for help even if we were lost, but a few days later, the phone was out of battery. Plus, in order to capture her, we went into the desert in a hurry and basically didn't prepare anything. Although we caught her, but we're trapped in the desert and probably will die in a day or 2. This Li Hu seemed to be free-spirited and didn't take death seriously. Emo looked at the woman thinking that although she had been tortured by the desert to the point that she couldn't move, her ferocity was still there. Since they were capturing criminals, it meant these 2 were from the police or another department like that. "Shameless, you 2 are the criminals. Is that thing yours? What right do you have to get it from me? Besides, it's not even on me." The woman immediately rebutted, and her tone was rather contemptuous. Emo couldn't be bothered with these things. He didn't care who was right or wrong. Seeing these 3 unable to sustain much longer, he took out 15 bottles of water and gave 5 to each. Since these 3 weren't from the same group, he would give it to them separately in order to avoid conflict. He didn't give them food since he had seen some food in their bags. "Thanks, brother, I don't need this much. 3 are fine. You are still in the desert. keep some for yourself. Li Hu took some water and thanked him immediately. Emo gave them water because he had found a lot, and another reason was because that yellow-dressed woman was generous when saving him. He felt he was affected too. Of course, Emo liked Li Hu's personality. This person was optimistic. Now that he told Emo to keep some, Emo had a better impression of him. Chen Hongzhi took the water and thanked Emo but didn't say the water was too much. He quickly opened a bottle and drank everything. He looked at the remaining water and didn't continue drinking. He knew he couldn't drink too much now. The woman took the 5 bottles and thanked Emo excitedly. Thank you, you are a really good person. I'm called Feng Tian, and I only need 3 bottles too. Then, she gave 2 bottles back to Emo. Emo waved his hand. I still have 10 bottles, you don't need to give it to me, I have enough. However, he felt Feng Tian's temperament didn't match with her name, 1. She looked ferocious, but her name was very docile. Chen Hongzhi saw that out of the 3, he was the only one to not say anything and drank first. He felt quite awkward. Li Hu drank half a bottle and felt that he had recovered a lot. Then, he looked at Feng Tian and said, okay, you say you're not a criminal, but do you dare to say you weren't from Beisha? You dare to say that the explosion in Tandu a few months ago was unrelated to you? Are you still going to say you didn't take that thing? We already said. As long as you give me that, I can even give you payment and won't look for trouble. Besides, do you even need it? Feng Tian opened her mouth but eventually didn't say anything. Note 1. Tian means sweet, Chapter 106, Chase. Emo suddenly understood. The explosion a few months ago at Tandu was done by Wendong and him. Back then, he had heard Gong Huishan say that Wendong was from Beisha. Although Emo didn't know what kind of organization it was, now that Li Hu said that Feng Tian used to be in Beisha too, he finally understood why he felt that familiar feeling from her. It was because of Wendong. Emo looked at Li Hu and suddenly smiled. You actually accused wrongly Feng Tian this time because first, she doesn't have what you're looking for, and second, she hadn't even tried to take it. Emo didn't tell them about the explosion a few months ago, he only helped Feng Tian because she was indeed innocent and hadn't exposed Wendong. Besides, Li Hu also said that if she had taken it out and gave it back, she wouldn't be held responsible and would even be rewarded. Nonetheless, this thing was kind of useless to Emo. How do you know? Do you know what we're looking for? Li Hu just recovered some strength after drinking water. He stood up, but his body was still weak. Emo waved his hand. You don't need to know how I know, but since you mentioned a reward for this thing, we could make a deal. It doesn't matter even if I sell it to you, my friend doesn't need it anyway. Li Hu immediately called out in surprise, of course we agree, definitely. Name a price, we will definitely accept it. He didn't even say that Emo couldn't ask for too much. From this, it could be seen how important this thing was to him. Besides, he probably knew that if Emo could give water to strangers in the desert, he definitely wouldn't be some nasty person. Before Emo could respond, Feng Tian yelled in surprise, do you know where Sister Dong went? The hope in her eyes was obvious. I don't know. Emo could tell that not only Feng Tian came from the same organization as Wendong, but they seemed to have left it together, and their relationship was quite good. Hearing Emo's words, Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a sliver of disappointment. Emo, however, turned around and gave a look of approval to Li Hu, thinking that his name didn't match with his character. 1. Seeing Li Hu looking desperately at him, Emo smiled. How much can you give? $500,000, Li Hu said. Feng Tian immediately rebutted, this thing could easily sell for a few million on the international market. How can you even say 500,000? Li Hu's eyes flashed with guilt after hearing Feng Tian's words. For him, 500,000 was the highest he could give. After all, his department wasn't the same as those foreign departments. He also understood his price was absurdly low, perhaps not even 10% of its worth. Emo could tell from his expression that 500,000 was probably the highest price Li Hu could afford. Anyway, he really didn't need it, and it took up a large space in his bag, which annoyed Emo quite a bit. Since he had a good impression of Li Hu, he wouldn't waste time that he surely didn't have, haggling on a model that was useless to him. Now, his main purpose wasn't to earn money, but of course, it was always good to have money, and Emo was very satisfied if he could get $500,000 out of nowhere. In fact, 500,000 is indeed a bit low. How about I give another 200,000? Li Hu said awkwardly, Chung Hongja suddenly interrupted, Li Hu, where are you going to get another 200,000? Are you going to use your own money? Before Li Hu replied, Yemo waved his hand and said, okay, 500,000 is good, I'll sell it to you. Then, Yemo took out that model and the information and passed it to Li Hu. You're talking about this, right? Li Hu was stunned as he had never expected things to be so successful. Feng Tian, who hadn't expected that it would be on him, was also surprised. Li Hu finally understood and took it as if he were dreaming. He flashed it with a torch and said, yes, it's this, thank you, thank you. I really didn't expect to find this in the desert. However, I don't have any money with me. Even Li Hu felt embarrassed himself. Although this was very important to him, it still didn't belong to him. He couldn't just speak empty words. However, Yemo smiled and said, then you owe me, leave me a number, I'll call you when I get back, and you'll give the money to me then. What? Not only Li Hu was shocked, but even Feng Tian and Chang Hongja were surprised and wondered how someone could have so much trust when doing business. Li Hu really didn't know what to say. He could tell Yemo wasn't an ordinary person, but he didn't expect him to be so trustful. He didn't ask how Yemo got the thing because he didn't want to know the details. Everyone had their own secrets, and since this person trusted him so much, he shouldn't be too curious about it. After thinking about it for a moment, Li Hu saluted, friend, Li Hu, won't be too polite with you since it doesn't only concern me, but we are definitely friends now. I also want to ask for your name. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who to give the money to. I'm Yemo. Yemo didn't hide his name. When Dong already knew it anyway, and the Song family should be aware of his presence here too, Yemo? Li Hu repeated but didn't think about it too much. Then, he said, my number is 13817XXXX, Beijing. Suddenly, Li Hu stopped because he realized Yemo had already disappeared. Only a bottle and a compass were left behind. Immediately after, a voice reverberated, there are 3 pills in the bottle, take 1 each, and you will recover soon. Goodbye. Li Hu picked up the bottle and thought for a long while before saying, Brother Yi is really a magical person. Then, he opened the bottle and looked at the 3 black pills. Can this thing even be eaten? Chung Hongja looked at the pills and frowned. As long as Brother Yi gave it, I believe they are edible. Then, Li Hu ate one without hesitation. Feng Tian sneered and also took one from Li Hu's hand. Only Chen Hongja was hesitating as he looked at the remaining pill. Afterward, Feng Tian stood up with a face full of surprise. She whipped her hair and said joyfully, there are actually such magical pills. If you don't want this, give the remaining one to me. Then, she tried to take the remaining pill in Li Hu's hand. Li Hu was also surprised. He thought that this pill was so magical. He only took one, and he immediately felt his fatigued body recovering. Seeing Feng Tian trying to snatch it, of course, he didn't give it to her, and instead threw it to Chen Hongja. Quickly eat it. Recover your strength, and we will leave the desert immediately. Then, he looked at the direction Yemo disappeared before mumbling once again, Brother Yi is really a magical person. He could possibly be from one of the ancient martial arts families. Only they would have such magical pill, and only they would be able to walk in the Taklamakan desert so casually. Yemo didn't have time to talk with them because he had felt that black shadow again. He wanted to know what this thing was and if it was sticking with him for the purple heart line, of course. Yemo only looked for 10 minutes or so and finally saw another obscure black shadow. Although it was very fast, Yemo's wasn't slow either. The black shadow looked like the root of a tree, and Yemo even wondered if it had transformed from a tree root. Even though Huyang trees were said to live for millennia, Yemo knew his idea was too otherworldly. Yemo was so focused on chasing the black shadow in front of him, he didn't even look at the direction or notice his path. However, this time he had his bag with him and didn't need to worry about this. He didn't believe that a desert could devour a cultivator with supplies, so a few hours later, when the sky was getting brighter, Yemo could already start to see what was in front of him. That black figure really was a Huyang tree root. The sky was bright, and Yemo wouldn't worry about this thing getting away, but now, when this thing was right in front of Yemo, it suddenly disappeared again. If it wasn't for the fact that Yemo had been prepared and left a spirit sense mark on the nail, he would have lost it again. At this moment, Yemo had finally understood. No wonder it kept appearing and disappearing when he chased it the night before. This shadow could travel through the sand, and without the mark, he couldn't keep up with it, and now that Yemo understood, he wouldn't let it go. This thing was extremely fast in the sand too. But Yemo kept a tight chase. He refused to believe that he couldn't chase up an animal in the desert. This shadow not only had a strong life force but stamina as well. After playing tag with Yemo in the desert for the entire day, it finally slowed down. Yemo also gasped a breath. He was feeling tired. He took out a bottle and drank it clean. Suddenly, Yemo was dumbfounded. Originally, he knew this thing was deep in the sand, so he was still able to track it down, but now, this shadow appeared to have understood Yemo and went deeper and deeper into the sand, until it gradually reached out of Yemo's maximum detection range. Yemo's spirit sense mark could be felt at most within 50 meters. But now, this shadow went more than 50 meters underground and, eventually, Yemo lost the shadow completely once again. Yemo stood depressed at where the shadow dug down and was very annoyed. He was wondering if he should dig open here and look, but it was too dangerous to dig randomly in the desert. He still had a clear memory of the danger when he almost sunk into the desert. Note 1, who means fox here? Chapter 107, Underground Desert. Yemo really didn't want to give up something he had been chasing for a whole day and night. But now, he knew it was hiding underground, and there was nothing he could do. If only he were in the third stage chi gathering, he wouldn't hesitate to dart into the desert. In the third stage, he wouldn't be afraid of being thirsty because he would be able to use the most important magic of all, water ball art. With the water ball art, he would be able to convert spirit chi into water, and as such, he would never have to worry about dying of thirst. Furthermore, in the third stage, he wouldn't die even if he didn't breathe for a whole month in the desert. Unfortunately, one level difference was huge. This was a milestone. This black shadow was targeting him. Yemo came to the conclusion that it was definitely his purple heart vine that attracted it because other than that, he brought the same thing as everyone else. It was only the purple heart vine that other people didn't have. However, this thing was quite sneaky. He could think of killing Yemo first before taking his stuff. Then, Yemo suddenly thought of something important. He had been chasing this black shadow for a whole day, but why did it only crawl into the depth now? According to its cunningness, it should have thought of this idea long ago. What did this mean? It meant that it could only crawl in at specific locations. Thinking about this, Yemo immediately rejoiced. This place looked the same as any other part of the desert, but there were too many mysterious remains buried underneath, including all those ancient cities lost in the flow of time. Perhaps this place was a tunnel towards an underground city. And maybe, the whirlpool he fell into last time was also a tunnel towards an underground city. He sighed. Thinking about it, Yemo felt a little disappointed again for not being in the third stage yet. Yemo set his gaze on his bag. He still had 10 bottles of water, plus the bag of water the yellow-clothed woman gave to him, and all the pills Yemo had made. With these, he would be fine even if he was buried for half a month under the sand. What was he afraid of? He came for the purple heart vine in the desert. Since that thing also came for it, it meant that it had seen it before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so sensitive. Let's go inside. As soon as Yemo made up his mind, there was no stopping him. He took out a shovel from his bag and started to dig where the black shadow disappeared. Sand flew as Yemo dug deeper, and soon, he was already more than 10 meters in. It was already starting to feel suffocating, but something like that was nothing to Yemo. He was a cultivator, albeit being only in the second stage of chi gathering. He could still breathe internally with enough water. Yemo's digging speed was very fast, and 3 hours later, he had already dug more than 100 meters. His method consisted of digging a big chunk and sending it back before pushing away the two sides. If his bag hadn't been so large, perhaps he would have been 200 meters in by now. At that moment, Yemo estimated that the tunnel behind him should have already been blocked completely. He dug another 200 meters, and his shovel suddenly hit something hard. Yemo felt overjoyed. He should have arrived. This hard thing should be a rock, and as Yemo scanned with his spirit sense, he discovered that it was indeed a big green rock. It was very thick, almost a meter in diameter. Yemo wasn't impetuous. He sat down first and took a pill with some water to recover his chi. He was digging diagonally, so this stone was probably around 200 meters underground. After he had taken an hour to rest, Yemo completely recovered his energy. He gathered the chi into the metal spade and hacked towards the stone. Immediately, rubble flew everywhere. The stone was like mud under Yemo's spade. In less than half an hour, Yemo dug a meter-deep hole into the stone. Just when Yemo crawled into the hole, the sand outside fell into the hole and quickly covered it up. the place Yemo landed was very spacious and looked like a street. However, there was a bad odor everywhere that was weird and indescribable, similar yet unlike of a rotten smell. He followed the street and walked tens of meters while expanding his spirit sense out. Finally, he realized it wasn't a street, but a road made of stone blocks. Yemo carefully walked forward along this road, keeping his spirit sense on the surrounding because he was sure that Black Shadow also came here. He just didn't know where it was. And Yemo was sure that there were entrances other than the one he dug up, which perhaps didn't even need digging. After walking for a while, Yemo hadn't seen a single house on the side of the road, and instead, thought that it looked a lot more like a valley, so it became obvious that this place wasn't some underground city. As if he had just sensed something, Yemo stopped his footsteps, and even though he was a cultivator, he felt the atmosphere around became eerie. A row of huyang tree roots was lined up at the two sides, and what gave Yemo goosebumps was one of the huyang tree roots. He could clearly see with his spirit sense that the root had a metal nail on it, one that had been marked with his spirit sense. His nail had really hit a huyang tree root, and even if Yemo didn't want to believe it, the facts were in front of him, so he had no choice. There weren't such eerie feelings even in the cultivation realm, but here it had occurred right in front of his face. Yemo definitely wouldn't believe that such a huyang tree root could avoid his tracking for a day and night and still move so fast. Besides, that huyang tree root appeared to be anchored there and wouldn't be able to move from this position. Yemo was on full alert as he walked beside the huyang tree root. He studied it carefully with his spirit sense and realized that his speculations appeared to be right. It seemed that it was really the metal nail that he had thrown. But in order to confirm it, Yemo took out his torch and saw with his own eyes that the metal nail on it really belonged to him. His spirit sense was right. It made Yemo wonder how a huyang tree root could move so fast. He didn't touch that nail and instead went into contemplation. Suddenly, Yemo remembered that 2 days ago, he had hit the black shadow around its shoulder, but this huyang tree root had the metal nail on its upper body. The position wasn't right. Then, Yemo found another problem. He saw that this nail had been exposed a bit on the outside. Yemo thought that, with his power, if he were the one to have shot this nail at the root, there was no way that the nail wouldn't be completely lodged inside. All these signs showed that Yemo wasn't the one that inserted the nail there, but it was done later by someone or something else. Who could put a nail in the huyang tree root? Yemo frowned and carefully pulled the nail out. Soon, he found some blood and even a long strand of hair. This nail really was put there by something. He could tell by looking at the hair that the thing that had been hit was probably a monkey-like animal. Yemo found it very strange that there was such animal in the desert. However, he knew that monkeys and apes were very smart, so it was natural that they could think of such ways. When Yemo thought the problem clearly and knew what sort of animal he was chasing, everything became so clear. This animal was not only very smart but also good at running away. There was only one road underneath the desert, and other than the huyang tree roots, there were sand and stone boards. It seemed that a long time ago, someone made this stone block road leading to somewhere, and even specially planted the huyang tree root at the side. Yemo increased his speed and walked along the stone road. He knew that since the shadow could escape here, it meant that it had already run inside. As long as he followed this road, he could chase up to it. However, what made Yemo disappointed was that he had walked here for half a day, but not only did he not see the shadow, he also didn't even know if there was an end to this road. If it wasn't a one-way road, Yemo would have thought that he was lost again. After so long, Yemo estimated that he probably wouldn't be able to catch up to the shadow and felt helpless. The place this thing had escaped to was too absurd, and besides, it was too smart. Yemo didn't bother tracking the shadow anymore and didn't even look at what was on the side. He simply started to rush forward. After another half a day's time and a few turns on the road, there was finally a stairway leading up. However, it wasn't long, only 20 to 30 meters or so. Yemo walked up to it and scanned out with his spirit sense. Then he understood that he came to another open space. However, a huge stone was blocking the entrance. He ran for an entire day around on the stone block road and had no idea which hairy animal had tricked him. This road was probably more than 10 kilometers long but was a bit curly, giving enough time for Yemo to think more thoroughly about this place. Who planted this with huyang trees at the side? Why is that road so long? This was a hefty project. Could a huyang tree grow underground? Yemo wasn't sure if it had grown above the ground before and then sank down. Since Yemo wasn't able to know for sure, he shook his head and walked to the end of the stairway. He moved the stone block, however, no sand fell, which implied that it wasn't covered by the desert. He walked through the entrance and discovered an immense underground desert. However, when Yemo scanned with his spirit sense again, he couldn't help but be immediately shocked. Chapter 108, Re-Encounter. The scene he saw was a desert, but this wasn't the main point. The main point was that it was grown full of purple heartvine. Under the scan of Yemo's spirit sense, there were hundreds of them. Yemo took out the torch and shone it over the surroundings. There was a dense patch of purple heartvine even in the distance. Furthermore, they were even thicker than the rest. They definitely had been growing for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Purple heartvine. Although it is the spirit herb of the lowest level in the cultivation realm, it would be very valuable if it was more than 3,000 years old. One could even sell it for hundreds of spirit stones, but now, there's so much here. Yemo held his breath. He was indeed shocked. He did find purple heartvine, moreover, there was so much and they were all very old. However, he didn't feel the slightest sense of joy. Instead, he felt a faint sadness. What was this? Yemo didn't move. Instead, he closed his eyes and felt with his spirit sense. Indeed, this place was surrounded by purple heartvine. He saw right, but that faint sense of sadness was also real. Suddenly, Yemo noticed a problem. It was that purple heartvine was a spirit herb and they had been growing for many years, making them high-level spirit herbs. However, he didn't feel a sense of spirit chi here. What was this? The purple heartvine still laid across the desert and didn't even change their shape at all, so even if these purple heartvine had withered, they could still be used for medicine. Yemo walked close to a purple heartvine slowly and he felt a sense of rotting well up in his heart. He blew lightly, and the 3-meter-tall purple heartvine actually turned to dust. Yemo was stunned. He walked to a few more and blew. These purple heartvines all turned to dust and disappeared. As if feeling the moment of Yemo's arrival, these thousands of purple heartvine all turned to dust. If Yemo didn't see it for his own eyes, he would have thought something eerie happened again. The desert full of purple heartvine suddenly disappeared in an instant. Yemo stood there without moving, feeling extremely bitter. He looked for a long time and finally found the secret of the purple heartvine. However, this secret was useless to him. He had lost his interest of going to Kulu. Since he already found purple heartvine here, there was no point going elsewhere. Plus, even if Kulu had purple heartvine, it probably wouldn't be better than here. Yemo walked into the desert. No one seemed to have come here before. This desert wasn't big. And soon, he reached its end. A huge stone tablet stood before Yemo with the two words Ku Lake, so this was Ku Lake. It seemed that Ku Lake, like Luobu Lake, was a big lake but eventually turned into desert. Yemo put his hand on the tablet, feeling a faint sense of disappointment. He didn't get what he wanted coming to the desert. It seemed that he could only return to his clinic and slowly cultivate his silver heartgrass. However, if he wanted to do that, he needed to keep a low profile, and Yemo didn't really want that. Even if he wanted to, he already exposed himself in the Taklamakan, so perhaps he wouldn't even be able to keep a low profile. Yemo's thoughts suddenly stopped. He looked at his hand in surprise as he felt a faint sense of spirit chi pass from the tablet to his hand. However, that spirit chi was too weak, almost unable to be used for cultivation. However, even so, he still needed to make out the situation. He just dug out this tablet and cleaned up the dirt around it. A dried up spirit chi appeared in front of Yemo's face. No wonder there was some spirit chi, it was a dried up spirit well. Yemo was disappointed, however, because he understood why there was so much purple heartvine here. Originally, there was a spirit well here. This was really a pity. If this spirit well still had water, Yemo would perhaps even want to live here. Although it was dark, it was better than having no place to cultivate. Yemo felt the spirit well inside. He poured down a bottle of water and said, "A spirit well actually doesn't have water, then, I'll give you some water." In the desert, perhaps only Yemo would do such a thing. He was a cultivator and had a natural gratitude towards spirit wells and spirit things. Plus, he didn't mind giving this bottle of water. Since he didn't find the purple heartvine, he was about to go out. When Yemo poured the water down the spirit well, something surprising happened. The spirit well actually emitted a thin spirit chi as though repaying Yemo's bottle of water. Yemo felt this and surprisingly discovered that he could cultivate with this spirit chi. Thinking about this, Yemo was no longer stingy and poured all the water he had down, including the bag of water the yellow-dressed lady gave him. As expected, the spirit chi increased a little. Emo quickly sat down and cultivated. The reason he didn't care about water was that he was in the latter part of stage 2. As long as he could reach stage 3 with this spirit chi, he wouldn't care if he had no water, because at that time, he would be able to use water magic. Time passed fast as he cultivated. Emo didn't know how long he cultivated for, but it was approximately 3 to 4 days. When he woke up, he found that there was no more spirit chi from the well. Emo could only helplessly stood up. The spirit well had been dry for too long, and because of that, it wasn't enough for him to reach stage 3. However, Emo felt his power and discovered he was at the peak of stage 2, just a thin line from level 3. Perhaps in less than 2 years, as long as the opportunity came, he could ascend to level 3. Emo bowed to the spirit well. No matter what, this spirit well helped him a lot. However, Emo knew that no matter how much water he had, perhaps the spirit well could only emit this last spirit chi. Emo didn't know how this place formed, but it seemed that someone intentionally used the desert as a barrier to protect the spirit well and purple heart vines. After eating some simple food, Emo walked over to the staircase and climbed up another staircase. A few minutes later, Emo arrived at the bottom of a stone board again. He moved it aside and sand fell, causing a piercing bright ray of sunlight to fall on his eyes. Knowing that he had already come out, he returned the board back before covered it up with sand. Perhaps one day, he would once again return here due to the dried-up spirit well. When Emo stood in the desert again, he realized he was actually in a patch of forest. However, this forest was dead. There were dead huyang tree roots everywhere. Just when Emo was thinking if this was the legendary demon forest, a few gunshots interrupted his thought. Making him frown, there were gunshots? Did Nanchang's people chase here? But then he thought that even if it were Nanching people, they wouldn't shoot without seeing him. But soon, Emo understood. A yellow-dressed lady stumbled from the demon forest and dashed to the side. It was the girl who saved him. She had a red spot on her shoulder. She had already lost her bag, and a few men with guns even chased her here. Seeing their ferocious looks, Emo knew they were from Nanchang. A sense of guilt rose from Emo's heart. He didn't think that the woman who saved him was hurt due to him and being hunted. This woman not only saved Emo, but in Emo's heart, she was also like a goddess. However, now these bastards even dared to hunt her, so he immediately felt the intent to kill. The yellow-dressed lady was stumbling harder, causing Emo to be quite surprised. Even if she couldn't dodge the gun, these few men shouldn't be a match for her. Why was she like this? He didn't have time to think. Just when Emo was about to shoot out metal nails, a sudden chick sounded. In the desert, it was rather piercing. This sound was getting louder and louder. Not only did Emo hear it, but also the girl and those few men heard the sound. All the people looked at the direction of the sound unanimously, and what they saw was a patch of bugs with a disgusting flowery pattern at its back. There was countless ones of them all crawling out of the sand. Immediately, they covered a huge patch of ground, and this was just the beginning. From that small area, they then covered hundreds of yards in a blink of an eye. These bugs had 4 legs and walked extremely fast. The front of their mouth seemed to only have a single tooth. When countless of these bugs suddenly appeared in the desert making the chick sounds, everyone felt a chill ran down their bones even with the sun shining brightly. The 3 Nanching people immediately reacted and wanted to escape for their lives. However, these bugs had swarmed up. In a few breaths, these 3 didn't even have any bones left. Even the gun in their hands were eaten. The bugs that were involved in devouring them immediately grew larger and blacker. Even the pattern on their backs were clearer. Emo gasped. He immediately thought of the yellow-dressed lady. She also saw the bugs. However, she no longer had any strength as her eyes reflected her loss and hope. Suddenly, she became really peaceful and just fell onto the sand. Chapter 109, Terrifying Human-Eating Bugs. Emo looked at the swarm dashing for the yellow-dressed lady. He didn't even think before charging at the girl with his fastest speed. Just a few seconds before the bugs came, Emo carried the yellow-dressed lady and ran. As though discovering that the yellow-dressed woman was saved by Emo, these bugs were actually enraged, and they all swarmed towards Emo. Although the ordinary bugs couldn't keep up with Emo, those thousands that have eaten human flesh evolved to have an extremely rapid pace. They weren't any bit slower than Emo, perhaps they were even a little bit faster. However, what made Emo shocked the most was that these few thousands bugs could actually half fly half walk at their fastest. If they were to eat more human meat, would they grow out wings? Yemo suddenly thought of locusts. If these bugs grew wings and flew out everywhere, then it would be a catastrophe. No one would be able to stop these bugs. Suddenly, Yemo remembered the human-eating bugs in the desert. Were these them? The bag of the yellow-dressed girl in his arms had long vanished. Her hair was messy, and her face cover was slanted, showing half of her immaculate face. Just that almost made Yemo lose himself. When he saw this girl with her face covered a few days ago, he was already astounded, but now that he saw half of her face, he felt even more astonished. There was actually such a woman in the world. However, Yemo couldn't care with it now because the bugs were getting closer and closer. With his current pace, those bugs would catch up with him sooner or later. Yemo was also getting more and more worried. If a few thousand bugs caught up with him and he was forced to a fight, those countless other bugs behind them would also catch up. Let alone his current second-level chi gathering, even if he was at the third level, he would still get devoured. If he wasn't carrying someone, Yemo certainly had the means to escape. However, it was impossible for him to drop the yellow dress lady. Not only did he have good feelings towards this girl, but she also saved him, if it were to reduce the load. He could only drop his bag. At this moment, the yellow dress lady opened her eyes. Realizing that she was in Yemo's arms, she struggled a bit but soon discovered the tens of millions of bugs chasing behind them. She raised her head and saw Yemo's face full of sweat as well as the bugs that were closing in. For the first time, she opened her mouth and said, "Thank you. Put me down and save yourself." Although her voice was weak, the crystal clear sound it produced almost made Yemo think that he was hearing a heavenly hymn. "Stop saying that. These bugs are so disgusting. If I drop you down, even if you're not scared of death, you would be disgusted to death." Yemo knew it was useless to threaten this girl with death. Surprisingly, the yellow-dressed lady seemed to take in Yemo's words and immediately stopped talking. Yemo felt relieved. Luckily, this girl could actually talk. This meant that she wasn't a mute. After a long time, the yellow-dressed lady said, "I'm Luo Susu." "Luo Susu?" Yemo repeated. Why did she have the same last name as his master? But immediately after, Yemo heard the chick behind him and replied, "I'm Yemo, Yemo," the yellow-dressed lady repeated. Hearing the sound of the bugs which were closing anything, she didn't say anything. She repeated the name as though to remember the person who risked his life to save her, although they would probably will still die in the end. Yemo couldn't leave the girl behind. Watching the closing bugs, Yemo had no other choice but to drop his bag. He took out 2 bottles of pills, the brush Chi Wanqing gave him, the purple heartvine, and the silver heatgrass seeds. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took out another empty bottle before throwing the bag. Soon, the bag was bitten into oblivion by the millions of bugs. However, these bugs didn't even stop and continued to chase after Yemo. Without the cumbersome bag, Yemo's speed increased a lot, and eventually, it was about the same as the bugs. Yemo couldn't get rid of them, but they couldn't catch Yemo either. Only Yemo knew that with the current situation, he was at a disadvantage. These bugs could run for a few days, but he couldn't. With him carrying Luo Susu, perhaps a few hours later, he wouldn't be able to handle it anymore. He knew that he couldn't go on like this. Looking down on Luo Susu, he discovered that she had fainted once again. However, from her dry lips, he could tell she hadn't drunk water for a long time. Yemo felt guilty. She gave him water, yet she was thirsty to such an extent, but at the moment, he didn't have water to give her. Yemo really wanted to cut open his wrist and give her some of his blood, but he knew that even if he wanted to, the current situation would prevent him to do so. He was already in a life-or-death situation. And if he was to be injured, he would be giving himself to these bugs for dinner. Yemo couldn't continue like this. Suddenly, Hei turned around and stopped. However, these bugs didn't have any intention of stopping. Seeing Yemo stop, they swarmed him faster. Yemo raised his hand and a few fireballs flew out, exploding amongst the bugs and killing a big patch of them. Yemo rejoiced. He didn't think that the bugs in the desert would be afraid of fire. The outer layer of their skin seemed to have been covered in a layer of oil. They had no resistance against the fireball. Yemo's fireball was of the lowest grade, so he didn't expect it to be effective. Now that he found a way, Yemo was merciless. He continued to throw out fireballs after balls. These fireballs exploded again and again, and countless bugs were burned to death. The burnt bugs emitted a disgusting scent. making people want to vomit. However, these bugs didn't have any wisdom, and they still continued to swarm him. Guillermo estimated that his fireballs just then killed more than half of the evolved bugs. He wanted to kill some more, but the countless unevolved bugs followed up, and he could only continue to escape, since his chi wouldn't be able to keep up. Remaining still and releasing more fireballs wasn't a viable option. If he didn't reach the peak of the second level, he really wouldn't dare to do this. However, after Guillermo's ravaging, only 2,000 bugs that could keep up remained. Guillermo ran for a while and stopped releasing another few fireballs. When the bugs behind kept up, he started to run again. Using this tactic, Guillermo finally escaped from the horrifying bugs by dusk, but he was almost dehydrated. He opened his parched throat and continued to run for another 2 hours, afraid that these bugs would suddenly catch up. He was terrified of these disgusting creatures. When the sky was completely dark, Guillermo found a corroded wall. Without anything in hand, all he could do was to sit by the wall while carrying the unconscious Luo Susu. Guillermo knew that the reason why she was still unconscious was because of thirst. However, he didn't have water. After resting for another hour, Guillermo felt Luo Susu was really dehydrated, although she seemed to be strong, but she could very possibly die of dehydration. As such, after thinking it through, Guillermo cut open his wrist and pointed it at her mouth. Luo Susu drank a few mouthfuls and actually frowned. She didn't drink anymore, and Guillermo didn't force her. After all, he still needed to find a water source. Since Luo Susu was unconscious, he needed to conserve stamina, otherwise, they could only wait for their death. Guillermo took the bullet out from Luo Susu's shoulder and fed her another pill. He used his chi to help her soothe her wounds and felt really fatigued. Thus, he slept against the wall with Luo Susu in his arms. When the next day came, the sun shone brightly again. Guillermo felt he was fortunate that the Huyang tree root shadow didn't come. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. Guillermo had come to the desert for more than 10 days, and the weather was getting hotter. Guillermo knew that if he couldn't find a water source, let alone saving Luo Susu, even him wouldn't be able to get out of the desert. Soon, Luo Susu had woken up. She felt she was much better than yesterday, and she curiously looked at Guillermo. She wanted to get up and walk herself, but discovered that although she was better, she still couldn't move. Guillermo took out a biscuit and gave it to Luo Susu. Eat something first. Later on, we'll try to look for a water source or a way out. Luo Susu shook her head. At the moment, she didn't want to eat anything at all. She just glanced at her shoulder and realized that the bullet seemed to have been taken out. Seeing Luo Susu look at her shoulder, Guillermo was afraid that she would imagine things, so he quickly explained, "I've already taken out the bullet in your shoulder. Sorry, it's my fault. Those people were hunting me." Hearing that Guillermo took out the bullet, Luo Susu's pale face unexpectedly showed some ruddiness but disappeared quickly. She didn't continue talking, and instead closed her eyes once again, under the scorching sun. The temperature in the desert was over 50 degrees. Guillermo didn't want to talk, even he couldn't handle it now. He survived another day, but he was yet to find any water source. He was getting more and more withered. At night, Guillermo found a cave. Knowing that Luo Susu couldn't hold out much longer, he carried her inside it. Chapter 110, Bitter Well. In the wind-corroded caves, Guillermo looked at Luo Susu, who was getting worse by the minute. He was very worried, but he has withered himself. If he gave Luo Susu some more blood, perhaps he really wouldn't be able to hold on. Guillermo hated why he was just missing that little bit of spirit chi to break through. If he was on the 3rd level now, there would be no problems at all. His mind wandered as he seemed to see that yellow-dressed girl give more than half of her water to him. After a long time, the figure of the yellow-dressed girl appeared to merge with his master Luo Ing. He could no longer tell if she was Luo Ing or Luo Susu. Suddenly, Guillermo woke up once again. He knew he couldn't hold on any longer. But in his mind, he couldn't bear to watch the woman he brought agony die in front of his eyes. Thinking of this, Guillermo perseveringly slid open his wrists without hesitation and pointed it at Luo Susu's mouth. Guillermo's wounds healed very fast, but Guillermo had made up his mind. As soon as his injuries healed, he would slice it open again. He had this deep feeling in his heart that Luo Ing was Luo Susu. Otherwise, why would he fall for her so hard? He didn't know how many times he cut himself, but Guillermo felt a sudden sense of fatigue. He was aware that he was about to die. He didn't think that he still didn't walk out of this desert eventually. However, more intriguingly was that he died with a girl with surname Luo. Luo Susu, Luoing, Yimo had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought that he didn't belong here anyways. Since he was going and could die with the woman he fell for, he was satisfied. The moment he went unconscious, he didn't think about anything. It was just the figure of Luoing and Luo Susu in front of his eyes. One moment, it would be Luoing, another moment, it would be Luo Susu. Then, they merged. He didn't want to think. Regardless of whether it was Luoing or Luo Susu, he felt he was satisfied as long as he had one by his side. It was unknown how much time had passed, but when Luo Susu woke up, the moon was high in the sky. The whole cave was shone brightly by the moonlight. Suddenly, she realized that her face cover had been unveiled. Her heart skipped. But soon, she found that Yimo's wrist was still at her mouth. The wound had formed a scab. She carefully removed Yimo's hand to discover that Yimo had slept on the sand. He was unconscious. He had his other hand around her waist but still kept a smile on his mouth. Luo Susu eventually understood that she was saved by Yimo. If it wasn't for Yimo's blood, she would have been long dead. Yimo risked his life bringing her out of the sea of bugs and then used his own blood to save her. But why would Yimo save someone he just met? Was it just because she gave a bag of water to him? Other than Lanyu saving her life, for the first time, Luo Susu felt that she owed the young man in front of her. Although she might not live, but she still felt she owed him, even if she died immediately. Luo Susu had never been so close to a man before, much less being carried by one for 2 whole days and 1 night. The man below her had a pale face, but he was still smiling. She wondered what he was thinking about. Luo Susu extended her shaking hand and felt Yimo's face. Though there were some sand on it, his features were easily distinguished. There wasn't a bit of fat. The moment she touched his face, he suddenly gave her a sense of familiarity, but that feeling felt to be on the brink of existence and non-existence. Something that she just couldn't grasp. Did he die? Luo Susu suddenly felt melancholic. Although she hadn't found Ning Qingxue, she still repaid the debt she owed to Lanyu as she was going to lose her life in the desert. However, how could she pay back the debt she owed to a man who had already died? He used his own blood to save her. Although she was still going to die, she would die after him. Luo Susu couldn't understand why Yimo would save her. She even imagined that when the bugs caught up, Yimo would dump her instead of dumping his bag. If he didn't save Luo Susu, maybe he would still be alive. However, he dumped his bag instead of dumping her. Her heart that never felt a ripple suddenly ruptured for a stranger. Her memory was simple. From the age of 5, she was taken away to study some secret arts. 12 years later, she returned to thank Sister Lanyu once. The place she was at was the Hidden Doors. What she learned were the ancient Chinese martial arts. Those from the Hidden Doors were not allowed in the mortal world. In addition, the place she was at, the Peace Door, had to stay away from the ruckus of the human world. Thus, only she knew the hardship of her coming to help Lanyu. Other than repaying her debt to Lanyu, nothing else tying her to the mortal world. Thus, her memories before 5 years of living were city memories. Eventually, after that, it was Hidden Door memories, simple and innocent. Although she had a young heart, she would never have any emotional ripples. In her eyes, other than training, there was nothing else. But today, a strange man died for her, and for the first time, she felt moved. Not for anything else, just for his actions. The people from the Hidden Doors were cold and only focused on cultivation. No one would risk their lives to save another. But right now, Luo Susu met someone who was willing to give up his life to save her. Perhaps when he dropped that bag, he was already preparing for the worst. Why did he do that? Luo Susu felt that she almost couldn't control her emotions. She couldn't bear Yimo's death. Her eyes were cloudy. She knew this wasn't good for her, but she couldn't hold it. Susu, our way of cultivation is one that requires a serene heart. You must remember not to let anything affect your emotions. Refrain from joy, worry, anger, pain. You must not get too emotional. Her master's words seemed to be echoing by her ear. However, Luo Susu just couldn't control her sorrow. She didn't know how her master controlled herself, but she couldn't even control herself over the death of a stranger. How could this be? Even if she owed him a life and she was about to die, why was she so sad? Suddenly, her heart ached as though all her power was about to leave her. Spew. Luo Susu spewed out blood. Looking at the thick red stain on the ground, Luo Susu's eyes were filled with dim sorrow. Was this the side effects of her cultivation method? She looked down again at Guillermo, who had his eyes tightly closed. She still couldn't resist her tears as it fell onto his face and rolled into his mouth. Luo Susu suddenly thought if all her tears fell into his mouth, would he come back alive? Guillermo, in a boundless darkness, suddenly saw a clear well. He felt he was very thirsty and he jumped into the well. He drank all the water, but there was very little and it was bitter. He opened his mouth and waited for more of the bitter water. Luo Susu's hand suddenly felt Guillermo's heartbeat. Although it was very faint, but it was still there. He wasn't dead. Luo Susu suddenly rejoiced. If only she had more water. Luo Susu didn't even think before grabbing Guillermo's sword and slitting her wrist too. Blood immediately gushed out and she quickly pointed it to Guillermo's mouth. She wanted Guillermo to drink, but her blood was too viscous. Guillermo couldn't drink it. In desperation, Luo Susu shed tears again. She sucked from her own wrist and fed it to Guillermo's mouth. But with just that, she could no longer hold out and fell unconscious as well. Her blood was too thick and in just a moment, it coagulated. Guillermo felt that bitter well water suddenly become viscous. His mouth seemed to feel a softness. He subconsciously gulped and his dantian felt some heat. Guillermo was a bit conscious. He seemed to have noticed something and started to cultivate. He was getting more and more aware and was even sure that he was at the edge of a breakthrough. He wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Guillermo's chi continued to go through cycles of cultivation. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. That membrane which stopped Guillermo from reaching the 3rd level was getting thinner and thinner. Charging and charging again as well. Guillermo didn't have anything else in mind. He just wanted to break through that membrane. Luo Susu felt a warmth as well as something that seemed to calm her spirit. She opened her eyes, enjoying that sense. She felt that even if she died like this, she would be very peaceful. She was very grateful towards the young man who brought her away from the bugs, allowing her to choose such a peaceful way of death, but soon, she understood that Guillermo's body emitted this sense. Guillermo still didn't open his eyes. His face was still pale, but it had more blood than before. Luo Susu rejoiced. She knew she couldn't endure much longer, but if she could save this person, then she would have no regrets. She would have paid back everything and would be able to leave this world without any regrets. Then she had this sense that made her feel close to this man. She couldn't tell why she would feel such way. She slit open her wrist once again and sucked, passing the blood to Guillermo's mouth. Guillermo was at the critical moment of breaking through to 3rd level. He didn't expect such a thing to happen, but soon, he understood what woke him up. That viscous liquid in his dreams was Luo Susu's blood. That softness was her lips. He felt moved but just didn't know what that bitter water was. Other than his master Luo Ying, this was the first time Guillermo was moved by a woman. He didn't like to shed tears and never did, but now, his eyes felt sore. Guillermo wanted to stop Luo Susu's suicide, but he couldn't at this moment. He needed to focus all his effort on breaking through. Only then could he save both of them. Luo Susu suddenly raised her hand and wiped the tear from Guillermo's eye as she mumbled, "Sister, you said today is my birthday. I didn't think I would have my last birthday here." Then, she fell on Guillermo and fainted. Like Guillermo, she fainted with a smile on her face. Regardless of whether she could save Guillermo, she did all she could. She didn't know anyone and could leave without any regrets. Chapter 111, 3rd level chi gathering. At this moment, the chi in Guillermo's body had reached its max. Finally, he felt a rumble in multiple points of his chakra meridian. Immediately, he seemed lighter while feeling countless new chi forming in his dantian. Everything became clearer. His spirit sense nearly reached a range of 50 meters. Was this the 3rd stage of chi gathering? He held down the joint in his heart as he suddenly wanted to howl. Countless hopes, and he finally reached 3rd stage chi gathering. Suddenly, Guillermo remembered Luo Susu, who was still unconscious, in his arms. He thought about the hand she felt his face with and was struck with another fit of worry. He knew Luo Susu was on the brink of death. Guillermo immediately used a water ball magic, and a water ball filled with spirit chi formed in his hand. Guillermo put the water into an empty bottle and fed it to Luo Susu's mouth. However, Luo Susu couldn't drink the water in Guillermo's hand. Her face was pale and had a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her flawless face was like the goddess from heaven, making Guillermo's heart ache. Guillermo used another water ball to wash her face. He thought and started using his chi to help her recover her dried up life essence. Yemo only forcibly reached third stage in such a bad environment. He didn't even consolidate his power. If he was to help recover Luo Susu, it would be very hard, and with one mistake, he would break all his meridians. However, Yemo didn't care at all. Even if he was going to be useless, he would still save this woman, and there was something Yemo didn't dare to think about. In his heart, there was more than one that this girl and the figure of his master merged together. Yemo's spirit chi flowed incessantly into Luo Susu's body, helping her repair her meridians. If a cultivator were to see what Yemo was doing, he would think Yemo is crazy. A mere stage 3 chi gathering dared to do something like this. This was suicidal. Even a stage 6 wouldn't dare to use his own chi to repair meridians for others, yet Yemo did it when he was a mere stage 3. Yemo was indeed very tired now. He felt he was running out of spirit chi and once again felt the danger of lack of water. However, he knew he couldn't stop and wouldn't stop. Since he did it, he must save Luo Susu. Otherwise, his heart wouldn't be at rest for his entire life. Luo Susu had a long dream. She saw herself fall into a big fire pit as countless fire rushed towards her, consuming her. She felt she wanted to get out, but the fire prevented her. At this moment, a man helped her block the fire and take A to a cool forest. She really enjoyed the forest and didn't feel distressed at all. The annoying things in her body was soothed by the serenity of this place. Other than feeling a little thirsty, she really liked this place. I'm thirsty, Luo Susu said subconsciously. However, that man who helped her block the fire didn't turn around. She felt his body was shaking. What's wrong with you? I'm a bit thirsty, Luo Susu said once again. She believed that must be a lake in front. She only needed to scoop some water and she would be able to drink. However, she couldn't move. Finally, the man turned around. His face was pale and covered in sweat. He smiled at her. Go drink. Then, the man fell over. Luo Susu worried and hurried to hold up the man who saved her and blocked the fire. However, she stumbled and the man had disappeared. She also opened her eyes and felt she was still in Yemo's arms. However, other than feeling a little thirsty, she didn't feel any discomfort. She even felt comfortable, just like in her dreams. What happened? Why wasn't he awake? What happened to herself? She knew her situation. How did she suddenly get better? Luo Susu suddenly felt that there was something beside her hand. It was a full bottle of water. She exclaimed and wondered where this water came from. Why would it suddenly appear here? She couldn't explain it but didn't want to think. She opened the bottle and pointed the water at Yemo's mouth. At the same time, she wiped sweat from Yemo's forehead. Was it he who blocked the fire in her dreams? Yemo finally felt water. He drank a few mouthfuls and opened his eyes. He looked at Luo Susu, who fed him water, and smiled happily. He finally succeeded. Although he used up all his spirit chi and was in a rather dangerous situation, he didn't fail eventually. He successfully saved Luo Susu. And her cultivation would be faster. Too bad she didn't cultivate. If only she could cultivate with him. You're awake. Luo Susu looked with joy at Yemo, who had just opened his eyes. For the first time, she felt that there was joy in this world. Drink some water too. I don't need it. I just need to rest for a bit. Then, Yemo closed his eyes and recovered his spirit chi. Luckily, he was just extremely fatigued and didn't injure his foundation. Luck amongst luck. Perhaps this was good fortune for those who do good deeds. Seeing Imazuri close his eyes, Luo Susu knew there was no major problems with him, and so she took the bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. It was cool and a faint sweet taste. Water was very tasty. She had never drunk water that was this good before. After drinking, she suddenly realized that Yemo had drunk from this before. But then, she shook her head. She had already kissed him. So what? However, Luo Susu didn't drink much. Although she was very thirsty and wanted to drink more, she still had to leave some for Yemo. And she still wanted to ask Yemo where this water came from. Yemo closed his eyes and started recovering his chi. Luo Susu looked at him but didn't disturb him. She also saw there was a bag of biscuits on the side. She gave that to Yemo and didn't expect him to still have it now. In order to recover her strength, she took one and ate it while waiting for Yemo to wake up. Although it had been more than an hour and Emo still didn't wake up, Luo Susu didn't seem worried at all, because she could tell from Emo's breathing, which gradually calmed down. Although she didn't know what chi art Emo was cultivating, she could tell it wouldn't be worse than the one she used. When Emo woke up, the sky was already bright and a night passed just like that. He looked at Luo Susu, who had gotten out of his arms and sat on the side, feeling very happy that she was really well. Other than some weakness, her body had completely recovered. What made Emo surprised and joyful at the same time was that Luo Susu didn't wear her face cover anymore. Instead, she took a bottle of water and looked at him quietly. Emo saw Luo Susu's out-of-this-world complexion and was actually stunned. However, Luo Susu passed the water in her hand to Emo. "You drink some too, thanks for saving me yesterday." Although she didn't know how Emo saved her, she knew that she wouldn't be alive if Emo didn't save her. Emo suddenly smiled and said, "Drink the water first, then we'll celebrate your birthday." "However, I don't have a birthday present for you. Tell me, what present do you want the most now?" Luo Susu stopped for a moment, but she immediately realized that Emo must have heard her talk to herself to know that today was her birthday. She looked at Emo's genuine smile and seemed to be influenced by it. She also became joyful. For the first time, she said cheekily, "If the heavens could give me a small pond, even if it was just the size of a ball, it would be my happiest moment now." Then, she subconsciously looked at her body that was full of blood and dirt. She really did hope there was water so she could clean herself. Emo smiled and said, "Wait here for me, I'll be back soon." Then, he turned and went into the cave. Luo Susu looked at Emo's back and actually felt a faint reluctance for him to leave. But soon, she removed this emotion from her head. Her way of cultivation forbade having such distractions. If she did have other thoughts, she may even do damage to herself, much less cultivate this art. So those who cultivate the serene heat art will never feel emotional towards other things. This was also why it was very hard for her to come out. Because as soon as she was tied by the things in the mortal realm, it would be hard for her to progress in cultivation. Luo Susu sighed. She was lost in thought. She had Yemo's blood in her body and Yemo also had her blood. She was saved by Yemo and Yemo was saved by her. Was there really no ties between them? But no matter what, she decided to never come out again after she went back. Perhaps she really shouldn't have come out this time. When she went back, she would tell Sister Lanyu that it would be very hard for her to come out again. Then, she thought about Yemo. This young man gave her such a deep-etched feeling. He seemed to have this metaphysical yet serene feeling on him. She really enjoyed staying with him, and ever since she woke up that feeling was growing more intense. He even gave her a faint sense of familiarity. That familiarity definitely wasn't because she saved him before and stayed with him in hardship. It was a real familiarity, and that made her feel very bewildered. Perhaps she knew him from their past life, Luo Susu thought. She would never show any feelings towards any man and wouldn't even talk to them. But the thing she did for Yemo was way past her bottom line. She didn't even to look back on that, and he was mysterious. He could actually revive her and get a bottle of water. It was as though he would always have a way to do things when staying with him. Chapter 112, Birthday Present. Of course Yemo didn't go to a very far place. He just dug a ditch a foot deep with an area of half a square meter on the hard rock inside the cave. Then, he continued to use his chi to convert spirit chi to clear water. Other than those that were sucked away by the rock, he used a whole half an hour to fill this ditch up. When Yemo returned to the cave, Luo Susu had already stood at the entrance of the cave looking around as if a normal woman looking for her husband's return. She wanted Yemo to come back earlier. Without Yemo, she felt emptiness and loneliness. She had never felt this before. Even when she was in the desert by herself for many days, she didn't feel like this, but today, Yemo only left for half an hour and she was having this feeling, "You're back." Seeing Yemo, Luo Susu felt joy from the bottom of her heart, but when the words came to her mouth, she could only say these few bland words, "Aha." Yemo nodded and smiled. Luo Susu felt Yemo's smile was very authentic and looked very nice, so she couldn't help but to smile too. Yemo had never seen Luo Susu smile. He only knew that she was extraordinarily beautiful without smiling. But now that she did, she was like the goddess from the heavens descending upon the earth. Yemo was lost in that smile and couldn't help to think of a poem. Looking back and charming the world with a smile, all the women in the royal palace looked colorless in comparison. Perhaps this poem wasn't suitable because Luo Susu's smile didn't have the seductive sense of charm,
but it made Yemo lose his spirit.
Her smile was purely natural without a speck of dust. It was like a clear well or like a fresh spring breeze. Luo Susu blushed being looked at Yemo like that. Just when she wanted to say something, Yemo seemed to remember what he wanted to say. Susu, come with me.
Susu?
Luo Susu didn't object with what Yemo called her. She even wanted to ask where Yemo called her master the first time he saw her, but she eventually didn't ask. She didn't have too much curiosity. Yemo suddenly held Luo Susu's hand and ran towards that clear well he dug up. Luo Susu was shocked and was about to pull out her hand, but before she could, Yemo had already released it and pointed at that clear well and said, "Happy birthday. This is the birthday gift the heavens told me to give you, do you like it?" Luo Susu stared dumbfoundedly at the pool of water in front of her. She couldn't suppress the joy and excitement in her heart for a long time. Was this really the birthday present the gods gave her? Otherwise, how could there be a pool of clear water in such a blazing sun? And the stone was very hard. It couldn't be man-made, thank you, Yi. Luo Susu suddenly turned around and looked at Yemo. She couldn't say any more. She once again felt the urge to shed tears. She even felt her power regressing, but she couldn't hold the joy in her heart. It wasn't purely because of this pool of water. It was when she wanted this pool of water the most, the water appeared right in front of her eyes. The thing that was impossible to attain appeared right in front of her. Susu, our serene door must stay away from joy, concern, anger, sadness. But today, she felt sad, felt happy, cried and even fed a man with her mouth. Only today, she felt these emotions and she felt she was a normal person. She didn't want to think about those roles and didn't want those chains. Perhaps even if she wanted them, it would be when she got back to the serene door. She didn't dare to ask where this water came from. She was afraid that if she asked, she would wake up from this dream and this water would disappear forever. This was her first birthday present and her favorite one. Unfortunately, she couldn't take it away with her. Luo Susu walked beside the pond and scooped up water, drinking it. It had the same taste as before. There was a faint sweetness and a clean, refreshing smell. Luo Susu wanted to wash herself. She turned around but found that Yemo had already left. She felt gratitude towards him once again and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, Yemo, thank you for your birthday present." She didn't think about how Yemo got this pond of water and didn't think why it would be here. She was already satisfied and didn't want to doubt something she got so hard. Yemo stood by himself at the entrance of the cave waiting for Luo Susu. He suddenly thought if Luo Susu would be his master? But then, he immediately shook his head. Luo Susu obviously didn't have the same situation as him. She was herself, the same as her 20 years ago, but even knowing that she wasn't his master Luoing, Yemo still couldn't face her with a calm heart. And Yemo kept this thought at the bottom of his heart that what if she was Luoing? Seeing Luo Susu wash up and come back, Yemo's eyes brightened up. He couldn't help but to be in complete awe for her. She didn't change clothes, didn't have any makeup, but one couldn't tell she had been in the desert for many days. He really didn't know how she did that with just water. She still didn't wear a face cover but held a bottle of water in her hand. Yemo didn't take the water from Luo Susu's hand, but instead passed a few biscuits to her and said, "This is what you gave me, you should eat a few too." "I'm going out, what about you?" Luo Susu took the biscuit and nodded. "Mei-chum, we'll go out together." Perhaps. She didn't continue talking and paused for a bit before saying, "Did those men with guns come for you? Do you need me to help you?" Yemo shook his head and smiled, "I won't need your help for those people, let's go." Luo Susu didn't ask a second time. Since Yemo didn't need her help, it meant he had his ways. On the way, Yemo didn't ask Luo Susu what she was doing here and neither did Luo Susu. It was as though they just met. The return journey was very fast with Luo Susu's guidance. By night time, they had already arrived by a road. Although this was still inside the desert, they only needed to follow the road and they would be able to leave the desert. The Nanchang people seemed to have disappeared. Yemo and Luo Susu had reached a public road and there was not even one from Nanchang. However, they did meet another group that was going into the desert for adventure. It was already dusk time when Yemo met them. The group saw it was just the two of them and that they just came out of the desert without any equipment. the group provided a tent and some food and water for them. Luckily, it was dusk and Luo Susu's complexion didn't show, otherwise, it would cause a rupture. With these things, Luo Susu and Emo didn't seem to be in a hurry anymore. Although they didn't talk much on the way, sometimes, they didn't even talk for a whole day, they liked this feeling of serenity, and what made Luo Susu even more grateful was that Emo had never entered the tent, he was always outside. Even when she told him to come in and rest, he wouldn't come in, or he came in for a while and left. Even the time Luo Susu slept, her heart was very peaceful, because she knew Emo was just outside the tent. Ning Qingxue and Shi Wanqing searched the desert for many days with the help of their group but still didn't have any news of Emo. Their supplies were almost used up and the weather was getting hotter. Although Ning Qingxue and Shi Wanqing wasn't too keen, they could only follow the group out. The next time they could look, it would be near May to June. That wasn't a time when one can just come and leave the desert. Qingxue, look, there are people sleeping outside at the border of the desert. This is so romantic. The closest hotel is only 6 kilometers away. Although Qi Wanqing also wanted to find Emo as soon as possible, Ning Qingxue seemed glum, so she tried to find some conversation to cheer her up. Ning Qingxue looked at the tent in the desert but she was immediately stunned. The person at the door of the tent was Emo. She suddenly felt her nose to be sour. She had looked arduously for half a month, but saw Emo just when she left the desert. Was the heavens taking pity on her? Qingxue, what's wrong? Shi Wanqing saw Ning Qingxue's tears and looked over at the tent. It really was Emo and he was standing right outside. It's brother Yi. Shi Wanqing suddenly felt as though she was going to suffocate. She was stunned and finally remembered to tell the driver to stop after a long time. Just when Shi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue charged off the car, they immediately stopped their steps. This was because a woman came out of the tent. She was actually living in the same tent with Emo. I'm going. Luo Susu's words were very simple, as though countless words weren't as meaningful as these few, I know. Emo seemed bitter. He didn't know how to describe his current feeling. Silence, it was a suffocating silence. After a long time, Emo said once again, can I go look for you? Luo Susu didn't speak and suddenly took out a silk cloth and gave it to Emo. Help me wear it. Emo helped Luo Susu put it on and Luo Susu suddenly took the bottle of water Emo gave to her. I'll take this. Don't look for me, you won't find me. If you find me, it would do harm to us both. I won't say goodbye. Thank you for giving me the happiest birthday. Emo fell silent. She thanked him not for saving her, but for giving her a birthday present. Chapter 113, People always meet at departure. Looking at Emo help Luo Susu put on the face cover, Ning Qingxue suddenly stopped in her steps. Emo didn't notice her at all. Instead, he focused on helping the woman wear the face cover. It was as though there was only the woman standing in front of him in this entire world. The bitterness in Qi Wanqing's heart was as vicious as Ning Qingxue. She also stopped her steps towards Emo as she looked at Emo and that girl, not knowing what to do. She didn't know their relationship, but they seemed so intimate. However, Qi Wanqing thought for a while but still walked over. Seeing Qi Wanqing walk towards Emo, Ning Qingxue also collected herself. She suddenly thought, why would she be like that? Emo married her to help her, why would she feel uncomfortable? If Emo had someone he liked, she should be happy. She didn't want to marry Emo because she loved him, instead it was because she was grateful towards him. Was it really like that though? She didn't dare to ask herself and she didn't have the answer either. At least, she knew she wasn't able to become happy now. Ning Qingxue? Qi Wanqing? How are you guys here? Emo finally saw the two who came up. Ning Qingxue and Qi Wanqing could both only say one word. How should they talk? Were they going to say they came to the desert to look for Emo because they missed them? However, Emo was no longer the same Emo. His EQ was no longer infinitely low. He could see what they meant. He could tell they came to the desert because of him. Qi Wanqing knew he was coming to the desert, but how did Ning Qingxue know? How did they know each other? You are Qingxue? Luo Susu suddenly asked, her tone was very plain. Yes, and you are? Ning Qingxue looked at this woman in surprise. Although she wore a cover, that beauty and figure even made Ning Qingxue feel insecure. She could imagine how stunningly beautiful this girl was once she took off her face cover. Ji Wanqing was also obviously attracted by Luo Susu. Even girls had a good impression of her naturally, much less men. Thinking about this, she looked at Yi Mo and sighed. Excellent people would always be found by others. She could find Yi Mo, but so could other people. I'm Luo Susu. Luo Susu's eyes flashed a look of relaxation as she said plainly, "You are my aunt?" Ning Qingxue finally understood that this woman was her aunt. The woman who lived in the same tent with her official husband was her aunt. Her eyes disclosed a sliver of disappointment. Meanwhile, her heart was in a mess, although this aunt wasn't related to her, but it was still her aunt. She didn't think she would love the same man as her aunt. Ning Qingxue suddenly stopped thinking. Did she like Yi Mo? Although she didn't want to admit this. But she had to eventually admit that her care for Yi Mo had exceeded more than just guilt and gratitude. Yi Mo and Ji Wanqing both didn't expect that Luo Susu was Ning Qingxue's aunt. The atmosphere became awkward. Luo Susu didn't like talking, so after seeing Ning Qingxue was fine, she blandly said, "Qingxue, your mother is very worried about you. You should call home and tell them you're out of the desert." Ning Qingxue lowered her head and said, "I got it, aunt." "Yi brother, did you finish your things?" Ji Wanqing saw things were awkward, so she asked. Yi Mo nodded. "It's done, I'm preparing to leave." "Okay, then let's go together on the car," Ji Wanqing smiled and said. Luo Susu shook her head. "No need, Qingxue, tell your mother then after I go back." Luo Susu paused and eventually didn't say that she wasn't coming out again. Before Ning Qingxue could reply, Luo Susu looked at Yi Mo and said again, "I'm going." There was just those simple words without any other expressions. She knew that after this farewell, they would perhaps never see each other again. Although she felt some reluctance to leave, Luo Susu simply thought how Yi Mo saved her and gave her the happiest birthday present, which created this certain feeling. As long as she went back and cultivated, she could find her mental state once again and not be troubled by these things. As time progressed, she would perhaps forget about it. Yi Mo looked at Luo Susu's gradually disappearing figure and felt a faint sense of sadness. He really wanted to go up and say don't go, and just cultivate with me, but he couldn't find any reason to. Although Luo Susu looked very docile and silent, she had her own opinion on things. Finally, Luo Susu's figure disappeared. Yi brother, she had left. Ji Wanqing saw Yi Mo was still staring at the path Luo Susu left, so she could only remind him, "Oh, she already left?" Yi Mo suddenly woke up and saw Ji Wanqing and Ning Qingxue staring at him. He could only awkwardly say, "I was lost in thought just then." Ning Qingxue lowered her head as if not wanting to talk while Ji Wanqing sighed. Seeing their expression, Yi Mo coughed and asked, "How are you two together?" Ji Wanqing quickly adjusted herself and told about how she and Ning Qingxue went to Flowing Snake to look for him. Yi Mo looked at Ning Qingxue in surprise. He didn't expect her to go look for him at Flowing Snake. That wasn't a place a girl should go. It seemed that Feng Nan was a good person. He remembered that night when he treated Ning Qingxue and heard that she was well prepared and couldn't help but to feel guilty. Thinking about this, Yi Mo could only say, "Actually, some things aren't what you think they are. Don't go to a place like Flowing Snake again." If something happened, Yi Mo didn't know how to explain it to her. "Sorry, Yi Mo, I just wanted to find you and apologize. I know many things weren't as I thought they were, and I. Ning Qingxue didn't know where to start and began to cry. She suddenly felt she was really weak and couldn't help herself when she saw Yi Mo. The thing Yi Mo was scared of the most was women crying, like Ning Qingxue right now. He didn't know what to do and could only stand there awkwardly. If he didn't hear her last words that night, he would be better, but after hearing that, his opinion of her greatly changed. Plus, Ning Qingxue risked her life to protect that silver heartgrass. No matter what reason, he was grateful to her from the bottom of his heart, seeing the atmosphere solidify once again. Ji Wanqing said, "You brother, why don't we get on the car and talk as we go?" Ning Qingxue also looked at Yi Mo hopefully. She really wanted to go back to that house again, but she knew the chances were too slim. Yi Mo shook his head and said, "I won't come with you guys. I still have other things to do. We'll separate here, we'll see each other again if fate brings us together." After knowing Ji Wanqing and Ning Qingxue's intentions, Yi Mo didn't want to stay here with them anymore. Originally, he didn't have any feelings for the two.
Now that there was a Luo Susu, he had less space in his heart. You're going now?
Ning Qingxue suddenly felt her tone was shaky.
She just suddenly thought of a sentence. I'm finally losing him again. Suddenly, she thought about when did she ever had him. Yes, I'm going.
Yemo seemed to feel that his tone was the same as when Luo Susu left and felt it to be too simple, so he continued, you two should go back earlier.
It's too dangerous in the desert. Sometimes, there are even things that can't be stopped by human force.
He thought of the human eating bugs. If they came, even a train would be devoured, much less cars. I know.
I'll go back immediately.
Although Ning Qingxue was very disappointed that Yemo didn't leave with them and saw him being very intimate with her aunt, she calmed down now. Perhaps, what was hers will always be hers. But what wasn't hers wasn't something she could get by force, although she felt bitter, but she had some unforgettable memories. After all, she lived with him for more than 20 days. Seeing his gradually departing figure, Ning Qingxue suddenly thought of what would have happened if she didn't break the marriage pact.
Would he still leave like this?
Thinking about this, Ning Qingxue shook her head. She was the one who left, but she didn't expect she would catch feelings for him while using him as a shield. Why didn't she care before? Perhaps sometimes, what people say are incredulous. Yi brother, if you have time, remember to go to Luotsang, my cousin's company. Ji Wanqing hurried to say, seeing that GMO was getting far away. She was much better than Ning Qingxue. Although she also had those intentions for Yemo never promised her anything, and the moment she saw Luo Susu, she believed that only someone like her could be a match for brother Yi. I know. Yemo's voice traveled from the distance, and soon he increased his speed and disappeared. Yemo's voice still echoed beside their ears, but he was long gone. Ning Qingxue and Qi Wanqing stood there for a long time before Qi Wanqing said, Qingxue, he already left, we should leave too. Then, the two no longer had the interest to talk anymore. In the morning, the sun just crawled up shining on Ning Qingxue and Qi Wanqing, dragging out a long shadow on the sand. Although there were two, they both seemed exceptionally lonely. Chapter 114, Nanqing Langji. The reason Yemo didn't go with Ning Qingxue and Qi Wanqing was because it was time for him to get revenge from Nanchang. They hunted him and even almost killed Luo Susu. If he didn't teach Chen Longtu a lesson, then he wouldn't be called Yemo, and there was no need for him to cultivate. He was already at third stage Qi gathering now. Not only was his fireball art stronger, he could also use other magic such as invisibility, wind blade, windsurfing, and so on. He had once reached foundation establishment, so he didn't even need to practice these magic. He only needed to have the power. And he would be able to release it. He knew that Qian Longtu was watching him near the desert. Perhaps as soon as he showed up, there would be people to take him to Qian Longtu very soon. Yemo didn't think wrong. As soon as he left the desert, he didn't even enter the hotel. He was watched once again. However, Yemo wasn't the same Yemo half a month ago. He was worrying Qian Longtu wasn't going to come and find him, but now that there were people watching him, he gladly welcomed them. Yemo entered a hotel, took a hot shower and got something to eat before sleeping. It had been a long time, so he estimated that Nanchang had already gathered the people they needed, as expected. Just when Yemo was prepared to go out and buy some clothes for changing, he was once again stopped. The five men looked at Yemo as though he was a dead man. Yemo knew they had no concerns. Even if they opened fire in the public, Nanchang could probably deal with it. If you know what's good, then come with us. Otherwise, don't blame us if we shoot here. The man at the front had long hair. When this man spoke, he didn't have any expression on his face. It was as though he didn't speak those words. Yemo knew they were sure he was the one they were looking for. Yemo looked down at his tattered clothes. He wanted to change, but there was nowhere to buy. He did have more than 1,000 on him though. They were already prepared for Yemo's resistance and take him away by force, but unexpectedly, Yemo said slowly, since we're going, then hurry up and lead the way. What are you waiting here for? Did Chen Longtu die? You. The man wanted to attack as soon as he heard Yemo's words, but was stopped by the man beside him. This man also sneered at Yemo. I hope you can still be so tough on the mouth not long after. Get on the car. It was a normal business car that didn't even have a brand. The five men looked at each other when Yemo got on the car without any alarm. Soon, there were 4 people who sat beside Yemo surrounding him. The other man quickly drove off with the car.
Originally, they thought Yemo would definitely not just surrender like this since he was so ferocious.
As soon as Yemo had any resistance, they were prepared to go subjugate him at once. This was because all 5 of them were masters among masters. They weren't the rookies who went after Yemo in the desert. However, what made them more shocked was that Yemo actually just closed his eyes and started sleeping. The men looked at each other. They didn't understand if Yemo was asking to die or he was just thick-headed. One of the men suddenly raised the gun in his hand and the other 3 all nodded. Although Yemo had surrendered, it would be better if they could shoot him and just make sure he didn't die. However, before he raised his gun, the few men saw that the man who raised the gun had already fell into the seat. There was blood flowing out from his forehead. Between his eyebrows, there was a hole where blood poured out. The few men looked at their member who fell down in shock and couldn't speak for a long time. It was as though the hole on his head was natural. It was as though it just grew there ever since he picked up his gun. Yemo opened his eyes and scanned the people. If anyone else dares to touch a gun, this what'll happen to you. Then, he closed his eyes and started meditating again. The man who was driving almost crashed the car onto the side of the road after losing concentration. Meanwhile, cold sweat trickled down the backs of the other men uncontrollably. Their foreheads started to sweat as well. What just happened? He almost didn't move with his eyes closed, yet one of their members with a gun was killed, and he was even killed with a metal nail in the head. It seemed that they were nothing different to the rookies who hunted after Yemo before in his eyes. He was never afraid to begin with. He was planning to look for trouble at their base. Thinking about the traceless metal nail, the man on the wheel was starting to shiver. The car fell into a deadly silence.
No one dared to talk. Yemo's power had greatly exceeded their expectations.
It wasn't something they could defend against. They could already imagine that Yemo only needed to move his hand and the person he disliked would definitely die under a metal nail. After a long time, their breathing finally calmed down. Perhaps it was because the person who came this time was Lang Ji. Lang Ji's surname was originally Lang, but because he was so savage, he acquired the surname of Lang. 10 years ago, in order to avenge a brother in Macau, he charged into one of the 3 biggest gangs in Macau, Sea Shark Gang, and killed more than 23 gang members including a master who had reached yellow level. Meanwhile, he was only lightly injured. After escaping, he met Shen Longtu who was at a Macau casino. Shen Longtu approved of Lang Ji greatly and took him in. Now, he was one of the 3 strongest people in Nanchang and the most savage among the group. Some have speculated that Lang Ji's power had reached middle stage of yellow level. However, no one knows because those who have seen him attack were all dead. This time, Shen Longtu sent Lang Ji to the desert to blockade Yemo. From this, it could be seen how much he hated Yemo. Although Yemo did kill one of them easily, and they didn't even see the action of Yemo killing, but everyone knew of Lang Ji's power. As long as they gave Yemo to him, they believed that Yemo would be no match for Lang Ji no matter how strong he was. Lang Ji had exceeded the range of normal masters. They have also heard that masters that have reached a level was not someone normal martial artists could hold against. As such, once they calmed down, they returned to normal. Yemo didn't decide to kill much people. Nanchang had this much people that even he wasn't able to kill them all. Plus, he didn't have much enmity with the other members of Nanchang. He only needed to teach Shen Longtu a lesson. Yemo will make Shen Longtu know that a cultivator wasn't someone to be so easily hunted. The car was getting faster and faster. The driver wanted to bring Yemo to Lang Ji as soon as possible. Perhaps Yemo was too terrifying. He killed someone with a metal nail without moving. Perhaps only masters like Lang Ji could suppress Yemo's fire. Yemo didn't worry at all. No matter how fast the car was driving, he was still meditating with his eyes closed. Even if the car drove off a cliff now, he could still escape. Although these people didn't know where Yemo got his confidence from, they were more confused by Yemo's calmness. Even if he wasn't afraid of attacks, was he not afraid of the car falling off the cliff? However, they didn't worry for long. It wasn't even an hour before the car drove into a town. The town produced a lot of jade. It was a town near the desert. However, it didn't have a long history and the streets were empty. The car twisted and turned before eventually entering a manor. The manor was very luxurious and had 2 rows of wutong trees, which gave it a high-class feeling.
Yemo only understood how big this place was after getting out of the car.
Just by seeing how there were 2 rows of buff men standing outside the place, he knew this was probably one of the biggest gathering places for Nanxing. He didn't need someone to lead, and he just walked into the house himself.
Instead of a house, it might be better to say this was a meeting room. However, it just didn't have a round table. The area wasn't large and didn't even have seats.
There were also people standing on the 2 sides, but there was only 12 of them. These people looked more ferocious than the people in the yard. Of course, there were no seats just for the people below. At the very top, there sat a man with a woman beside him. The man had a few scars on his face, but the worst was a knife scar on his forehead. It was like a centipede was staying there. Meanwhile, the woman was only in her 20s and played with a small knife. When Yemo came in, she seemed to be still paying attention to her knife and didn't notice at all that a person had come in. The knife scar man saw Yemo come in but didn't say anything.
He examined Yemo and then said, "You're very cocky. You dare to kill my men now? Do you know what the scariest thing in the world is? Young man, do you think it's death?"
"I know you're not afraid of death, but I have 100 ways for you to crave death."
Yemo sneered. "Congratulations, you are right. Thus, I need you to send a message to Qianlong too.
Tell him to wash his neck clean."
"Oof.
You got balls, but I hope you still do later. You will regret it."
Hearing Yemo's words, Lang Ji was extremely furious.
Up until he entered this career, there had not been a young man who dared to be so cocky to him, but before he could stand up, Yemo walked up and coldly said, "Piss off."
"You." Even with Lang Ji wanting to see Yemo beg for mercy, he couldn't endure Yemo's arrogance.
Yemo wanted to sit in his seat, so he didn't hesitate to raise his fists and punch towards Yemo. The fist broke through the air, making sounds that even people on the sides could distinctly hear. They couldn't help but to gasp at Lang Ji's power. This was a rare phenomena. 1. First, Lang is a homonym. Second, Lang means wolf. Chapter 115, Intimidation. Lang Ji was very pleased with this punch. No one had dared to take a punch directly from him because if they did, he wouldn't need to attack a second time.
However, what made Lang Ji feel more satisfaction was that Yemo actually grabbed towards his fist. "You're asking to die?" Lang Ji sneered.
He already heard his men's reports and knew Yemo's cockiness and also knew of his power.
However, this person dared to catch his fist.
This was no different to suicide. This guy was indeed cocky, but he didn't want to kill Yemo immediately. He wanted to torture this young man. However, the truth didn't unfold as he wished. Yemo's hand looked very slow, but it just managed to grab his fist. And Yemo's hands seemed to suddenly grow bigger. There was a fit of cracking sound and Lang Ji looked at his fists in disbelief. Forgetting the pain, he realized the sound actually came from his fists. He clearly saw that Yemo's palm was more than 10 centimeters away from his fist, but it was still crushed. Oh, not crushed, rather, it was crunched into a soft flab. Arg. Bone-screeching pain passed up and Lang Ji could no longer resist but to yell. Yemo raised his leg and kicked Lang Ji flying out. Meanwhile, he walked up to the chair and sat down.
"Kill him."
Before Lang Ji finished his words, multiple men were ready to shoot at Yemo. Yemo's movement was simple. He flung out tens of nails, and all those who prepared to charge or open fire were either shot in the forehead or in the throat. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left in the room dumbfounded. Other than the woman and Lang Ji, 9 people were killed in a few breaths. Despite being in excruciating pain, Lang Ji was still dazed. The pain on his hands was no longer important. What was important was that the man in front was too terrifying. The strongest person he had seen was that Xian Taoist, the second in command of the Metal River Gang. But if he were to be compared with Yemo, he seemed a little bit off. It was said that Xian Taoist's martial arts was at a very high stage. It was said that he was almost reaching black level, but even with a Taoist like that, he still felt Yemo was stronger. Moreover, he was also a martial artist who was about to reach middle stage of yellow level. This was only because he found a poverty-stricken ancient martial artist as a teacher when he was young. With his continued hard work, he finally attained his status today. However, he would have never expected that he wouldn't even be able to receive a single move from this young man. More importantly, Yemo's speed was too horrifying. It seemed that even guns were useless against him. That young girl seemed to have just discovered Yemo. She no longer had the spirit to play with the knife in her hands. Instead, she gazed at the ground full of corpses, and then at Lang Ji. Then without any sign, she flung her hand and the knife had become a white ray of light that shot towards Yemo's neck. Her knife had killed people stronger than Lang Ji because they wouldn't have the time to dodge. Yemo suddenly raised his hand and another metal nail flung out. The metal nail clunked against the blade. The blade fell to the ground, but the metal nail didn't stop and continued shooting towards the woman's wrist, before the woman had reacted. The metal nail passed through her wrist. After a few drops of blood, the girl's face was pale as a heart-wrenching pain passed on. She knew that this wasn't the most important, but instead that her hand was now disabled. The flying knife she was renowned for wouldn't fly anymore. You destroyed my hand? You. The girl was suddenly angry. Perhaps it would be better for her to accept death than the disabling of her hand. At least after death, she wouldn't be able to think. But without her hand, she would rather die than live. Oh, I can't destroy it? Then I'll chop it off. Yemo raised his hand again. No one saw what he flung out, but those few who didn't die had a spooky feeling. The woman couldn't react at all and just felt her arm cool. Then, she saw a shocking event. Her hand, along with her forearm, fell on the ground. She was dazed. However, Lang Ji reacted and quickly used his healthy hand to seal the blood vessel on this girl's arm. But even so, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. At this moment, Lang Ji turned around and looked at Yemo in fear. He didn't even see what Yemo used to cut her hand. This man was too out of this world. The chairman must not have thought that the person he was trying to catch was someone like this. For those who tried to kill him, Yemo was merciless. This woman was ruthless and wanted his life as soon as she attacked. This woman finally understood that her hand and arm was sliced off. She looked at Yemo in fear, no longer having her previous rage. She knew that this person could kill her like a chicken. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Yemo looked at that woman and said. Seeing that woman no longer dared to say anything, he continued, it's because you seem to have something you rely on. I'll let you live. Go back and get whatever you rely on. I'll finish it once and for all. Oh, I'm called Yemo, don't forget. And Yemo turned to Lang Ji and said, do you know why I also didn't kill you? Lang Ji subconsciously shook his head. He was dumbfounded by Yemo's terrifying power. Yemo smiled because I need you to send a message to Qianlong too. Tell him, he shouldn't have hunted me. I will go visit him. Oh, and I killed his son. Yemo then looked at the remaining 3 men and said, do you know why I didn't kill you guys? This time, he didn't wait for them to reply and said once again, because I need you to clean up the corpses on the ground. There are 9, so pile them up now. I don't like wasting time. Then, Yemo no longer spoke. The remaining 3 acted very fast. They quickly piled the bodies together. Yemo stood up and suddenly formed countless hand signs with his fingers. Breaths of scorching fire descended on the corpses. He was actually shooting out fireballs, now that Yemo was stage 3 chi gathering. His fireballs could easily destroy the corpses. He destroyed these corpses for 2 reasons. One was to destroy the evidence, and the other to give Lang Ji a warning. But after shooting out 10 fireballs at once, even Yemo was a bit tired. Afterwards, he looked at the dazed people and coldly said, go back and tell Qianlong too, after I'm done with my errands, I will go visit him. Then he used an invisibility magic and disappeared. Seeing Yemo just blow fireballs and destroy the corpses, Lang Ji and the others already turned into stone. But now, he even disappeared into thin air. The 3 men who had been pulling bodies finally couldn't handle it and fainted. They could kill people and hack people. But those were ordinary people. The occurrence before them was already extraordinary. Although Lang Ji was stronger than them, even he couldn't handle the situation. Even Xian Taoist wouldn't be able to fire fireballs and suddenly disappear. The chairman actually got into conflict with such a person. Was he even a person? That woman like Lang Ji was scared speechless by Yemo's powers. If someone like him really went to visit his boss wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 1,000 lives. After a long time, Lang Ji finally reacted and yelled, quick! Stop all pursuit on Yemo and Shering. These 2 are the same. Take the recording today, I'm going back immediately.
Lang Ji shouted nonstop until all the men outside came in.
When he was fully awake, he made haste to return and no longer dared for his men to hunt Yemo because they weren't even enough for exercise. He even suspected if his boss's army was enough to subdue Yemo. Of course, Yemo intentionally did that to let Qianlong Tu know not to hunt him anymore. Even if it didn't concern him, Yemo was fearless. He believed that there was people stronger than him, but there wouldn't be much. Furthermore, even if there was, they wouldn't be able to kill him. But at this moment, the Yi family in Beijing was gloomy. It was because the family's company in Europe and America suffered heavy damage. Not only did the new cooperation partners leave, even the old partners started to leave and distance themselves. Although the Yi family's enterprise was managed by the second in power He Liangfu, the ones who really benefited was the Yi family.
He Liangfu was the only one in the second generation to follow his mother's surname.
Now that many business were stumped, he was the most affected. If a large family was no longer supported by business income, then this family would be set to go downhill. If their business was only partially damaged overseas, then their business in Africa and Hong Kong was unbearable to see. Their personnel frequently disappeared in Africa, and their largest clothes factory was forced to shut down. Comparatively, their situation in China was better. The difference between the Yi family meeting and the Song family meeting was that the master was still the old man Yi Beirong. The Yi family situation was obviously worse than the Song family's situation. Last time, the Song family only had a third-generation useless kid die with the latter's Song Xiaotan. It was only a youth with a little ambition. But this time, the Yi family had their finances choked by other people. Although this wouldn't beat the Yi family down, in fact, even if all of their businesses abroad bankrupted, the Yi family still wouldn't die down. However, taking damage in their finances meant negative influence elsewhere.
Are you sure it's done by Qianlong Tu? Yi Beirong frowned.
He knew that as soon as he left the center, he decided to put the family more into business than politics since there weren't exceptional offsprings in the younger generations. But before he could do so, they were dealt such a heavy blow. Chapter 116, Tactics. Yes, it has now been confirmed that whether it's Europe or not, all our business have been targeted. In Africa, there has been multiple accounts of personnel disappearance. Those who disappeared are all those in the management level. The one speaking was a man in his 50s near Yi Beirong. He was Yi Long, the son of Yi Beirong's big brother. His position was similar to Song Hai in the Song family.
Do you know why? We never had any conflict. Is he not afraid that we will sweep his Nanqing and mainland? He dares to challenge our Yi family.
Yi Beirong had been in the high command for a long time. Although he was about to come down, his tone was indisputable. He indeed had such capability. No matter how strong Qianlong Tu was, he couldn't come to the surface. If he pissed off the Yi family, although they couldn't completely eradicate Qianlong Tu, it would be easy for them to exterminate all his forces in mainland.
Even if Qianlong Tu had his own army, did he dare to bring it to the border?
If he did, then it would all be gone with a few cannon sounds. What craze was Qianlong Tu on daring to touch the Yi family? Yi Long immediately said, I had investigated. It might be because of Yemo. Yemo killed Qianlong Tu's only son and pissed off Qianlong Tu. Qianlong Tu probably wants to exhume his anger on us. Yemo had been kicked out of the Yi family, everyone knows this. Since this Qianlong Tu dares to do such things, we don't need to be afraid of him. The man speaking was a rather bleak middle-aged man. He was called Yi Huang, Yi Wenqi's elder son. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone in the meeting room could hear him clearly. Yi Wenqi was in his 50s, barely had any hair on his head, but had thick eyebrows. However, his eyes were sleek and long. Hearing Yi Huang's words, he immediately reproached.
Don't talk nonsense. Yi Beirong frowned, and after a while, he asked, I remember last time, someone said he was going to investigate Yemo's matter. What was that about?
Father, it was me. I heard last time that Yemo had done quite a lot of things, even Shering from Ming Hai was him, so I couldn't resist but to go investigate him. From the recording I took back, Shering did look like Yemo, but I hadn't been able to say this due to other things, Yi Wenjin immediately said. Yi Beirong's eyebrows frowned harder.
After a long while, he asked, where did you know that Shering was Yemo? The Song family. Yi Wenjin wasn't an idiot.
He realized something was wrong amidst his sentence. He got his news from the Song family, but the Song family was always on bad terms with the Yi family. How could they be nice enough to pass him this message? Yi Beirong sighed. His son was still too immature.
He didn't even see through such obvious actions from the Song family.
If it was Yi Wenqi or his big brother's son, they would perhaps ask more clearly.
However, he knew that even if the Yi family didn't investigate Yi-mo, the Song family would try to make Qian Longtu think that the Yi family took Yi-mo back in. They fell into the Song family's tricks.
The Song family could actually let go of Song Shaowen's killer and plan big time for the future by pulling the Yi family down. Now that Qian Longtu had targeted the Yi family wouldn't let Qian Longtu go even if they knew the causes. If the two sides fought, the Song family would definitely help Qian Longtu. In this case, it would be very hard for the Yi family to eradicate the Nanqing in China, or perhaps even impossible. Yi Beirong can imagine that if this tug of war continued, the Yi family would plummet. But even if he knew, the Yi family still had to make a move because the next target for Qian Longtu would be their business in mainland. Plus, if the Yi family was attacked like this and didn't retaliate, then those businessmen who cooperated with the Yi family would all leave them. And their situation would be worse. This was a powerful move by the Song family. Now, even if the Yi family realized it, the Song family wouldn't worry the Yi family not falling for it. He didn't know how much benefits the Song family gave to Qian Longtu to make him willing to be used. Even if Yi Beirong wanted truce with the Song family, they would probably decline because that things have unfolded till now. If the Yi family fell, the Song family would acquire something much bigger than a truce. Yi Mo bought a cheap set of clothes and used the rest of the money to buy a plane ticket. He didn't even have enough to buy a bag. However, Yi Mo returned to his identity when Dong made for him. As for the name Mo Yi, he wouldn't need it anymore. He believed that before he went to find Qian Longtu wouldn't do something such as hunting him down. Although Yi Mo dressed clean, only he had the cheapest clothes on the entire plane. However, he didn't mind this at all. Just when Yi Mo was prepared to find a seat, he noticed that the jade bracelet the old man behind him actually had spirit cheat. Yi Mo scanned with his spirit sense. He saw that he was situated just in front of the old man and the man had two women beside him. The woman sitting next to the window had a big mouth cover looking very fashionable. The other one was a middle-aged woman. Yi Mo wanted to ask the old man where he got his bracelet from. Hence he wanted to sit next to the old man. As such, he could only swap with the middle-aged woman. "Excuse me, can I swap a seat with you?" Yi Mo looked at the woman and asked. The rule is not to swap seats. Before the woman could reply, the flight attendant had already spoke. The woman looked apologetically at Yi Mo. She knew what Yi Mo wanted and wanted to help him, but she wasn't allowed. In her opinion, the young man wanted to hit up the fashionable girl next to the window. The old man also showed an understanding smile. Obviously, he thought the same as the middle-aged woman. Of course Yi Mo didn't know what they were thinking. He was disappointed and thought he could only wait until he got off the plane before he could talk to the old man. The fashionable girl heard Yi Mo's words and scanned him. Her eyes were full of derision. Even the middle-aged woman could see. She sighed. Yi Mo's courage was good, but he was just too shabby looking. She wondered how he got this plane ticket. Since he couldn't swap, Yi Mo didn't force it. He would wait till he got off the plane to talk to the old man. Yi Mo no longer talked and closed his eyes to meditate. 2 hours later, the plane arrived at Luotsang Airport. Yi Mo got off the plane first but stood outside waiting. When the fashionable girl saw Yi Mo waiting outside, she felt more disgusted. This time, she intentionally wore a mask outside but was still ineffective against such people. She intentionally walked around because she really didn't want to talk even one sentence with someone like Yi Mo. The woman obviously knew the old man. Seeing Yi Mo wait outside, they smiled on the inside thinking this young man was really persistent. However, that fashionable lady obviously wasn't interested at all. She was even disgusted, but he could still put down his dignity to wait here. However, in order to fulfill Yi Mo's wishes, the two intentionally took the other route as well, wanting Yi Mo to wait for the fashionable lady alone. Seeing the old man not walk his way, Yi Mo quickly followed. Seeing Yi Mo follow, that fashionable woman stood still disgusted and glared at Yi Mo saying coldly, "Do you want to invite me for dinner?" Yi Mo was confused by this sentence and frowned. "I don't know you, why would I invite you to dinner? I don't have money with me now, so if you want to be invited to dinner, ask someone else." Then, Yi Mo didn't waste any time with this woman and walked in front of the old man and asked politely, "Older brother, hello, I'm Yi Mo, sorry to disturb you, but I want to ask you a question."
This was the first time the old man was called an older brother and looked curiously at Emo before saying, "Hello, young man, ask me. If I know, I will definitely tell you." Emo pointed at the bracelet and asked, "May I ask where you bought this from?"
"I feel this bracelet is very special."
"Can I have a look?" Hearing Emo's words, the old man took the bracelet off and gave it to Emo without hesitation. However, that middle-aged woman was alert.
A strange man asked to look at the old man's bracelet the first time they met, and this young man looked poor. However, the old man had passed the bracelet, so she didn't say anything. Emo took the bracelet and felt it carefully. There was indeed some faint spirit chi. After a while, he gave it back to the old man. "Your bracelet is very unique, much better than ordinary jade items.
If I'm not wrong, this should be a magic artifact that can make people healthy." "Oh, young man, you also know magic artifact?"
The old man was immediately interested. He usually liked to walk around the market for ancient artifacts and was taught by many of those in the profession.
A magic artifact was a thing that was blessed by someone powerful.
However, their functions varied. His bracelet was indeed a magic artifact and was one of high level. However, this was given to him by a friend. This young man could tell his bracelet was a magic artifact, and this made the old man interested, since the young people nowadays rarely believe such things. Chapter 117, Heir who apprehended. No one believes such things now.
I didn't expect you to be in the profession.
If you want to know where these things are, just go to the loudest street of Luotsang Shimen. It's just that they are mixed with ordinary stuff and is hard to distinguish. Talking about magic artifact, the old man was immediately interested. Emo smiled. He didn't want the magic artifacts, instead he wanted the spirit chi inside. In fact, this little spirit chi was useless to him, but he wanted to know how to create or infuse the spirit chi inside. And Emo knew the people here didn't cultivate, so where did they get the spirit chi from? Hearing the old man's words, Emo knew that Dao Lao Street was something like the Sea Treasure Garden in Ninghai. Other people wouldn't be interested in this topic, but Emo and the old man were having an enjoyable conversation.
Eventually, Emo knew that the old man was called Lin Hueha. He was someone from the military and lived in retirement at Luotsang. Emo also told him that he opened a small clinic and even gave him the address. "You're actually a doctor?"
I really couldn't tell.
Hearing Emo was a doctor, Lin Hueha was immediately more interested.
Emo smiled and said, "I'm not a doctor, I just learned a few recipes."
That fashionable girl got more angry hearing Emo's words.
He wanted to chase her but was acting so pretentious.
But later on, hearing him get more involved in the conversation with the old man, she understood that he never came for her and wanted to talk to the old man.
Her face blushed and realized she was wrong. Emo had now known where the bracelet came from, so he didn't talk more. He bid Lin Hueha goodbye and rushed back to the clinic. He was desperate about his silver heartgrass. The Hui Chun clinic was very desolate and the door was even barely open.
This took Emo by surprise.
When he left, the clinic was very popular, but why was it so cold now? When Emo came in, he saw Lu Xiaojin sitting in the shop by herself daydreaming. "Where's Yuero?"
Emo asked as soon as he came in.
He had scanned with his spirit sense and didn't find Yuero. "Who are you?"
"We aren't operating for now."
Lu Xiaojin saw the person was very familiar, but didn't know who he was. Emo smiled and said, "You don't recognize me, I just don't have the scar on my face."
"Oh. Master, you're back."
What made Lu Xiaojin joyful wasn't the fact that the scar on Emo's face was gone, but he came back. However, she immediately thought of Yuero and said, "Eru was taken by the cops."
Emo was bemused.
Heir who was a very good person, and Emo knew his things and had a medical certificate. Plus, when he left, he told him to not take the disease he couldn't cure.
How was he taken by the cops?
As if seeing Emo's confusion, Lu Xiaojin quickly explained, "Yesterday, a patient came saying that his stomach was uncomfortable. Era looked at it for him and gave him some medicine. He was well soon, but then yesterday, he came saying there was probably something wrong with the medicine, but Arrow couldn't tell what was wrong, so he said he was fine. But then, that person said he was fine originally, but had problems after taking the medicine, so that person came to our clinic causing a ruckus accusing our clinic and wanted refund. Arrow didn't want to waste time with these sort of people, so he gave his money back. But then, the man said he wanted 10 times the refund. This person was obviously trying to cheat our money. Arrow got angry and taught him a lesson. But then, that man called a lot of hoodlums and Arrow was injured. Then, Arrow was taken to the police department. Talking to here, Lu Xiaojun rubbed her eyes. It was obvious that Arrow's injuries weren't light. She sniffed and continued, Arrow was taken yesterday morning. Then, those people came in the afternoon. I called the police but they wouldn't come. I had no choice but to give the money back 10 times. But then, some other people we have treated also came wanted 10 times refund. I don't know what they want, only Zhang Pa and his wife continued to persuade the people. Now, Zhang brother is still using his connections to try to bring Arrow out. Then, Lu Xiaokan started to cry again. It seemed that she got along well with you Arrow and thought about him a lot. Yimo's face sunk. The serum he made wasn't expensive, even if he raised the price 10 times, much less a few $100s. These people earned but still want to cause troubles. When hoodlums came to start trouble, not only did they not help, they also joined the ruckus and wanted to earn more. It seemed that human nature was full of greed. At this moment, another middle-aged man walked inside the clinic. When he saw Yimo, he dazed for a moment but quickly recognized that it was the man who saved his son, Brother Zhang. Lu Xiaojun saw this person and immediately cried out. Zhang Po's face was full of guilt. Sorry, Dr. Mo, the people who started this have too much power, I can't help much. But don't worry, I'll go back and see who can help me. Yimo nodded. It seemed that there were still people who would repay goodwill. Hearing Zhang Po's words, he waved his hand and said, Zhang brother, no need. You just need to tell me who is looking for trouble. Zhang Po dazed for a moment. In his eyes, Yimo was an outsider, even his certificates were acquired through him. Now, he didn't want him to mind this, did he have a way? But since Yimo asked, he still said, Arrow brother beat up Wang Quan. Although Wang Quan is nothing, his cousin is a hoodlum in Luo Tsang and had good connections with both the underground world and the government officials. After Arrow beat Wang Quan, his cousin got people to beat Arrow and made the cops take him away. Yimo nodded and told Lu Xiaojun, lend me your phone. Yimo took the phone and dialed to Wu Shueming. When he came to Luo Tsang, he heard from Wu Shueming that Luo Tsang was the Metal River's land. Since it was the underground world, he would be better off finding Wu Shueming. Yi brother, I didn't think you would really call me. How are you? Although Wu Shueming's voice was delighted, it didn't have the fervor before. As for why, Yimo couldn't be bothered to know. Only Wu Shueming owed him, he didn't know Wu Shueming anything. I'm good myself but my mood isn't good. You should have a say in Luo Tsang. Right? My disciple was beat up by some hoodlums in Luo Tsang and was sent to the police station. Do you think I would be happy? Yimo's tone was very bland. If Wu Shueming couldn't deal with this, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He would wipe out the entire underground world of Luo Tsang, this group of bastards. Yi brother, don't worry. I'll give you a resolution soon, Wu Shueming said hurriedly. Although he was annoyed, he didn't think the situation was too serious. It was just Yimo's disciple. Yimo smiled and said, do you think I'm worried? I'm not afraid of even Shenlong Tu, why would I be afraid of a few hoodlums? Then, Yimo just hung up the phone. He didn't believe that Wu Shueming didn't know he opened up a clinic in Luo Tsang. Since he knew when this sort of thing still happened, he could see Wu Shueming's attitude. If Wu Shueming didn't deal with this properly, then he wouldn't hold back. Meanwhile, Wu Shueming felt cold. He seemed to realize that his attitude was problematic. He was all too clear on Yimo's ferocity. And, he saved his life. Now that Yimo had this attitude, it meant that he was prepared to open up his identity to the public. Since he dared to do so, it meant that he had the power to fight with Shenlong Tu. Would a person who dared to challenge Shenlong Tu be afraid of a small gang in Luo Tsang? Plus, Wu Shueming didn't want to get on the bad side of Yimo. Yimo saved his life and was someone he couldn't see through. Perhaps he really was to blame for this. He indeed didn't take notice of Yimo's situation in Luo Tsang. He only knew that Yimo opened a clinic in Luo Tsang and didn't think much of it. In his opinion, he didn't think his men would cause trouble at such a far-off place, so he didn't give specific orders. It was mainly because he had been so busy recently, but now, his men started trouble with Yemo originally. He didn't think it would be much if Yemo's disciple was beat up. At most, he would beat that hoodlum up and pay some money. But now, Yemo's attitude meant that he had a bad perception towards him. Wu Shueming didn't dare to drag it out and immediately called Luo Tsang master. Did you just? Lu Xiaozhen saw that Yemo only called and no longer spoke of the issue and felt nervous. That is enough? Zhengpa didn't know who Yemo called, but Yemo just called someone and the case was solved. Was something he ran around for 2 days so easily solved? Yemo nodded and said, it should be fine. Thank you for these 2 days, Zheng brother. Zhengpa hurried and waved his hand. This is nothing, it's what I should do. Yemo said, someday, bring your child to me again, and don't promote our clinic anymore because our clinic is about to change. Zhengpa clearly knew Yemo's ability. Now that Yemo said he would look at his child for him, he was extremely happy. Ever since Yemo looked at his son last time, he didn't get sick again. And although he still brought his child to the hospital after Yemo looked at it, he just spent some money and got nothing solved, so it was due to Yemo that his son didn't have any problems up until now. Yemo turned to look at Lu Xiaozhen, who still had red eyes. She wasn't bad looking and seemed to be a good person. If she really liked Yuero, she would be a good fit. Yemo saw a computer and printer and thought that the business here must have been good. Ero even bought a computer. Seeing Yemo look at the computer, Lu Xiaozhen hurried to say, because the business was so good before, I suggested to buy a computer to print forms. This would save a lot of time. Yemo nodded, Neshem, we don't need this anymore, because our business won't be too good later. Why? Lu Xiaozhen thought that the business would only get better after Master came back, so how could it get worse? Chapter 118, $100,000 waiting list fee. I'll go to the backyard first and talk to you guys after Arrow comes back. Then, Yemo just headed straight for the backyard. Right now, he was most concerned with how the silver heartgrass was going. He still needed them to cultivate. The silver heartgrass hadn't budded yet. Yemo examined closely. Although the seeds hadn't died, he felt that the life force inside wasn't as strong as when it was in Ninghai. It was just a bit better than flowing snake. Yemo shook his head and was bemused. Why didn't it work when the soil type was the same? Luckily, these seeds didn't die. If even these died too, he would only have 5 left. That wouldn't be a good news. There was already car sound outside. Yemo knew that Arrow was sent back. The speed was quite fast. When Yemo came out, Lu Xiaozhen was holding Yuero as he stumbled. It seemed that his injuries weren't minor. Master, you. Although Yuero recognized Yemo's change was too big. Yemo nodded and said, we'll talk about this later. Who did this to you? I did it. What? Don't think he would be fine just because you found someone to release him. I'll still beat him up again. A teen in his 20s had a cigar in his mouth as he walked over. He heard Yemo's words and pointed his finger at Yemo and glanced at the 2 cops who sent Yuero back. Yemo scanned this teen and coldly said, you won't have another chance. FCK, you're asking for it. I'm still going to beat him up now. What are you gonna do? Then, he threw his cigar and approached. The 2 cops knew who said to release Yuero. Seeing that Wang Quan was still cocky, they immediately knew he was dead. They quickly said goodbye and left, knowing that the conflict that was about to occur wasn't something they could handle. Wang Quan, what are you barking about? Hurry up and apologize to this friend. A black Mercedes drove flying by and stopped in front of Yemo. Cousin, this guy's really top SHT, don't be afraid of him. How dare he act tough in Luo Tsang? Wang Quan seemed to feel uncomfortable if he didn't teach Yemo a lesson. But hearing the man from the Mercedes talk, he didn't continue approaching. The man who got off reproached Wang Quan and immediately took out a cigarette and walked up in front of Yemo, smiling. Hello, I know we're not familiar. Wang Quan is my cousin. Please forgive him. I'm Fang Jihua, but don't worry, there won't be anyone who will come to cause trouble at your place again. Fang Jihua was the overlord in Luo Tsang. Yuero and Lu Xiaozhen weren't the innocent people before. Seeing Yemo's phone call bringing back Yuero immediately and Fang Jihua still talking to her master so politely, they almost thought they saw wrong. However, what shocked them more was to come. Emo stared at Fang Jihua coldly and said, "What sort of thing do you think you are? Piss off."
Fang Jiahua's face changed. He didn't think that with his power in Luotsang, Emo would still be so arrogant with him after he was so polite. His face immediately looked bad. Since when did he receive this sort of disdain? He was thinking that this Emo only knew some brother in the gang and that brother just mentioned him to Brother Hong. Not long ago, Brother Hong called and just said a few sentences about the release of Yuero and immediately hung up. He thought that Yuera had some connections in the family and found Brother Hong. Brother Hong casually said it. Moreover, to show his seriousness for Brother Hong's words, he personally came. After all, his cousin did beat up the person, but he didn't expect to be sticking his hot face to a cold butt. The man's master didn't even take him seriously. This man, Fang Jihua, who had been in the gang for a long time, started to lose face. This Emo probably went through countless connections to get to Brother Hong. Otherwise, Brother Hong wouldn't just make such a light-hearted call. Now that he was polite to Emo dared to be rude. "Who did this guy think he was? Since I'm not much of a thing, then I'll leave. Wang Quan, let's go." Fang Jihua turned with a blue face. If he wasn't clear on who Emo was connected with, he would have made a move already. But now that he left, it didn't mean he would let it go. After he investigated who was behind Emo, he would definitely make sure this little clinic had a pleasant time. Emo glared coldly as Fang Jihua left with Wang Quan. He didn't say anything more. He wouldn't teach these people a lesson in such a boisterous manner. Moreover, even if he did, he would go to their base. He was still unhappy with the way Wu Shueming dealt with this. If Wu Shueming dealt with it well, he would perhaps go back. However, now that he wasn't satisfied, he would deal with it himself. "Master, when did you come back?" Although the two didn't understand why Emo kicked away the hoodlum who came to apologize in such a manner, but Yuero never asked Emo even if he didn't understand. Emo checked Yuero's body. It was indeed beat up seriously, and there was even some internal injuries. If Yuero wasn't strong, he would perhaps not be able to make it and die. Emo was furious. These people just didn't take the lives of ordinary people seriously. If Yuero wasn't his disciple, then he would just be beat for no reason. Even if he was killed, it would only be ruled as suicide. Wang Quan is a hoodlum. It's understandable why he wanted his money back, but why did so many other people want refund too? While Emo was treating Yuero, he couldn't understand this problem. After all, there were hundreds of people. There couldn't be so much disgusting people in the world. Yuero had been living in Luotsang for more than a month. He was no longer the noob who just entered the market. He had experienced all sorts of things while at the clinic. Now that Emo asked, he immediately said, many people were urged by Wang Quan and a small portion of people just wanted to earn some benefits. However, most people didn't come. Emo nodded and thought most? Not necessarily. It was just that the clinic only opened for a month. After staying silent for a while, Emo said, "From now on, our clinic no longer treats common colds, aches, and fever. They can go to the hospital for these things. I will add a waiting list fee. Those without a waiting list place won't be treated." "Master, are we going to take waiting list fees like the hospital? How much do we charge? Also $10 or so?" Lu Xiaojun was shocked to hear that the clinic was charging waiting list fee. Emo smiled and said, "That will be charged, but it won't be just $10 or so. Those who want to be treated here must pay $100,000 waiting list fee for now." "What?" Before Emo even finished speaking, Yuero and Lu Xiaojun were shocked out of their minds. $100,000 waiting list fee? The whole world didn't have such expensive waiting list fee. Yes, $100,000. And we must state that regardless of the outcome, the waiting list fee won't be refunded. Those patients who wish to be treated must sign a signature, and each month, there could only be one patient. They need to pay more for treatment fee. If there are no patients, you can just study yourselves. Ask me if you don't understand anything. Emo nodded. The reason he said this was because he didn't open the clinic to treat colds but to grow the silver heart grass. Since it was far from ready, he didn't need to be involved in conflicts with the neighbors. They can go to the hospital for small colds, and his clinic wouldn't be able to handle that much anyways.
Furthermore, some people were indeed disgusting. He didn't need to be doing a losing business. Although the price for his serums wasn't a loss, for EMO, it was a loss. The reason the clinic had such an exorbitant price was, first, to avoid too many people, and second, to give him time to cultivate and grow the silver heartgrass. The reason he said no refund for the waiting list fee was because he felt normal disease wouldn't be hard for him. If it really was too hard, then he just wouldn't let them go on the waiting list. But master, if we do this, aren't we shutting down ourselves? Yu Eru immediately said. Yi Mo nod. I was planning to close, go look for a far-off mansion. I plan to buy one. After we move away, we can close this clinic. Buy a mansion, even if it's a far-off place, it would be a few million. Master, if we buy a distant place, then there would less people who would come for treatment, Lu Xiaojin said. She was concerned about these things. Yi Mo smiled and said, if the wine smells good, it doesn't matter if the shop is deep in the alley. You just need to learn the methods of cooking medicine with Yu Eru. It doesn't matter if we wait a year or two before we open up. As for money, don't worry. I'm going to Beijing now. Some people owe me, and I'm going to take it back. Yi Mo really wasn't really concerned about money. Li Hu owed him $500,000 and he still needed to solve things with Qianlong too. Perhaps he would be able to take some back. As for the Song family, if even Qianlong Tu didn't dare to touch him, then he didn't believe the Song family would dare to. Then after you leave Luo Song, master, do we still open the clinic? Yu Eru was feeling anxious. A waiting list fee costed 100,000. If this spread out, they would be known immediately. No need to open up and don't promote the waiting list fee. Xiaojin, you can register for a website and write that it can cure all sorts of absurd disease. However, if you want to know specific details, you must become a member of the website. The membership fee is 10,000. When you apply for treatment, you must clearly write out the information about the condition. If we accept, then they need to pay 100,000 waiting list fee. Yi Mo thought about it and said. He felt this was the best way. 1. He didn't need to expose himself. 2nd, he could avoid unnecessary conflict as well as the media attention. Chapter 119. People will always change. Fang Jihua definitely didn't expect that the reason Wu Hong hung up the phone was because he was worried and took the plane from Shenyang to Luotsang. Wu Shueming's original words were, Yi Mo from the Hui Chun clinic saved my life and I call him brother. You guys did well. Actually dared to take his disciple into the police station and beat him up. Immediately go apologize to him. If you can't deal with it in a way EMO is pleased, then you know the consequence. Wu Shueming's intentions were that. Since EMO called him, then he should do things well. However, since Wu Hong helped him do a lot of things lately, of course he wouldn't do anything to him. However, he was going to use Yimo's incident to give him some necessary beating. Wu Hong was immediately worried. He didn't know that this thing would concern the person who controlled the actual power of Metal River, Wu Shueming, who would even tell him to apologize. From this, he could see what sort of person Emo was. If he couldn't make Emo satisfied, then he would know the consequence. What was the consequence? No one dared to say a thing if a few minor gang members disappeared. Thus, he was worried and quickly called Fang Jihua to send the people back. The reason he hung up was to get to Luotsang as soon as possible to apologize to Emo. Luotsang's otherworldly leisure was a business of Metal River and was the gathering place for the gang. However, the person responsible here temporarily was Fang Jihua, and he was only a hoodlum before. He was only able to manage otherworldly leisure half a month ago, ever since he became the man responsible for the business. Fang Jihua was able to talk to Brother Hong directly and was able to be more tough. He even put on the big brother act sometimes. He was planning to get his cousin into the place too sometime later, at least to be a small head. However, he just hadn't had the time to do this yet. After he had some pleasure at his lover's place, Fang Jihua finally felt better. But when he walked into otherworldly leisure, he unexpectedly saw his big bosses, Wu Hong's personal attendant, Three Snake. Why are you here? Didn't Brother Hong just go to Shenyang? Fang Jihua looked at Three Snake in surprise. Three Snake didn't have his usual smile and just said with a bleak face, Brother Hong is back and waiting for you in the underground room. Hearing Three Snake's words, Fang Jihua's heart sunk. A bad feeling overcame his heart. Wu Hong went to Shenyang this time because of something very important.
After he finished at Shenyang, he would go to Jin City.
Why would he suddenly come back to Luochang? Even if he came to Luochang, he rarely came here. But today, not only did he come back to Luochang, he also came to otherworldly leisure. When Fang Jihua walked into the basement, his heart started to beat rapidly. His hoodlum cousin Wang Quan seemed to have his legs broken as he crouched in fear. On the two sides stood more than 10 men he had never seen before. Brother Hong. He only spoke 2 words and stopped because he suddenly realized that even the biggest head in his eyes was standing below. The highest was a screen, and the screen showed a middle-aged man. Could it be?
Although Fang Jihua didn't know Wu Shueming, it didn't mean he hadn't heard of his force.
It was said that he forced Huang off the seat of power. As for where Huang went, no one dared to talk and ask, so when he saw the man there and Wu Hong, who was also very respectful towards him, he guessed that this man was Wu Shueming. You are Fang Jihua? Wu Shueming's voice was very cold.
If Yemo was here, even if he was looking at the screen, he would realize this was not the same Wu Shueming as a month ago.
Now, he seemed cold and less lively as before. In this month's time, Wu Shueming killed countless people who didn't obey him. Now, his position was fully consolidated. However, only he knew if it was really consolidated. Yes. Fang Jihua felt the chills facing Wu Shueming's cold eyes. Wu Hong suddenly walked in front of Fang Jihua and gave him 2 slaps on the face. FCK. You were told to apologize, not to act tough. Then, Wu Hong kicked on Fang Jihua's leg.
Fang Jihua howled out in pain and knelt on the ground.
Now, he realized that GMO wasn't so simple. Brother Ming, how about breaking Fang Jihua's leg and make him apologize to EMO? Wu Hong broke Fang Jihua's leg and carefully said, no need, you brother wouldn't want to see this sort of trash.
Wu Shueming immediately refused Wu Hong's proposal. He understood Yemo's personality. Yemo hated people like Fang Jihua the most. Hearing Wu Shueming's words, Fang Jihua nearly fainted. Who was he acting tough in front of? It was someone even Wu Shueming calls brother. Wang Quan was scared dumbfounded.
He had never seen such a scene. He was just a small hoodlum.
Since when could he be in the same room with such gang leaders, even if it was just a video?
Although he wanted to see the gang leaders, but he didn't expect to see them under such circumstances, break their legs and bring them over to the clinic once. Then Wu Hong, go apologize yourself.
Take 100,000 for Eru's treatment fee. Don't take too much, Yemo doesn't like to owe people. Just say that I don't have time, otherwise, I would have came personally.
Then, Wu Shueming sat on the seat a little disinterested. A month ago, he thought that GMO was his best friend, but now, he felt he had changed a lot.
Perhaps it was the feeling of being on the top.
He developed extreme lust for power.
He even thought that if GMO wasn't so strong and cruel, would he even come personally to deal with such minor problems. Not only this, he felt that recently, Yu Miaodong had skewed views of him and wasn't as intimate as before. Did he really change too much? But he didn't want to give up the pleasure of power. He just needed to say one word and he could decide a person's life or death. Decide the life of a business. He very much enjoyed this feeling. It didn't matter before since he hadn't tried it, but now that he did, he would definitely not give it up. When Fang Jihua and Wang Quan's cries sounded, he even felt disgusted. He wanted to kill these two very much, but he knew that although these two were irrelevant people, killing them would make his brothers feel disheartened. Plus, it was all too common for people in the lower levels to do things like Wang Quan. It was just that Wang Quan found the wrong target. When Wang Quan and Fang Jihua passed by the clinic looking like mummies, Yemo knew of it because Wu Hong also came and brought $100,000 compensation. Yemo didn't refuse. When he heard Wu Shueming's words, he understood that their friendship had ended. He didn't care about Wu Shueming's attitude. He didn't know him, only Wu Shueming owed him. Sometimes, he really couldn't judge people based on his straightforward perception. A man who could die for a woman couldn't be very ruthless. At least, Yemo approved of such a person, but now, although Yemo didn't see Wu Shueming, he could tell from the attitude in which Wu Shueming dealt with this that he had changed a lot. Instead, Fang Nan gave him a much better perception, or perhaps a more real perception. Yemo didn't think about these things too much. For him, since Wu Shueming dealt with it personally, he would let it go.
He didn't need to waste his time for this. As for treating Wu Hong, who came to apologize, he had even less interest, seeing that Yemo dealt with things lightning fast and received $100,000 compensation. Yuero and Lu Xiaojin felt more reverent towards Yemo. This master was too powerful than they thought. Lu Xiaojin originally just wanted to find a place to settle after graduation, but she didn't expect to take a liking into Yuero. She admired Yuero's skills, and when she knew that Yuero learned everything from Yemo, Lu Xiaojin was more reverent towards Yemo. What made her excited was that Yemo actually agreed to her studying medicine with Eru. This master looked even younger than Eru, but how was he so powerful? Lu Xiaojin asked Yuero, but Yuero met Yemo on the train also knew nothing about him. Originally, after dealing with this, Yemo planned to go to Beijing after he consolidated his stage 3 qi gathering. He had two things to do there. One was to redeem his promise to Zhui Aigua, and another was to ask Li Hu to get the $500,000. As for whether he should go to the Song family, he hadn't decided yet. After all, although he was stage 3 qi gather, it wasn't a wise choice to fight with the Song family overtly. The Song family wasn't Qianlong Tu whom he could compare power with. If he was to fight against the Song family, there would be a lot of concerns. One misstep and he might not even be able to stay here. Now, Yemo knew of some things about ancient martial arts. At the same time, he understood that there was still a lot people stronger than him. It had only been 4 days, and someone had already come to look for Yemo. It was the person he met on the plane, Lin Huiha, older brother. How do you have the time to come to my small clinic? When Yemo departed the airport, he told Lin Huiha his address, but didn't expect this old man to really come. Brother Yi, as soon as I saw you really have a clinic here, I knew I found the right person and you didn't lie to me. It was right of me to come look for you today. There's something that I don't know if you're interested. Lin Huiha saw that Yemo really did live here just as he said and had a better impression of Yemo. Chapter 120, Magic Artifact Social, what thing? Yemo thought that he knew the old man because of Magic Artifact Bracelet. Was it related to Magic Artifact? 3 days later, West Door, Lauda Street, will open a Magic Artifact exhibition social. It is said that all the elite in the profession of the country will go. Even some foreign merchants are attending, and some of the products will be provided by the ancient martial arts sections. Of course, they want to sell for money. If you're interested, brother, then you can come with me. When Lin Huiha spoke, he was very excited. After speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, perhaps you haven't heard of ancient martial arts. No matter. I'll explain it to you then. In fact, I don't know much, but the things they have are really good products. They would only sell a small portion each year to exchange for money. However, it's just that the price is overwhelming high." Hearing there was ancient martial arts sects, Yemo was interested. Even if these sects weren't involved, he wanted to see how the magic artifacts were here. He was thinking if Luo Susu was also from the ancient martial arts sections. It seemed so. Now, he didn't have any contact of Luo Susu and didn't even know where she lived. If he knew where she lived, then perhaps he would be able to go find her. Even if he was to, it would have to wait after he had dealt with Qianlong Tu, but hearing Lin Huiha say the products were overwhelming expensive, he didn't have that much money. He only had $100,000 and he just gave it to Hu. As for Li Hu's $500,000, he hadn't asked for it yet. As such, he couldn't help but say, "But I don't have much money, and the prices are so high." Lin Huiha also showed his hands and said, "I don't have much money either. I'm just going there for a look." Yemo thought and agreed. He would go there first and see. Plus, no matter how good their magic artifact was, could it be better than his? He was a real cultivator. Perhaps he could bring something there to sell. Older brother Lin. Before Yemo finished his words, he was interrupted by Lin Huiha. "I'll call you brother from now on, so you just call me brother Lin. It's hard nowadays to find a friend who also likes magical artifacts." "Why not? In that case, I won't be polite then." Yemo wasn't someone too fussed about this. Although Lin Huiha was so much older than him, he was open. "Do you think I can bring something to sell there?" Yemo hadn't been to this social before, so he had to ask Lin Huiha. Lin Huiha asked in surprise, "You brother, you can make your own magic artifact?" Yemo smiled and said, "I can make some, but they are all ordinary. I'm preparing to make some simple artifacts and some medical pills I made."
Does that work? Of course it does, I'll help you get a stall.
You go prepare the things first, I'll come for you 3 days later.
Although Lin Hueha was surprised, he felt it was normal after thinking about it. After all, Emo could recognize magical artifacts.
Now that he said he could make some simple ones, it wasn't too surprising. There were too many magical artifacts on the market, but no one knew if they were really effective. Even if he made a few fake ones, as long as he sold it, it would be fine.
There were too much fake ones in the market now.
Perhaps there was only one real one amongst 10,000.
In 3 days' time, Emo made 5 magical artifact necklaces.
It was much cheaper to make than bracelet, but this time, Emo didn't use cheap jade. He had $100,000 now and wanted to sell these for a good price, so he used good jade, not including production cost. Each necklace costed more than $10,000 just for material cost. Other than this, he used the remaining $90,000 to buy some medical herbs, putting them with the ones he collected from the borderlands. He made some pills, 12 in total, but he prepared 12 bottles. He wanted to sell these for a good price, because this exhibition social was showing runic paper, magic artifact, and all sorts of blessed items. It would catch too much attention if he sold those things here. As for runes, he didn't dare to make them because his ones were too extraordinary compared to the ones here. The runes sold here were usually made by street artists. Some had mind-cleansing properties, but compared to Emo's runes, they couldn't even be said to be runes. Not only could Emo's runes attack, it could also cure disease. Now that he was stage 3 chi gathering, the attacking runes he made could even kill people. It would cause too much sensation. Plus, it took too long to make them. Even though Emo was stage 3 chi gathering now, it would be great if he could make one a day. As for medical pills and protective necklaces, if he sold it, people could only know its effect after time. Plus, even if the person who bought it knew of the effects, they wouldn't know who sold it. From Lin Hueha's description, there would be so many people going, and it would be very messy. Who would know he sold it? Even if they did, he could push the blame to someone else. Plus, Lin Hueha told him, the buyers only looked if the items were real, they didn't care who sold it. Only some of the ancient martial arts sex items were popular, but they were very little in amount. When Emo prepared everything, Lin Hueha had already come looking for him. But this time, he didn't come by himself, he was sent here by a car. Emo gave a medical pill to Lin Hueha. Lin Hueha didn't act polite and just took it. In his eyes, Emo's skills were passed down from his ancestors. Although it could cure some diseases, it was very limited. The reason he took it was to accept Emo's goodwill and that he helped Emo. If he didn't take something, perhaps Emo would doubt him. Seeing Lin Hueha just take the pill without even asking him about its effects, Emo knew what Lin Hueha thought but didn't care. He just reminded, Lin brother, this pill is passed down from my ancestors called emergency pill. Not only does it have emergency saving effects but can also cure some internal wounds. Although Emo reminded Lin Hueha still didn't care that much. However, that young driver smiled after hearing the words. It was Lin Hueha's character to take a liking into these strange stuff. Even the friends he made seemed to be selling fake medicine. But from his conversation, Emo got to know that Lin Hueha was originally the mayor of Huyang City but had retired. However, his son, Lin Jidan, was the current vice mayor of Luoxang, but Lin Hueha didn't talk much about this. Emo thought no wonder that despite looking amicable, Lin Hueha had the temperature of someone in authority. He was the last mayor. Lin Hueha saw that Emo's expression remained the same after introducing himself and still called him Brother Lin. Lin Hueha nodded to himself. He felt that Emo was indeed not as simple as he looked. This could be seen from their conversation. The reason Lin Hueha told him his identity was to see if Emo was someone to form stronger bonds with. However, he would be no different to normal people in Emo's eyes even if he was the American president, much less a mayor. If someone else was to suddenly know that they met a mayor, they would immediately try to suck up to him, especially when this mayor's son was also a mayor. However, Emo still treated him like a normal person without any signs of excitement or abnormality. He was still mainly asking about the exhibition social. After talking with Lin Hueha, Emo got to know more about the exhibition. Normally, those who could go in were rich merchants or people with a certain degree of fame. Not everyone could go. It meant that it was mainly due to Lin Hueha that Emo could go in. the place could allow for 3,000 people, and it would still be very spacious. However, due to the restrictions of the place, those people who came were either rich or powerful. So other than the stalls exhibiting items, the entire place would be rather empty. The middle of the place even had a testing area. Lin Hueha also asked others for help to get Guillermo a stall. However, because most people's stalls took up a large place, Guillermo could only get a small corner at the edge. However, this was enough for Guillermo. He wasn't selling much and didn't want to be too high profile. When Guillermo and Lin Hueha came in, he showed Guillermo his stall and quickly went to meet his old friends. He came to this place wanting to buy another good artifact, but he wasn't too familiar with this. He originally wanted Guillermo to help him, but now that Guillermo had his business, he could only get a few old friends to look with him before asking Guillermo to make the final decision. Guillermo didn't have much things to begin with. He really only needed a table. His things were in his pockets and could be taken away easily, unlike most stalls that were not only big but also had huge banners. Just beside Guillermo's stall, there were all sorts of banners showcasing stalls. However, a banner not far ahead caught Guillermo's attention. It said protective necklace and had a big ancient word. Guillermo thought this was probably the stall the ancient martial arts sects had. He could go have a look later and ask about Luo Susu's sect. Chapter 121, Guillermo's stall. Guillermo estimated that the price for his stall wasn't cheap. By the looks of it, either Lin Hueha or someone else paid for him. However, Guillermo didn't necessarily have to give money because the cost for that pill was more than 10,000. Guillermo came relatively early, but just when he sat down in front of his stall, people progressively came in. The very spacious exhibition center immediately became very populous. The people who came here all seemed to have some social status. Although it was loud, it wasn't boisterous. Most of the people headed straight for where they were interested, looking for what they wanted and asking for the price. However, Guillermo found that even the cheapest things here were a few $1,000s. Better things were easily in the 10,000s and hundreds of thousands, even million. Looking at these people spend money so easily, Guillermo couldn't help but sigh that a part of the people in this world were very rich. Thinking back before, he was very happy that one charm could sell for $10,000, but now, Guillermo found that a very polished-looking charm that had no use was sold for $18,800. He scanned with his spirit sense and found that the best sellers here were some protective amulets or artifacts that gave good fortune or health. Those stalls that had ancient words had especially good business. Guillermo took notice of their things. The cheapest one was around $200,000 and was non-negotiable. Although these stalls had good business, other stalls didn't dare to copy them. Otherwise, using those ancient characters would make their business better too. However, Guillermo found that the real magic artifacts here weren't much. There were rarely any which emitted spirit chi. Even those stalls with ancient characters didn't have much. There was rarely one or two, but the price was absurd. However, just because they didn't emit spirit chi, it didn't mean they were useless. Guillermo had great expertise in this. He scanned with his spirit sense and knew there were some real magic artifacts. However, although they look exquisite, their functions really couldn't be praised. It could be said that not one could be even 1% effective as his. However, what made Guillermo disappointed was that although his things were the best and didn't intend to sell for much, his stall was still the least visited. Although there were a lot of people, they rarely came to his stall. Even if they did, they didn't even bother to ask for the price. This business was hard, Guillermo sighed to himself. It seemed that it was due to his small stall and no banner. If he couldn't sell one, then he wouldn't be able to get back a single dollar of the 100K he invested. Suddenly, Guillermo saw someone familiar. It was the fashionable girl he saw on the plane. However, she had a young man in his 20s to 30s by her side. Guillermo didn't expect her to be interested in magical artifacts. When Guillermo looked at her, she just happened to turn around and see Guillermo. This was a good-looking woman, but Guillermo didn't like her just by looking at her eyes. It wasn't that her eyes weren't pretty, they were just too snobbish. Her lips were also a bit thin, but her sunflower seed-shaped face was quite nice. However, paired with her eyes, it made Guillermo feel repulsed. She obviously saw that Guillermo had a stall and walked over immediately. Originally, she thought Guillermo was looking for her in the airport but didn't expect to lose her face. This broke her good self-esteem, making her very unhappy. Didn't think you sold these things. How much is this necklace? Get one for me, I'll think of it as charity. This woman had a disdainful look, meaning that she was doing charity by buying something since Yemo's stall was so cold. 100,000.
Yemo didn't even bother to raise his head.
The woman's expression made him feel disgusted. It was as though he was a beggar. Originally, Yemo planned to sell this necklace for $50K 80K, but because he was unhappy, he just said $100,000. And he saw that those ancient martial arts stalls sold things for $100K 200K at least.
But compared to his necklace, they were miles away. What? This woman exclaimed.
But she immediately realized she lost her rich lady attitude and sneered.
Do you think you're an ancient stall?
A necklace that is worth only a few $100 becomes $100,000.
You want to extort money from me just because I took pity in you. No wonder you don't have business, keep trying to sell that.
And yen, why waste your time with these sort of people?
If you want a necklace, we'll go look for one at an ancient stall.
I'll pick one for you for your birthday next month, the man at her side said quickly. This woman frowned and looked at Yemo's necklace, realizing that she actually quite liked this style. That necklace looked quite pleasant, but this guy was too annoying. I'll give you 10K, you're earning big.
I'll have one of the necklace.
From Anyan's eyes, she was giving Yemo a lot by buying a necklace that wasn't worth more than $1,000 for $10,000. Originally, she adopted a pitiful attitude, but because she saw how pretty it was, she wanted to buy one but didn't think this shabby-looking stall owner dared to extort her, not selling.
Yemo didn't even want to talk to this woman anymore. I'm giving you money, are you selling or not? This woman was quite annoyed. In her eyes, Yemo was too greedy. Yemo plainly said, do you want to buy with force?
The thing is mine, I can sell it for however much I want. I didn't force you to buy, move aside, don't block my business.
Okay, I'll see how much you can sell today. Don't come begging for me to buy it in the end. 100K, I'll see how many you can sell.
This fashionable lady didn't heed to the persuasion of the man beside her and stood by the side wanting to see if Yemo could really sell it.
Yemo sneered.
$100,000 is the price just then, now it's $200,000.
He was extremely unhappy with this woman.
It was his business, what did she have to do with it? He was the one who decided whether or not he sold it, And Yen was infuriated by Yemo's words. In her eyes, Yemo was doing it for her. $100,000 wasn't much for her, but she just wasn't happy. Although she liked this necklace, she didn't want to spend an extra $90,000 for no reason. This necklace is so pretty.
How much is it?
A middle-aged man brought two girls that were younger than 20 past Yemo's stall, and one of the girls suddenly discovered Yemo's necklace and stopped immediately in exclamation. This middle-aged man also stopped and said,
You've been around once and hardly said anything was beautiful. If you like it, Dad will buy one each for you too. Yemo looked at these two girls.
They looked very alike and refreshing, so perhaps they were twins. But hearing the man's tone, he seemed to be very rich. He meant that as long as his daughters liked it, he would buy it, but his daughters didn't find anything they liked after looking around for a while. Dad, I want one too.
There are two exactly, one each for me and sis.
This necklace is really pretty, another girl said quickly. Yemo was speechless. The magic artifacts he made were for protection and health, but they attracted people due to their looks, boss.
How much is one?
The middle-aged man asked immediately. He wants to sell high few $100 worth thing for $200,000, and Yen, who hadn't walked away, immediately said. Yemo coldly looked at Yen.
This woman was too annoying.
If she didn't buy, she can piss off, but she was still being nosy here. What are you looking at? Can't I tell the truth to others? And Yen looked at Yemo's glare and immediately yelled out in discomfort. Yemo didn't want to deal with her, he only sold his things to those who realized its worth. However, the middle-aged man just smiled and didn't seem to change his will due to Yan's words.
He just looked at Yemo and asked, May I ask, is this $200,000?
Seeing that the middle-aged man still asking this question even after hearing Yan's words, he immediately knew this middle-aged man had his own will and was very rich, or he didn't care about this money for his daughter's birthday. Indeed, $200,000.
Yemo didn't think it was expensive to sell one necklace for $200,000, his necklace was worth this.
Those that were worse than his could sell for more than this. Okay, I'll have two.
This necklace is very pretty indeed, this middle-aged man immediately said. Yemo heard the middle-aged man and hurried to say, I'm not selling this necklace for $200,000 for its looks. It has two functions. One is for a lifetime, and that is to promote health. Those who wear this would rarely get sick. Another function is defensive. It has 3 charges. After using it up, this necklace would be gone. Oof. Seeing that GMO was still bluffing, and Yen felt more annoyed, but she couldn't do anything. This middle-aged man obviously didn't care about Yemo's words. In his opinion, if Yemo's necklace really had such powers, he wouldn't be selling it on such a small stall. Dad, you should buy one too. It has defensive powers. We can have one each, one girl immediately said. Chapter 122, Buying Spree. The middle-aged man obviously loved his daughters, and hearing their words, he immediately said, okay, one of each of them. Boss, is there another one of these? Yes. Yemo took out a third necklace and put it on the table. Seeing Yemo take out a third one, there was more contempt in Yan's eyes. If its functions were really as Yemo said so, then this necklace should be very precious, but he was able to take out this many at once. Thus, it could be seen that this was probably mass-produced from a small factory. If real magic artifacts could be made so easily, then magic artifacts would be sold cheap and not worth money. Although she wasn't too familiar with the business, she still understood that magic artifacts were rare. Even here at Lauda Street, there weren't a few real ones. Everyone knew this, but there was still a lot of people who bought them. There was no other reason but that they want to meet a real one. Although that middle-aged man knew Yemo's items were fake, he was disappointed after seeing Yemo take out so much. However, that disappointment went away quickly. He knew it was fake and only bought it because his daughters liked them. Boss, I want 3. Help me package it, please. This middle-aged man was straightforward. Okay, 3 is $600,000, but I'll give you a discount, $500,000. Yemo casually deducted $100,000. Seeing Yemo deduct $100,000, this middle-aged man found himself bemused. In his eyes, people like Yemo were here to scam people. The more he did, the better. How could he just take off $100,000? Of course, $100,000 wasn't much for him, but looking at Yemo's clothing, $100,000 should be a big number. But soon, he understood that Yemo really took off $100,000. This wasn't 100 or 2, it was a whole $100,000. However, Yemo didn't feel it was anything. He had a good impression of the middle-aged man. Although $100,000 wasn't little, he felt that money wasn't the most important thing. If he wanted money, he could think of ways at any time. Moreover, his online clinic was about to start soon. Would he worry about not having money to earn? The middle-aged man's look obviously showed that he thought the necklace was fake, but he still bought 3 without bargaining the price. This made GMO approve of him greatly. No matter how much money he had, it was still his money, and being able to spend it meant that he loved his daughters a lot. Plus, he never intended to sell the 3 necklace for $600,000. $200,000 and he would be happy. Now that he sold them for $500,000, he was very satisfied. Help me package it and tell me your card number. We'll go to the tax district together. I'll give you the money now, this middle-aged man said with satisfaction. Yemo just realized now that he didn't have packaging nor a card number and couldn't help but to say, I don't have a package, and it doesn't matter if there's no packaging, I'll wear it now. Then, one of the girls already put the necklace on and stuffed it inside her clothes. This necklace feels really comfortable. The girl immediately felt a spirit-cleansing sensation. The middle-aged man smiled and didn't talk. He thought that his daughter wanted to tell him that the money was spent wisely to make him feel better. Okay, but don't tell me you don't have a card number too? Looking at Yemo's troubled face, the middle-aged man joked. Yemo helplessly said, I really don't have a card number. He was indeed a povo, one. And Yen originally felt jealous hearing the girl say the necklace was comfortable. After all, she liked the necklace too. But now that she found out this person didn't even have a card, she wondered how the necklaces were made. Yemo only just realized that each stall had an individual for payments. Other than his stall, the cashier also had to give tax. It seemed that he was indeed a bit rushed. This necklace is quite pretty, how much? Just when the middle-aged man also didn't have a way, another person came to ask for Yemo's necklace, $200K.
Yemo just sold it for $200,000, obviously he can't give two prices. The person asking was a youth not much older than Yemo. There was also a lady beside him looking in her 50s. However, she didn't look too healthy. "Mom, this necklace is quite pretty, I'll buy one for you." This youth seemed to have a filial heart. The middle-aged woman also felt that the necklace was pretty and hesitated before saying, "It's quite pretty, but the price is too expensive." Although the youth didn't feel $200K was expensive, he seemed to be afraid of his mom reproaching him for wasting money. And someone else bought it just then, so it would be implausible to bargain. Looking at the porcelain bottle on Yemo's table, seeing it write all sorts of pills, he immediately came up with an idea and hurried to say, "How about you give me a bottle of pill as well?" The reason he wanted to buy the pill was to prove to his mother that he wasn't being scammed. In fact, he didn't plan to have the pill. For magic artifacts, he can adopt a tested-out attitude, but for these unknown pills, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Yemo could only helplessly touch his nose and say, "This pill isn't a bottle of pill, there is only one in each bottle, and it's more expensive than the necklace. The production cost for these pills are indeed higher than the necklace." If he just gave it out like that, then he would be losing. Hearing Yemo's words, this youth was dazed. Buying a pill for him was like buying fake medicine, but it actually costed more than the necklace. That meant it was more than $200,000, and Yen felt more contemptuous towards Yemo. This person's heart was probably black. $200,000 for a necklace and an unknown pill sells for more than $200,000? She really wondered how the exhibition let a cheat like him in. Although she wanted to leave more than once, but she couldn't let go of that necklace. However, she was too embarrassed to drop her dignity to buy it. "You're saying that this pill costs more than $200,000? Although he was rich, the youth was still shocked that one pill costed $200,000. He came here knowing that the price wouldn't be cheap, but $200,000 was too horrible. What pill is this, actually costing more than $200,000? An old man on the side heard and immediately came up to look at the porcelain bottles on Yemo's stall. Including the middle-aged man and his two daughters, there was more and more people coming to Yemo's stall. "This necklace is so pretty. I also want one, how much?" Another woman younger than 30 came here. Yemo couldn't help but to sigh that his necklace was really attractive to women. However, although this woman had a good body that could even be described as busty, her face really couldn't be praised. It wasn't to say that her face looked bad, her face was not bad, but in fact, having this sense of mature woman. However, what made people not want to look at her again was that there were so many spots and they weren't those teenage acne. Although she wore shades, those spots couldn't be covered. One could imagine that if she didn't have those spots on her face, this would be a pretty lady. Everyone loved beauty, and although her face wasn't so good, she still liked the pretty necklace. Yemo smiled and said, "Actually, madam, I think you should buy this pill of mine more." Then, Yemo took out a bottle and said, "This is a beauty pill, only one is enough to make your face smooth and shiny like jade. However, the price is a little more expensive than the necklace." "Really?" The woman immediately grabbed the bottle. Although she was dubious, that desperation already betrayed her thoughts. Yemo smiled once again. "Sister, I think that if you can afford a $200,000 necklace, then you shouldn't care about this $200,000 pill. Just think of it as buying yourself an opportunity. You can earn money, but you may not have this chance again. Of course, I won't force you to buy it, decide for yourself, but there is only this chance. I won't be coming here to sell pills again." Yemo suddenly realized that he was very persuasive. If he went to do business, perhaps he would really have potential. "Okay, I'll have one of your necklace, card?" That youth who came with his mum saw that so many people were interested in Yemo's things and finally made up his mind and picked up a necklace. Before Yemo said anything, that woman said immediately, "Okay, I'll have your pill." "You're right. Even if you're a cheat, I will still give myself a chance. As for the necklace, I'll also wait." A voice suddenly interrupted this woman. An old man in his 70s walked over and bowed to Yemo before continuing saying, "Patron, may I look at your necklace?" Yemo turned around and looked at that woman and said, "Sister, do you want this? If you want it, it's yours, if not, I'm giving it to this monk." "Yes, of course I want it."
I want the pill and the necklace too, the woman hurried and said. The old man hurried and said, Female patron, may I have a look first? Hearing the old monk say this, the woman could only give it over. The old monk took it and looked. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened it, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. After a while, he said, Female patron, is it possible for you to give it to me? I'll pay 300k. What? Not only this woman was shocked, but also the people around her. To be honest, up until now, everyone has been buying the necklace because it looked pretty. The people around wasn't short of that money. Did this old monk buy this necklace because it was pretty too? 1. Povo colloquial way of saying someone is very poor in derogatory manner. Chapter 123, not ancient martial arts, and Yen, who had been standing on the side, froze too. Someone actually wants to pay 300k for a necklace? But she immediately reacted and she contemptuously said, You can just tell they are working together, not professional at all. However, the youth beside her seriously said, They aren't working together, I know that old monk. He is from that ancient stall. He seemed to be from Ju Yun Temple. This sort of people would never do such a thing. It seems that the necklace may really be magic artifact. Ah! And Yen exclaimed. She didn't expect the person to increase the price would be an old monk from an ancient stall. This was a clear sign that Yimo's items were real. How about I buy one for you? This youth knows that Yen really liked the necklace and wanted to please her. Seeing her expression, he said immediately, Okay, I want one, but... And Yen had been wanting one, but she just couldn't do it for the sake of her dignity. However, she didn't expect things to turn out like this. The product she thought to be fake actually became popular now. She immediately thought that this necklace was gone. Otherwise, why would the old monk fight over one with the woman? Emo didn't expect to find someone who knew his stuff. But, he already sold his item to this woman and wouldn't sell it to the second person. Seeing the woman look over, Emo said immediately, You came first, you pay. At this moment, everyone around understood that the old monk came from the ancient stall. Even he came to buy Emo's item, so this meant that Emo's items were real. At this moment, more and more people came to Emo's stall. That middle-aged man also realized that he earned big, so he quickly came up to Emo and said, If you believe me, I'll give you check and I can help you do the tax. Emo didn't care that much to begin with. It was good as long as he got the money, and he indeed didn't have a card. Hearing this middle-aged man say this, the woman and the youth also conformed. Emo was by himself. He couldn't leave with these people. However, they all had their morals. When they left to do the tax, they didn't take the items away. The youth with an yen came up immediately and said to Emo politely, Friend, do you have any more of those necklace? Can you sell one to me? Or we can order one, of course, the price is no problem. Emo saw that the annoying woman didn't come up and felt a little better, but immediately replied, Sorry, the necklace is gone and you can't order them. A master told me to sell it for him. It's gone after this 5. Hearing Emo's words, not only the youth was disappointed but also in yen. She really regretted not buying one for 100k, however, more and more people were asking about it. The youth saw that Emo had indeed ran out and could only set his eyes on the two who bought it just then. They had one each in their family. He wondered if they could sell one for her. Thinking about this, the youth said to the girl, Hello, you bought 3 necklaces, could you sell one to me? I can pay $100,000 extra? The girl immediately raised the corner of her mouth saying annoyedly, Do you think I'm someone who is missing your $100,000? The people around could tell that the girl indeed didn't need that $100,000, Emo sighed to himself. It seemed that the brand power of ancient character was effective. He could sell 3 to the middle-aged man purely due to luck. However, the people who came later was due to the old monk and his brand. At this moment, the old monk was still investigating the pills inside Emo's bottle. He kept sniffing and even asked if Emo could take it out for him to see. Of course, Emo wouldn't mind. The old monk helped him advertise. Although he pretty much sold his necklace, he was still grateful towards the old monk. The middle-aged man and the woman as well as the youth had all come. However, the middle-aged man had a 2 million check for Emo and said, The other 2 have given me the money, and I helped you get a check. I've paid the tax for you already too. Yemo had an even better impression of the middle-aged man. He was probably afraid that Yemo would be tricked and took the money and helped Yemo get a check. It could be seen that he was a person of morality, otherwise, he wouldn't be doing this. Yemo took the check and said, "Thank you, however, I don't have that much money." The middle-aged man smiled and waved, "I know, I still want to buy a few bottles of your pill. See how much pills I can buy with the rest of the money and just give me a few bottles." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old monk said before Yemo could say anything, "Patron, I'll have the rest of the pills, name your price." It seemed that the old monk was afraid the other people would buy the rest and instead talked first. Indeed, as soon as the old monk talked, people on the side started to regret. Yemo smiled, "Okay, 200k a pill then. However, I'm not a patron, I'll be taking money." Yemo knew that out of all the people here, he was probably the poorest, but he didn't feel it to be necessary to charge more. Yemo took 4 bottles and gave it to the middle-aged man and said, "There are 2 bottles of the same emergency pill. 1 bottle of beauty pill and another bottle is for cultivation. I've written down the specifics on the paper inside the bottle. Open it yourself and look." The remaining 6 bottles were all bought by the old monk, seeing that Yemo's things were really bought by the old monk. More people rushed up immediately to buy, but Yemo had sold everything, seeing that even Yemo's pills were sold out and he was now preparing to leave, and Yen just realized she got nothing. If what the old monk said was true, then his beauty pill must really have those effects. The most important thing, however, was that the necklace she wanted first was gone. This immediately made Yen feel that things were unfair and could no longer worry about her dignity. She squeezed in and said to Yemo, "I saw your things first, I won't ask to buy one now, but can you reserve a necklace for me?" Her tone obviously softened. Now that she thought about it, she really liked that necklace. But just as the bastard said, there was only one opportunity. She could earn $200,000 again, but the opportunity wouldn't come back. Now, even the middle-aged man felt that Yen was being ridiculous. She just said that Yemo's things were trash worth only a few $100s, but now, she was asking to order. He could not help but to shake his head. Luckily, he didn't heed to this woman's words, otherwise he would really be regretting. Yemo really wanted to pre-order and go back to continue making them, but he knew that this thing could only stop now. He could still make excuses now, but if he made too much, it would be hard to explain. Plus, this thing has been exposed too much due to that old monk. Thinking about this, Yemo could only say, "Really sorry, but I'm selling these for someone else. As for whether there will be more, I really can't guarantee. Perhaps I will sell more next exhibition, but it mainly depends on whether there will be more products." Yemo didn't seal the deal. After all, this money was too easy to earn. Perhaps he would need money again and could come back to earn another round. And this exhibition happened every year, it was just held at different places. Seeing Yemo say this, many people walked away in disappointment. Although they were disappointed, they didn't regret too much. After all, it was just a magic artifact. No one had really seen its powers. However, only the middle-aged man and the old monk didn't leave. Even Yen left in anger, cursing Yemo countless times. "I'm Ijoha, I'm running a few companies, and this is my card. If you need any help, please ask." Then, Ijoha took out his card. His many years of experience in the business industry made him feel that Yemo wasn't an ordinary person. Thus, he wanted to connect with him, so he left a card. Yemo didn't have a card nor did he have a phone, so he could only say something polite. After waiting for a while, Yemo didn't give him a name card. Although Ijoha was disappointed, he saw that the old monk wanted to talk to Yemo, so he could only take his 2 daughters and leave. "Dad, this is the first time I see you give a name card," but the person didn't give one back. One of the girls following Ijoha said, "Sister, you're wrong. It's not that this person doesn't want to give a card to Dad. See, he didn't even have a bank card, how can he have a name card? I think he probably doesn't even have a phone. Perhaps this thing really was made by a master living in the mountains who gave it to him to sell." The other girl immediately rebuked. Ijoha's eyes brightened up. He immediately realized that Yemo quite possibly didn't have name card and wasn't that he didn't want to be connected to him. Then, he couldn't help but to pat the head of the girl and say, "Machem, Yen is right, he doesn't look like an arrogant person. He is truly a master. And you too need to remember to wear your necklace at all times."
Seeing the middle-aged man leave with his two girls and Yemo's stall was empty, the old monk said, "I'm Wu Guang from Juyin Temple. What is your surname, patron?" Yemo thought and looked at the small ancient character at the edge of the old monk's sleeve and asked, "May I ask Elder Wu Guang if you're from the ancient martial arts sects?" The old monk nodded and said, "Ancient martial arts isn't easy, they usually don't come into the world. I'm just a normal monk in Juyin Temple, however, I came to this exhibition to help some ancient martial arts sects to sell some things. I do have a few things I wish to inquire, patron. Do you have time, patron?" Yemo was greatly disappointed. So the people here weren't really from the ancient martial arts sects, but those who came to sell their things. It seemed it would be hard for him to ask about Luo Susu, chapter 124, hidden sects. There was a lot of people at Juyin Temple's stall. However, their stall was also very big. Yemo followed Wu Guang monk to the resting place at their stall. Immediately, a girl walked up to serve tea. Seeing Yemo sit down, Wu Guang monk immediately said, "Sorry for my sudden invitation, I haven't asked for your name yet." Yemo came on his own will. If he didn't want to come, it wouldn't be so easy for Wu Guang to invite him. Now that Wu Guang asked, "Master Wu Guang, you're too polite, I'm Yemo." Yemo thought that this Wu Guang probably wasn't an ordinary folk. Although he hadn't been in a fight with him, his spirit and essence seemed holy. Despite he was an old man in his 70s, his movement weren't slurred at all. As he spoke, his tone sounded potent. Obviously, he was cultivating an inner martial art. "If I'm not wrong, your prowess in martial arts is low. This time, I do have a few questions for you. Of course, if it's inconvenient to answer, it doesn't matter." Wu Guang's voice was very soft and very polite. Yemo drank some tea and a crisp smell went into his nose. The taste lingered in his mouth. It was obviously a top-quality tea, so he couldn't help but to say, "This tea is indeed great." Wu Guang smiled and said, "If you like it, I can give you some later. This is given to me by a friend." Yemo wondered if that friend of his was the one who asked Wu Guang to sell magical artifacts for him. Regardless, he would ask later. "However," he said, "thank you, master. What other questions do you have?" "Great, then I'll be straightforward. From what I can see, your magical artifacts are even better than the ones I'm selling. I'm wondering if you made them yourself or you got them elsewhere." Wu Guang's eyelids sunk down, but the shimmer in his eyes couldn't escape Yemo's spirit sense. Looking at the old monk's eyes and thinking about the fact that he was selling artifacts for those ancient martial arts sects, Yemo wondered if he was too high profile. If one of such sect wanted him and took him back as a lab rat, then he would be gone. He didn't think that with his current power, he would be invincible. Thinking about this, Yemo stood up and saluted to the old monk. "Master, I wish to ask for your help." Wu Guang closed his hands. "Yes, don't be polite, please be straightforward." Yemo, however, sat down once again and said, "These magical artifacts and pills are all made by an elder in my sect. However, he doesn't wish to come out in the world, so he told me to sell it for them. However, he doesn't need the money. In fact, I only know a little about these sort of things." After looking once at Wu Guang's reaction, Yemo paused before continuing, "The thing I want to ask for your help is that please don't get these pills into those ancient martial arts sects to prevent that elder from being offended." However, Yemo thought to himself that it seemed Wu Guang didn't really understand the power of the artifacts he was selling. If he knew, then he probably wouldn't be using this attitude, but it was good that he didn't know because he was connected to the sections. If he revealed Yemo's power, then it wouldn't be good. It seemed that he needed to be less in touch with this monk. After today's things are done, he would leave immediately. Thinking about this, Yemo saluted with his fist. "Master Wu Guang, I also have something that I want to ask you. Please speak." Seeing Yemo say he didn't make these things, Wu Guang understood. After all, someone as young as Yemo wouldn't be able to make such magic artifacts. Moreover, his things seemed pretty well done, rendering a serene feeling. That's why he wanted to buy one. He didn't realize the true effects of the items, just as Yemo thought. If he knew, then he would probably bring one back no matter how expensive it was. Even if he didn't hand it to the sects, he would keep one for research himself. "I want to ask if the ancient martial arts sects are the hidden sects. How do I enter if I want to enter the hidden sects?" He only occasionally heard about the hidden sects from Luo Susu.
Although he didn't ask, he remembered it. Hearing Yemo's question, Wu Guang looked at Yemo peculiarly. He didn't expect Yemo to know about the hidden sections. Not much people knew about the hidden sections. Since Yemo asked, Wu Guang didn't decide to hide it from him. Plus, there wasn't anything to hide. He just nodded and said, ancient martial arts is a type of hidden sect. Other than that, there are other lines such as Dao sects, Yellow sects, Rune sects, and so forth. However, if you're not one of them, it's best not to try to enter, because even if I tell you how to, you wouldn't be able to get there. Even if you did manage to get in, you would be killed straight away. Speaking of this and seeing Yemo's bemused face, he thought Yemo was wondering why the hidden sects could kill people so easily, so he explained, it isn't illegal to kill inside the sects, because no one can go in. As for where each one is located, I don't know either. Although Wu Guang didn't say where the hidden sects were, Yemo understood most of the things. Luo Susu should be one of the lines in the hidden sects, and these people were all cultivation madmen. They usually wouldn't come out or were not allowed to come out. However, each sect couldn't possibly be that tight. And there were always a few restless people who ran out. After running out, they would use their abilities to establish a career for themselves. Since Wu Guang said this, there was no need for him to ask about Luo Susu. Wu Guang didn't even know where the hidden sects were. He definitely wouldn't know Luo Susu's situation. No wonder Luo Susu said it was so hard to come out once. Then where is your Juyun temple located? Yemo asked immediately. However, this time, the monk just said "tuofo" and didn't answer. Yemo knew the monk didn't want to say it and couldn't help to be contemptuous towards this monk. The monk found him and asked him so many questions, but when he just asked him a few, he didn't even want to answer it. However, Yemo asked what he needed, so he stood up and said, in that case, I won't disturb you anymore, goodbye. The monk didn't have anything else to ask but still gave a box of tea to Yemo. When Yemo returned to the exhibition, there was still a lot of people. He wanted to find Lin Hueya and see if he had already bought what he wanted. If he didn't, then he wanted to leave. He just saw a few ancient stalls and there weren't anything good there. Even the artifacts with faint spirit chi were hardly to be seen. Plus, Wu Guang monk said that he wasn't from the ancient martial arts sects, so Yemo no longer had the intent to ask how they made their magic artifacts. They wouldn't know even if he asked. Yemo scanned with his spirit sense and didn't see Lin Hueya. Lin Hueya was out of range, so he was probably busy. Yemo would also look around and see which of these things were real. However, Yemo was disappointed. After going through half of the places, there were only a few real ones and barely had any function. They were just some ordinary things to cleanse the mind, but they were exorbitantly expensive. But just when Yemo was going back to his stall and wait to meet up with Lin Hueya, a stall that wasn't much bigger than his caught his attention. To be exact, the silver rock on the stall caught his attention. Yemo scanned the rock with his spirit sense and found it to be a space abyss rock. His heart started to beat fast. Space abyss rock, it was the thing used to make dimensional rings or storage rings. In the real cultivation realm, it was rare, much less here. If he had a storage ring, then even if he wasn't that strong, he wouldn't have had such a hard time in the desert. He must acquire this. Yemo's eyes could no longer leave the rock and just walked straight towards it. Hey, what do you want? A voice stopped Yemo in his steps. Yemo just realized he rammed onto someone else. It's you? Yemo didn't expect the person he ran into would be in Yen. This woman really haunted him wherever he went. However, that youth that was tailing her was nowhere to be seen. Oh, sorry. Yemo knew it was indeed his fault this time. There was only space abyss rock in his eyes, and Yen, who was in a bad mood and was about to throw a tantrum, saw it was Yemo and actually calmed down. Although she hated Yemo, she felt like she could make a deal out of Yemo ramming into her. Perhaps she would be able to get that jade necklace, but when she reacted, Yemo had walked over to a stall. It meant that he didn't even take ramming her seriously. And Yen was immediately infuriated and followed him without thinking. However, Yemo was nervous at this time because he saw someone pick up the silver white rock. It seemed that person was also interested in the rock. Chapter 125, Unable to buy it. This was Space Abyss rock, so how could anyone from here be interested in that? Yemo walked over anxiously and pretended to look at something else. In fact, his spirit sense never left that rock. Do you want to leave after bumping into someone? And Yen ran in front of Emo and immediately yelled out. Emo frowned. To be honest, he really didn't want to talk to this woman.
He was worried about that space abyss rock. Now that Yen came to annoy him once again, he was immediately angry and turned around, coldly saying, "Piss off. You. And Yen didn't expect this person dare to tell her to piss off. Her face was furious and actually was at a loss for words. At this moment, the youth within Yen walked over.
Seeing Yan's complexion, he asked, "And Yen, what's wrong?" And Yen rubbed one eye with her hand and pointed at Emo. "This person is harassing me." The man's face sunk. He was already annoyed at Emo for not selling the necklace, but he didn't expect Emo to dare to harass Yen. He immediately walked over and wanted to grab Emo's shoulder. But before his hand reached Emo's shoulder, Emo's hand already grabbed his wrist and coldly said, "If you dare to move again, I will step you under my foot, piss off." This youth discovered that after Emo grabbed his hand, he couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, a bone-aching chill ran onto his body. This youth wasn't ordinary. As soon as the situation arose, he immediately knew that he was a joke compared to Emo. This person who dared to harass Yen was definitely a master, someone countless times stronger than him. He was sure that even if his master was here, he would still be no match for him. Meeting such a master at the exhibition, cold sweat immediately ran down the man's back. He thought about Emo selling things before. Did he really come from the ancient martial arts sects? Otherwise, why did the monk want to talk to him in private? However, luckily at this moment, Emo had released his hand and didn't pay more attention to him. Instead, he continued to watch that stall. "Boss, how much is this stone?" Hearing this voice, Emo's heart sunk immediately. It seemed that that person really wanted the rock. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask like this. Emo was thinking rapidly. If this person really bought the Space Abyss rock, he would buy it back. If he didn't sell it, then he would try and get this even if it meant stealing. This thing was too useful for Emo originally. He thought there wouldn't be such good material on Earth, but now that he discovered it, there was no way he would let it go. Plus, Space Abyss rock was much more precious than silver heartgrass, $100,000. The stall owner gave a price. That expensive? This is just a rock, I just want to use it for decoration seeing the color is so rare. Can it be any cheaper? The man holding the stone said. At this moment, Emo looked at the man. He was in his 30s and was slim built. However, he looked very tough. With Emo's experience, this person was a ferocious person. What took Emo's attention was that this man emitted a bleak aura. People who were sensitive to this would even feel cold. This thing was only $100,000, but he was still bargaining for it, meaning that he wasn't rich or he didn't have much money on him. The stall owner shook his head after hearing the words. "Sorry, there's no bargaining. I'm helping a friend sell this." "Oh, I see." The man put down the stone and started to think. Emo immediately took the stone after seeing the man put it down. This was no longer a time to pretend to not care. While this man hadn't decided yet, he would buy it first. "I'll take this stone." Emo immediately took the stone and said. The stall owner didn't expect this stone to suddenly be so popular. Just when the man put it down, Emo already picked it up. Seeing Emo pick up the stone, the man who was still hesitating immediately changed and said, "I got this stone first. What right do you have to buy it?" "Give it over, I'm buying it." Then, he was going to take it from Emo's hand. Emo sneered, "There are so many people here, how come I didn't hear you say you want it?" "Boss, tell me, who decided to buy it first?" The boss looked awkwardly at the two people and said, "This friend came first." He pointed at that man, but before that man smiled, he pointed at Emo and said, "But the first to say he want to buy is this one." The man was immediately going to get angry, but he realized he didn't have any reason to. The store owner wasn't wrong at all. "I'll buy it for $200,000. Give it to me, he hasn't bought it yet." That man was angry. He didn't think that the thing he wanted would be bought away as soon as he hesitated for a bit. The store owner looked apologetically at Emo. Although he knew Emo decided on it first, but the other person gave $200,000. "Okay, I'll also pay $200K. Then, Emo took out the check to the store owner. "This is a $2 million check. Just give me $1.8 million change."
However, the store owner didn't take the check and instead changed face. All the deals here were in cash or card. Only friends or those whom one was familiar with would do deals in check. Emo was the first to use check and asked for 1.8 million change. Sorry, sir, we don't take check, only cash or bank transfer. The stall owner rejected immediately. Emo's face also changed. He didn't think that people didn't take check. He believed a check, but that didn't mean everyone believed it. If they didn't take check, it meant that he couldn't pay. If he couldn't pay, he would fight over the rock, seeing that the person she hated couldn't take out money. And Yen rejoiced. Although she knew that the check in Emo's hand was probably real, she still loved seeing this situation. There was already a few times she suffered at the hands of Emo on the plane. Now that Emo was suffering, there was no way she wouldn't be happy. The youth next to Yen pulled her. Let's go. Why? I still haven't gotten retribution yet. How can I let it go like this? And Yen unhappily said. She still had another intention. If Emo didn't have money and asked her for money, she would lend it to him but ask for that necklace while ridiculing Emo. However, the youth quietly said, "This isn't a simple man, we'll talk on the side." Helplessly, and Yen walked to the side with the youth. At this moment, the stall owner took the space abyss rock from Emo and put it on the table. His intention was obvious, whoever could afford it could get the rock. Emo's face changed. There was no way he would give up on the space abyss rock, but he couldn't take out money. He thought about Yen on the side. Didn't she want a necklace? He would give her one and lend money from her. But when Emo turned around, Yen was gone. He couldn't help but to frown more, of course, and Yen didn't think that her little plan almost succeeded if that youth didn't pull her away. Emo really was going to ask for money from her. But in this short moment, the bleak-faced man said, "Tell your cashier to go check out with me. I'll give you $200,000 immediately." This stall owner could no longer care about Emo. It would be hard to sell this stone for $100,000, but now he sold it for $200,000. He quickly told the cashier to check out with the man while he packaged the stone. Emo looked helplessly at the rock. He really couldn't blame the stall owner. Although his character wasn't good, he was a businessman. Of course, he wanted to earn more money. "Boss, where did you get this stone?" Emo thought there might be more from where it came from. As though a bit apologetic towards Emo, the stall owner replied, "From what my friend said, he picked it up near the Qingdao beach. As for exactly where, I have no idea." Hearing the stall owner's words, Emo was speechless. If he could pick up space abyss stone at the beach, then there would be too much. However, he wasn't sure if the stall owner was telling the truth, so he could only shake his head and leave. After leaving the stall, Emo quietly walked behind that man and made a spirit sense mark. Since he couldn't buy it, then he had no choice but to steal it. This thing was more useful to him than to anyone else, but someone else had to buy it. Emo didn't have any moral burden stealing it from this man. This bleak-looking man was obviously not someone to be messed with easily, but Emo wasn't afraid of this type at all. Plus, he maliciously increased the price. Look at how the monk increased the price. After the person bought it, he would buy it for extra from that person. If the person didn't agree, he would give up. Of course, Emo didn't expect this man to have the resolve of Wu Guang, but that man shouldn't expect him to have the resolve of Wu Guang either. And Yen, who just saw Emo return dejectedly to his stall, couldn't help but to think, "Serves you right." Chapter 126, Relocation. At this moment, Lin Huiha and his friends had come back. Although Emo had no interest in asking what they bought, Lin Huiha excitedly showed Emo the magic artifact he had just bought. This was a spirit-calming magic artifact. It would help with sleeping when put at the bedside. Although it looked exquisite on the outside, the effects were too bad. If it was not long before, perhaps Emo would help him improve it. But now, Emo had lost interest and casually said it wasn't bad. "Brother Yi, did you finish selling as well? If you're finished, then let's go?" From Lin Huiha's perspective, it would be very lucky if Emo could even sell his things for a few thousand. Emo smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you go back first, I still have some things to do. I'll go visit you later. Oh, I also have a bag of tea here. A friend gave it to me, it's yours now." Seeing Emo was busy, Lin Huiha didn't mind too much. He took the tea and left with his friend, after Lin Hueha left.
Yemo just constantly sat in his stall and didn't shop around.
He just kept his spirit sense on that bleak-looking man. If he didn't get this rock, he wouldn't give up. With such a big piece, he could make 2 storage rings. Although Yen wanted to go up and ridicule Yemo, she saw Yemo's annoyed complexion and remembered the ferocious way he told her to piss off and held back on her actions. However, Yemo noticed that the man who bought the stone didn't leave and still walked around.
However, Yemo was patient.
Even if the man stayed till dark, he wouldn't mind. And Yemo also noticed that a long-haired man followed that man, but the two didn't talk. After that man walked around for another 20 minutes. He finally made his way to the exit.
Yemo just kept his spirit sense on him and didn't walk up.
As expected, the man wandered around the exit for another while before leaving.
Yemo noticed that he actually left from the safety exit.
The long-haired man didn't leave with him. Yemo immediately used an invisibility magic and followed. Because Yen was still annoyed due to the necklace, she had her eyes on Yemo, but when she blinked, she actually found that Yemo disappeared. She thought she looked wrong and rubbed her eyes, but Yemo really disappeared. She was dazed. She didn't know if she blinked for too long or she was seeing things. This bleak man had a handbag and walked beside an Audi. He looked around and took out a cigarette but wasn't in a rush to leave. It seemed that he was waiting for someone. If he was stage 2 chi gathering, Yemo would probably kill this man or knock him out and take the space abyss rock. But at this moment, that was unnecessary. He thought he would have to follow his car, but since this man didn't leave, that would save more time. Yemo just took the rock without even using a substitute in invisibility. He left immediately. If he couldn't make a storage ring before he went to Beijing, then he at least needed to prepare the other materials. Before the man finished smoking, the long-haired man walked over. The two really were together. The two nodded upon arrival as the bleak man reached inside the bag in his hand. He wanted to take the space abyss rock out and show it to the long-haired man, but when he reached his hand in, his face rapidly changed. He found that the rock he spent 200k on was gone. He really did leave it in there and the bag was always in his hand, so how would it disappear? Plus, with his power, how could he not know someone stole something from him? Sumu, what's wrong? The latter man noticed something was wrong and asked. The man called Sumu just held the bag without replying immediately. Did you lose it? That long-haired man nervously asked. From his expression, one could tell how much it meant for him. The man called Sumu shook his head. No, that thing is still there. Hearing Sumu's words, the long-haired man felt relief. Since that thing is still there, what are you afraid of, Sai? But I felt I lost something thousands of times more precious than that. Sumu shook his head. His face was bleak. Stop bullshitting. What could be more precious than the attacking artifacts from the hidden sections? We spent 50 million getting that. Master said if he finished his solitary training, he will be able to break through. Then, he will go see Qianlong too. Even if he doesn't break through, Qianlong too would be more cautious with him with this attacking artifact, the long-haired man said. The man called Sumu frowned and answered after a long time, it's because I feel the thing I lost is the spirit sensing stone, Master said. Master said that there is a type of stone where if you hold it in your hands and close your eyes feeling it with your body, you will have this feeling of spreading your spirit. You can even feel its vastness as well as an indescribable feel of spacetime. This stone is really important in helping me break through. Speaking till now, he looked at the long-haired man and said, if that was the spirit sensing stone and Master got it, then he would have a greater chance in breaking through. Perhaps we can use this stone to break through in the future. This stone that makes you feel a vastness is priceless. Don't you think it is so much more precious than the thing we came to buy? There really is such a stone? Then for a true ancient martial artist like Master, that stone would be. The long-haired man didn't speak the rest, but Sumu knew what he meant. If that stone really was the spirit-sensing stone, then it would definitely worth more than that 50 million attacking artifact. Sumu's face was serious. It should be him, otherwise, why did he keep such a close eye on it? It meant that he knew how special the stone was. It was because he wanted to buy that made me make my decision. Only he would have the motive to steal it. Now that the stone has disappeared. You sure you weren't being followed? The long-haired man soon understood. If things were really as Sumu said, then that stone really would be so much more precious. Sumu shook his head.
Definitely not, perhaps.
Sumu suddenly subconsciously looked at the exhibition and said to the long-haired man, "Let's go in again, tell the organizer to close the doors and investigate."
The long-haired man frowned and said, "In that case, we're telling Metal River that we have come? So what if they know?"
Metal River is Uncle Metals and Masters, not Wu Shueming's. If Master wasn't in solitary training now, Uncle Metal would have gotten rid of him with his cockiness and subvert disobedience to Uncle Metal's words. We'll let him jump around for a few days. He had already forgotten who had given him his authority. Sumu's bleak face seemed bleaker with his bleak tone. The long-haired man nodded.
That Wu Shueming has been too arrogant recently.
Then, the two went back to the exhibition. Emo returned to the clinic in a good mood, but he saw Lu Xiaojun and Yuera discussing something.
They hurried to greet Emo upon seeing his return. "What is it that you're so happy about?"
Emo asked casually, seeing both of them were so happy. "Master, Xiaojun has found a mansion.
It's just a bit far and the price is 1.8 million.
Because this family is in a rush to leave, the price isn't too high." Yuera replied. Emo was also very happy hearing that they have found a new place.
He didn't mind it being distant. He wanted it to be far and discreet.
He immediately gave that check to Lu Xiaojun. "Use this money to buy the mansion, the faster the better."
Lu Xiaojun took the check.
Looking at the numbers on it, she almost screamed.
Master just went out for half a day and brought back 2 million.
This was too absurd, but then she immediately thought of Yemo's words and dragged Yuera with her. But before she left, she remembered something and asked, "Master, give me your ID."
Emo waved his hand.
"Use your own, time is of the essence." Lu Xiaojun poked her tongue out but also knew of Yemo's character. So she didn't ask anymore. The reason Yemo wanted to move so quickly was because Lin Huihan knew he went, and Lin Huihan knew where he lived. If someone wanted to, it wouldn't be hard for that person to find him. Moreover, he got the Space Abyss rock today. Other people didn't know of its value, but he did. He just didn't know if that bleak-looking man bought the rock due to the same reasons, but regardless, he needed to be alert. Of course, the main reason was because he wanted to plant his silver heartgrass there. Although it didn't die here, but it didn't seem to be very alive. Instead of waiting for it to die here, it would be better to change places. If that place still didn't work out, then he might really move back to Ninghai. Although Lu Xiaojun just graduated less than a year ago, she did things very fast. It was only a week, and she had done all the procedures right away. Plus, that family was in a hurry to sell the house, so they had already moved in within a week. Chapter 127, Qianlongtuo's Irresolution, Sinai Peninsula. In Nanqing's grandiloquent meeting room, only a few people sat there. In the middle was a man in his 60s. He had a pair of hawk eyes and loose eyebrows. However, his lips were very thick. This was the leader of Nanqing, Shen Baihe, also called Qianlongtu. Many years ago, Qianlongtu no longer ventured into the underground world. But those who heard his name would all give him respect. No gang dared to go against Qianlongtu. Not only in China, but even the African and European gangs also need to be fearful of the name Qianlongtu. However, Qianlongtu's face was very bleak at the moment. He just stared at the screen and didn't talk. Other than him, there were 6 other people in this room. 2 of them Emo would know. One was the woman he sliced the arm off, and another one was Lang Ji. Other than this, there were 4 other people. A skinny man wearing red clothes sat closely beside Qianlongtu. He was in his 40-foot, triangular eyes and very long eyebrows. However, he also frowned as if in contemplation. He was the advisor of Qianlongtu, Dongfangshi, the only person still drinking water as a youth who looked very scholarly and had a neat face. Although he wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. Although he looked the most ordinary, he was the most mysterious in Nanchang and also said to be the strongest. He was Wu Chang. As for how strong he was, no one knew. Only Lang Ji knew of his strength a bit, but Lang Ji was definitely no match for him. Even Qianlongtu was a bit respectful towards him. Other than this, there was a nun. The nun looked very fresh. She sat with the girl who had her arms sliced off by Emo. It seemed the two were related, but that girl's broken arm was already attached back. It seemed she underwent surgery, and her face was still pale. She sat beside the nun. The last person seemed a bit recluse but had a face full of ferocity. He was Qian Longto's close henchman, Li Sandao. Also the general of Qian Longto's army. It could be said Nanqing's most central people were all here. However, the atmosphere was very dead. After long, Dongfang she relaxed his eyebrows and said, from the tape and Lang Ji as well as Zi Su's description, this Yimo is indeed strong.
However, as for fireball and invisibility, I have my own outlook on that.
Seeing everyone was listening to him, Dongfang she continued, I won't talk about the fireball. The technology now is so advanced.
It is very easy to make something into a fireball.
However, the temperature of his fireball is so high, meaning that the fire source is quite special. As for invisibility, I suspect he acquired some artifact from the hidden sections.
Otherwise, I really wouldn't believe someone can just suddenly go invisible. Even people from the hidden sects can't do this.
But one thing I'm certain, his power is very strong.
What do you make of it, Master Huiyan? Qian Longtu didn't make his opinion after hearing Dongfang Shi's words.
He asked that nun after a while. The nun slowly said, for this thing, my disciple is already heavily injured and paid the price of an arm. My promise to brother Qian has come to an end.
I won't make my opinion on this. I will take my disciple and leave now.
Then, the nun stood up and Zi Su followed her. Qian Longtu frowned seeing the nun stand up but didn't stop her. After a while, he stood up and said, since Master Huiyan is leaving, hopefully we'll see each other again. Huiyan didn't say anything and just left with her disciple. The nun even drove a car over. It seemed that she was planning to leave a long time ago. After getting on the car, Zisu curiously asked, Master, why are you leaving? Uncle Qian is very nice to us, and my hand was chopped by that bastard.
I still want my revenge. The nun sighed. Zisu, you only see one side of Qian Longtu. You haven't seen his vicious side. He can take 1 month to kill someone, have you seen it?
My brother owed him, so I promised to do 3 things for him.
This time, getting you to go to the desert with Lang Ji to stop EMO is the last promise. From now on, we won't be related anymore.
But Master, aren't we going to get revenge?
Zi Su immediately asked.
She really didn't want to let it go like this. She had been practicing martial arts for so many years. All her mastery is in her hands, but now her hand was destroyed. Revenge? Huiyan repeated before saying, do you think you can get revenge? I don't know who Yimo is, but I'm too clear on what sort of a person Qian Longto's son is.
Yimo definitely had a reason for killing him. Do you think it's so easy to get revenge from Yimo?
Why?
Zisu asked, didn't that Dongfang Shi say Yimo used flammables for the fireball and magic artifacts for invisibility?
Huiyan coldly said, do you need to listen to what he says?
I see that you like living in the mortal world and don't want to go back.
If that's the case, you can stay.
No, Master, I'm just saying.
Zisu hurriedly said, seeing that her master was being serious, then don't talk about it anymore.
Do you really think the hidden sect can make an invisibility artifact? And what flammable substance do you think can ignite that quick and just incinerate the body straight away? Even I could tell that Yimo definitely didn't use flammable substance.
That is just Dongfang Shi cheating himself.
Didn't you see him make hand seals? He is a scary person. Don't mess with him.
Huiyan still felt nervous thinking about the scene. She wouldn't be so clueless like normal people. Her sect was also a part of the ancient martial arts but just rather declined. Now, they were no longer a part of the hidden sect, but this didn't mean she didn't know anything. Some sects were indeed powerful, but not powerful enough to make invisibility artifacts. Brother, why did we let them go? Lang Ji asked confusedly after seeing Huiyan and Zisu really leave. Qian Longtu waved his hand and didn't reply. Although he didn't want them to leave. He didn't have any reason. At that time, he said they could leave when they helped him do 3 things. Now if he tried to force Huiyan to stay, they would have conflict. He already had conflict with Yimo. It would be no good if he were to have conflict with Huiyan. Originally, Qian Longtu thought that Yimo was someone not important. Killing him would be all too easy. But he didn't expect Yimo to be so ferocious as to face tens of Nanqing elite without any pressure. It was like he was taking a stroll, and this made Qianlong too fearful. Although the GMO said he would come for him, he wasn't scared. But if he really did have that flammable substance and the invisibility artifact, then it would be quite hefty for Qianlong too. So he decisively aborted his hunt for Yemo because someone like Yemo couldn't be hunted by Nanqing. Those who went would only die. Another reason was that it was said Metal River's Xian Daoist has finished his solitary training and was about to break through. If he really did, then he would come to his place just to show him his power. However, Qianlong too didn't have any method. Although Wu Chang was strong, he was from Miaojiang and had a wild personality, not really listening to him. The main thing was, Wu Chang was no match for Xian Daoist, much less Xian Daoist after breakthrough. Qianlong too suddenly felt a headache, but the situation now was that GMO wasn't afraid of him and might come to his place. Why did his son have to go into conflict with Yemo? If it was someone else, Qianlong too would have already cut his head. Seeing Qianlong too annoyed, Dongfang she smiled once again and said, "Big brother, you don't need to be so worried. I have already analyzed things. Even if Yemo came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Nanqing. Plus, he might not even dare to come. This isn't the main thing. After some analysis, my conclusion is that our enmity with Yemo is growing mainly due to the Song families pushing the waters in the dark." "Why do you say this?" Li Sandao, who hadn't been talking, asked bemusedly after hearing Dongfang Shi's words. "Dongfang," she said with confidence, "this is very simple. Yemo killed Song Shaoan. This is no longer a secret, and the Song family have been political adversaries with the Yi family even in the business side. Just when Yemo went to kill Song Shaoan, he met Shiping, but it is highly possible that Yemo thought Shiping was Song Shaoan's person and killed him casually. Meanwhile, the Song family used that opportunity to bring us to face Yemo together and create the scene that the Yi family values Yemo in front of our eyes so that we would attack the Yi family. Meanwhile, they promised us a lot of benefits. Even if we knew the Yi family had the same attitude to Yemo before, we would still agree to the Song family's offer. It's because their gift is too lucrative. Moreover, there is no harm in us collaborating with them. Plus, we were going to kill Yemo anyways. So what?" Although Lang Ji was strong, his brain wasn't too good. He still didn't really understand Dongfang Shi's words. "Originally, it's nothing. We even earned a low T, but there was the variable Yemo. No one knew Yemo was so strong. Perhaps even the Song and Yi family didn't know," Dongfang Shi said. "So you're saying we should stop our attack on Yi family immediately?" Qianlong too interrupted. Dongfang Shi shook his head and drank before saying, "No." Chapter 128, Dongfang Shi's Shenanigans. In fact, the Yi family dislikes Yemo right now. We know this. Before, we targeted the Yi family using Yemo as an excuse. The Yi family's fate doesn't concern Yemo at all. We were attacking the Yi family just to receive the benefits the Song family promised us. Now, there's no need for us to have conflict with the Song family. Instead, we should have a truce with the Yi family," Dongfang Shi said with confidence. "Then what should we do? Yemo killed my son. No matter how strong he is, I will still kill him. I won't be able to rest unless he is dead." Qianlong too was used to his power. Although Yemo was absurdly strong, it was impossible for him to give up revenge. Dongfang Shi calmly said, "Of course we won't let Yemo go, but since the Song family wants to use us as a bait, then we might as well do the same. Yemo's power is indeed out of our expectation. But the Song family doesn't know that now. In their eyes, Yemo is still the same Yemo. If we arrange a conflict between the Song family and Yemo while we spice their conflict and make it bitter until it reaches Yemo's bottom line, once Yemo is infuriated, with his personality, he would definitely go look for big trouble with the Song family." Qianlong too frowned. Even if Yemo were to do that, the Song family wouldn't be able to keep him. He would be able to run away easily. "It's wrong to think like that, big brother. On the surface, the Song family isn't as infamous as us, Nanqing, but don't underestimate the 5 big families of China. None of them is easy to deal with. They definitely have some hidden power which won't be unleashed until in times of crisis. And Yemo's personality is very decisive. If he is infuriated, then we can create the situation of him and the Song family fighting to the death. Speaking till now, Dongfang she took out a board of weiqi and a few white pieces on the table before continuing. Once Yemo and the Song family start fighting, the government would definitely side with the Song family.
It could be said that Yemo would be gang-banged and hunted by the government.
Then, he added another white piece. Qianlongtu couldn't help but to say, although Yemo was kicked out of the Yi family. But it should be impossible for the Yi family to hunt Yemo. Meanwhile, Dongfang she assertively said, I can be sure that the Yi family would definitely agree. This time, the Yi family is tricked too and forced to fight with us Nanchang.
The Song family's trick was obvious, but they couldn't do anything about it.
If we put ourselves with a lower attitude and even compensate for some of their losses, the Yi family wouldn't reject us for someone they abandoned.
Lang Ji seemed to understand a bit but said, if Yemo escaped, we still wouldn't be able to do anything to him?
Plus, with his power, it doesn't seem hard for him to escape.
Lang Ji had seen Yemo's power. He didn't think he was exaggerating at all.
Yemo indeed had the means to escape. At this moment Dongfang she put the white pieces all around the black and said, look, this is the government's hunt, this is the Yi family and Song family and even us Nanchang.
The only way he can escape is here. Then, Dongfang 11 pointed to the gap. He can't take planes, so the only way he can leave is from the ocean. And would we be afraid of anyone in the ocean?
So, we want him to run. This way, with Yemo's power, the Song family would suffer heavy losses after their fight, and Yemo would be trapped and hunted by us in the ocean. I just won't believe that our entire army with this much firepower can't keep a Yemo.
Even if he can go invisible. He can't go invisible against bullets. No matter how strong his fireball is, can it be stronger than a rocket?
Then, Dongfang she put a black piece at the gap, and in front of it, he put multiple black pieces again. He smiled and said, this is called the black eating the black.
Great. Qianlongtu palmed the table and his frowned eyebrows relaxed a bit, but then he asked again, but how can we make the Song family infuriate Yemo?
Dongfang she frowned and said after some time, it would be best to capture and kill someone close to him or kidnap them and bait him into the Song family.
We aren't so easily used even if we're given benefits.
Qianlongtu laughed loud.
Right. We'll use Dongfang brothers' way. Only that would make me feel satisfied. So what if they're the Song family? But Yemo had been kicked out of the Yi family, who would be his closest person?
Lang Ji asked this question for everyone. Dongfang she suddenly laughed.
This person is very easy to find. It's Ning Qingxue.
Before, Ning Qingxue used Yemo as a shield and faked their marriage, but I'm sure this fake has become the real thing. I don't know about Yemo, but from our information, Ning Qingxue didn't file divorce, meaning that she might have actually fallen in love with Yemo. I don't completely understand Yemo's character, but I know that if he knows the Song family had harmed Ning Qingxue or was taken away by some silk trousers of the Song family, then he would be enraged.
At that time, we'll add some oil to the flame.
It would be best if we can get some photos or something and send it to Yemo, making him sure that the Song family did it.
If we reach this step, then everything will go according to plan.
Li Sandao looked at the collected and smooth Dongfang she and just suddenly felt shivers on his back. This guy even took people's character into his calculations and made hunts for Yemo from multiple sides, all for the eventual benefit of Nanchang. This man was too hideous and scary. Lang Ji, send people immediately to discover Ning Qingxue's whereabouts and do as Dongfang she says. Yemo is in Luochang now, try to get the news to him.
Qianlongtu said decisively, yes.
Although Lang Ji's hand was disabled, his martial arts was still there. Compared to Wu Chang, he was more favored by Qianlongtu. Of course Ning Qingxue didn't know about this. She was staying with Qi Wanqing in her company at Luochang. Although they weren't able to stay with Yemo, they got along well. She even talked with Qi Wanqing more than Li Mume, because the two had a common topic, Yemo. They even shared the bits and memories of Yemo they had. Perhaps their longing was too deep. Ning Qingxue even told Qi Wanqing about taking photos in pajamas with Yemo, and when Yemo looked at her body when she was asleep. It was as though telling her these would make Ning Qingxue feel that Yemo didn't leave her and was just by her side. Of course, Qi Wanqing didn't hide the fact that she took off her pants in front of Yemo. It was unexpected that the two girls became closer and closer, talking about these trivial memories and even slept together at night.
There were many times Ning Qingxue wanted to leave Luotsang and go back, but she didn't dare to leave. It was as though once she left, all her ties with Emo would be severed, and the only tie was Qi Wanqing. Sometimes, she felt her thinking was very weird, but she couldn't control it. Of course, Emo didn't know Ning Qingxue was in Luotsang, and neither did Ning Qingxue. If she knew, perhaps she and Qi Wanqing would have came ages ago, although both sides didn't know. They couldn't hide it from Nanqing. Despite Luotsang being Metal River's region, Lang Ji didn't need to do it himself to capture 2 women. He just ordered it, and as for how they took them, he only needed to send a few men. Plus, the 2 were living in the same company. This wasn't hard for them at all. Qi Wanqing's company wasn't in the rural district, but they had a factory in the rural area. She and Ning Qingxue didn't live in the factory but at the company. The ownership to the business building was under her mom's name, but now, after her mom helped her establish the company was pretty much Qi Wanqing's. The 5 men sent by Lang Ji were decent in fighting power. But they didn't plan to abduct Ning Qingxue at the building because there were security around the building after all. They planned to wait outside after the 2 finished eating dinner and abduct both of them. As for Qi Wanqing, although she wasn't a target, but since they were abducting Ning Qingxue, she couldn't be let off. Of course, Emo didn't know of Qian Lungto's plan. After moving to his new place, he moved the silver heartgrass seeds over. After this was done, he was prepared to go to Beijing. Before he left, he specially told Lu Xiaojun and Yuera to set up the online clinic. After all, selling artifacts wasn't too secure, and he needed lots of money for his future cultivation. He needed a stable source of income, otherwise, always going out to make money wasn't good for his cultivation. Emo planned to go straight for Qianlong too after coming back from Beijing, but he needed to leave the border if he wanted to do that. He could only go to Li Hu for help if he wanted to cross the border. Chapter 129, I miss him. Although Ning Qingxue didn't want to leave Luotsang, Ning Qingxue knew she had to leave. Not only was her parents rushing her, she also felt she needed to go back and think what sort of feelings she had for Emo. Why couldn't she let it go? Qingxue, you're troubled. Qi Wanqing knew Ning Qingxue should be thinking about Emo, but she still couldn't help but to ask. After asking, she found her question to be unnecessary. Ning Qingxue shook her head. Wanqing, I think I should leave. Some people, it's better to think about them at heart. You don't have to get them or be with them. I think time will take away everything. Qi Wanqing fell silent. She didn't know how to comfort Ning Qingxue because she felt the exact same. They originally thought Emo didn't have someone he liked, and Ning Qingxue seemed to have fallen in love. Other than admitting she liked Emo, she told her everything else. Whether it was Ning Qingxue or that masked woman, they were all better than her. She couldn't reply to Ning Qingxue because she was also a part of it too. The 2 were just walking silently, with not one of them wanting to bring up that topic again because the topic they liked had become melancholic over time. But at this moment, a few people suddenly charged from behind them. The 2 people sliced with their palm to the necks of Ning Qingxue and Qi Wanqing. Another 2 followed, wanting to bring the 2 away. Qi Wanqing always stayed in the army and had quick reactions. She subconsciously avoided her neck, but her shoulder still received a strike. It was burning with pain. She immediately knew things weren't good, but before she could react, the other 2 charged towards her. Ning Qingxue didn't have any reactions, but when that palm was close to her neck, a faint yellow circle emitted from Ning Qingxue's bracelet and formed a barrier. The person who tried to attack her was shot back meters away by the yellow barrier. He sat on the ground in shock, looking at Ning Qingxue. He still didn't know what shot him away. It seemed to be a yellow light, but now he saw nothing. Meanwhile, Ning Qingxue looked at her wrist in shock. She clearly heard a crack from her bracelet as though something exploded. Then, a yellow light shot out from her wrist and formed a yellow ray of barrier. Although it was in a short instant, it had already deflected her attacker meters away. What happened? The 2 attacking Qi Wanqing rushed to the man on the ground and asked. This thing was out of their expectation. Not only was Qi Wanqing stronger than anticipation, Ning Qingxue seemed to be countless times stronger than Qi Wanqing. She seemed to know evil magic. A yellow light flashed, and they were shot out meters away. This was too absurd. If both women were this strong, then the 5 of them wouldn't be enough. Qi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue reacted. They knew that someone was attacking them. Although Qi Wanqing didn't know what that yellow light was from Ning Qingshue's hand, it didn't mean she wasn't going to counterattack. Her reaction was faster than those few people and didn't even think before calling, "Little wolf, go bite them." A black shadow dashed, and the man still fighting with Ning Qingxue was bitten on the neck.
The man immediately turned to run, but just when he reached his partners, he fell to the ground. Retreat. The last man who came saw 4 of them failed capturing the 2 women and one of them was down. He immediately knew there was a wrong estimation by his boss, so he immediately called to retreat. "Little wolf, come back." Shi Wanqing saw the 4 take away the man on the ground and Little Wolf was still going to attack, so she stopped it. She knew Little Wolf would kill. These few wanted to kidnap them. It didn't seem alright to her to kill them all, and she had to hurry and tell her father. Ning Qingxue had completely awoke and looked at Shi Wanqing in surprise. "Wanqing, was that Little Wolf the one you told me Yemo gave to you?" Shi Wanqing nodded. "Yes, Little Wolf is quite strong. Those that it bites will die unless ye brother saves him." Ning Qingxue suddenly thought of the yellow light in her hand. She looked down and saw that the 3 beads on her wrist had one broken. It was the jade bead of the bracelet? Ning Qingxue mumbled and she was dumbfounded. "Qingxue, there was a yellow light from your hand and it formed a barrier deflecting your attacker." "What was that?" Shi Wanqing also asked. Ning Qingxue didn't seem to hear Qi Wanqing's words and just mumbled, "So the bracelet he gave Jingwen has such effect, this. No wonder he calls it the 6 beads of fortune. This is what it meant, it can block bad fortune 6 times. Suddenly, Ning Qingxue felt bitter. He gave the bracelet to Jingwen, and Little Wolf to Wanqing, but he didn't give anything to her. She suddenly felt bad. Was she really that atrocious? Thinking about this, Ning Qingxue felt guilty. Why should he give something to her? He helped her block the demon from the Song family and saved her life. Last time, Su Jingwen said she thought Yemo was the master who sold the runic charm and later knew he wasn't, but didn't she have a few runic charms on her now? Ning Qingxue suddenly took out the fireball charm and looked at it, but eventually, she didn't test it and just grabbed it in her hands. "Qingxue, what's wrong?" Shi Wanqing asked. She suddenly thought of Su Jingwen. After knowing the meaning of 6 beads of fortune, would she regret giving it to her? She also thought wrong of Yemo's hearty gift, but even if she did, the beads of her bracelet were still given to Su Jingwen by Yemo. The bitterness in Ning Qingxue grew. Regardless of authenticity, she was his wife, but, no, Ning Qingxue suddenly though that Yemo did give her something. Wasn't the things in the box given to her by him, much less, he lived with her for more than 20 days, although she took them, but Yemo also came back once and treated her using the medicine inside. But, Yemo didn't take anything in there away, not even his identity. And, those 3 beads were in the box too, but he didn't take them away either. What did this mean? This mean that Yemo's things were for her. Sometimes, things didn't have to be said out loud. What was in that box? Identity, runic charm, letter, medicine bottles, golden needles and some money and receipt. This was all he had at the time. He gave her everything he had, but what did she give Yemo? Other than using him as a shield and wasting his money, she even caused him to be hunted down by the Song family, and now, she was blaming Yemo for not giving her something. Was she really a bad woman? Ning Qingxue took out a few runic charms and held them tightly in her hands while tears circulated in her eyes. "Sorry, Yemo. I miss you." At this moment, she finally realized that she really did love Yemo, not due to other reasons. Ning Qingxue had never thought that she would finally understand herself after being ambushed. Sometimes, could memory really be washed away by time? Some people just couldn't be forgotten even with time. "Qingxue, are you okay?" Shi Wanqing saw the tears Ning Qingxue tried to hold back and asked worriedly, "I miss him." For the first time, Ning Qingxue didn't find an excuse and just said she missed Yemo. Chapter 130, Seeing Metal Nails Once Again. How is Qi Shan? In a normal-looking van sat 4 people and 1 young man lying down. The one who asked was the driver. "He might not make it, his face is completely black, and he's not breathing," someone replied. The driver remained silent for a while before saying, "We'll immediately go to HQ, San Kai, call Brother Lang and notify him. Just say the target is too difficult, we have lost a brother." "Okay." Before the youth spoke, The driver's phone sounded. San Kai, wait, let me pick up a call.
The driver connected to the call.
The car was going slower and slower until it stopped by the side of the road. Brother Lang, I was just going to call you. The driver just realized Lang Ji called when he picked up. Lang Ji's bleak voice sounded. Black Snake, don't move yet, wait till I come. I've just received news that Chi Wanqing is from the military and is still serving. She is a special ops, so she must quite strong. Before we attack, we need to make a new plan. I'm on my way to Luochsan. Black Snake fell silent for a while before saying, Brother Lang, your words are late.
We just attacked and we lost a brother.
That Chi Wanqing does seem strong, but that Ning Qingxue seemed to be stronger.
She can easily kick someone a few meters away.
On top of that, she has a projectile weapon that kills immediately. The poison on it is very strong. Black Snake obviously thought Little Wolf was a projectile and still felt fear when he mentioned it. The five of them came together. He was the head, but he was responsible for driving. Originally, he was planning to abduct Ning Qingxue and Chi Wanqing and leave immediately. He didn't expect to not only fail but also lose one man. What? Lang Ji sank into contemplation and said after a while, wait for me at HQ, I'll be there soon.
Lang Ji didn't expect things to turn out this way.
Not only was Chi Wanqing absurdly strong, but so was Ning Qingxue. It seemed he was too careless. Probably even Dongfang she didn't expect Ning Qingxue to be so strong. Yi Mo was at his new mansion seeing if he could set up a simple defensive formation. Although he didn't have much material, a simple defense formation could solve a lot of problems on Earth. However, as soon as he came out, he saw a van parked outside the mansion on the road. There was only 30 or so meters between them. Yi Mo scanned with his spirit sense and heard the name Ning Qingxue.
Not only so, he also heard Chi Wanqing's name. Moreover, Yi Mo also found that there was a dead man. Just looking at the wound,
he knew it was bitten by Little Wolf. Combined with the phone call, Yi Mo worked out the story behind it. These few people went to capture Ning Qingxue and Chi Wanqing. Although he didn't know why they were doing so, but Yi Mo immediately had killing intent. He could even guess it was related to him. At this moment, the van started driving again and Yi Mo followed it without thinking. If Lang Ji knew that he was noticed by Yi Mo because of his call and the van coincidentally parked outside of Yi Mo's residence, he would be full of regret. Even he only knew that Yi Mo relocated but didn't know to where. However, Lang Ji believed that as long as Yi Mo was still in Luochsan, he would be able to find out. The van twisted and turned. Yi Mo followed for a whole hour before the van drove into a rural district manor. Yi Mo scanned with his spirit sense. There was only one person in the manor, but this person already knew things went wrong. As soon as the van drove in, the man went to help carry the dead man. Again, closed the door. After Black Snake got off, he ordered while he walked inside the manor, no need, I already helped you close the door. A sudden voice interrupted him. Black Snake turned around and immediately saw a normal-looking youth at the doorway. The manor was indeed closed. Who are you? As soon as Black Snake said these words, he pulled out a sword. So did they people behind him and quietly surrounded Yi Mo? He didn't know if they had guns, but Yi Mo didn't see any of them take one out. I'm Yi Mo, I think you should know something about me. Yi Mo wasn't sure who these people were sent by, but since they wanted to capture Ning Qingxue, perhaps they were from the Song family. You are Yi Mo. Black Snake heard the man at the door say he was Yi Mo and immediately, his heart skipped a bit. He wasn't a normal gang member and had some status in Nanchang. Many people in Nanching didn't know Yi Mo, but it didn't mean he didn't know. He even knew that they were kidnapping Ning Qingxue due to this Yi Mo. He didn't believe he would be a match for Yi Mo. He had heard that of the 20 people who attacked Yi Mo in the desert. No one was left alive. At that time, the people there even had guns, but they were all still killed by Yi Mo. He even heard Lang Ji say that ever since Yi Mo came back from the desert, he seemed to have gotten stronger. Now, Yi Mo was standing in front of his eyes and he didn't know what to do. Although Yi Mo was bare-handed and he had 5 men with swords, he still felt he was naked under Yi Mo's glare. It was obvious that the other 5 also heard about Yi Mo and stopped in their steps. 3 of them didn't even think and tried to call, but before they even unlocked their phone, the 3 were nailed to the ground. Metal nails again. Black Snake and the remaining 2 looked at the foreheads of the 3 that went down. Red seeped from there and immediately, they felt cold. Yemo was decisive in killing. He knew these people were either from the Song family or Nanchang. Regardless of who, he would still kill them. You guys came for me? Or should I say came to look for trouble with me? Yemo plainly said, I. Black Snake, who had been part of many gang clashes, slashed countless people and even been slashed, felt he was shaking after speaking just one word. He was scared. Someone who had never known fear was feeling horror. Yemo wasn't a human, he was a demon. If it was someone stronger than him, he could still charge up and slash him. Even if he was killed in the end, he would feel his death was hot-blooded. But faced against Yemo, he actually didn't have any courage to charge up. Yemo didn't even need a sword to fight him. He only needed one metal nail and Black Snake would fall to the ground like the other three without any resistance. Just one metal nail. No matter how hot-blooded he was, he couldn't change this fact. San Kai and Ajen's face was worse. They have heard of Yemo and knew he was tough, even going as far as killing their big boss's only son yet still able to freely roam. Even their big boss didn't have a direct way of dealing with him and needed to abduct his woman to threaten him. From this, it could be seen that this person wasn't someone they could handle. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Yemo smiled and said. Yes, please. Black Snake dryly said. For the first time, he felt so worried speaking to someone. For the first time, he felt the word please was so hard to say. Even to Lang brother, he would talk casually and not be so reverent. I won't be polite then. Then, he threw a few furballs casually and the four bodies on the ground turned to ash. The stories were true. San Kai and Black Snake looked at the ashes on the ground in shock. They couldn't say anything. In the gang, he heard that Yemo could fly in the sky and travel under earth, could shapeshift and even spit out the Samaya true fire, although he didn't spit it out just now, but the fire could still incinerate human body. If that wasn't Samaya true fire, what was? Arg. Ajen couldn't take it. But he just spoke one word and was turned into nothingness by Yemo's fireball. Black Snake and San Kai didn't dare to talk even more. Now, Yemo was the embodiment of the devil for them. They've been in gang business for a long time, spilling blood and seeing bodies, but now, Yemo killed with just a few drops of red. Before the blood even gushed out, the person would be turned to ash. Yemo walked into the room and sat down. Looking at the shaking Black Snake and San Kai, he said calmly, "Isn't gang life all about killing and licking blood? Why are you like this after I just killed a few?" Black Snake gradually calmed down. Although his body was calm, but he was still very frightened in his heart, but was much better than before. Hearing Yemo's words, he couldn't help to think, killing and licking blood, there must be blood to lick. By the looks of it now, they were worse than meat on the chopping block. The good thing was Yemo didn't continue this topic and just asked, "Are you from the Song family or Nanchang? Speak." Chapter 131, Lang Ji, Black Snake Side. Now, he had to say it. He didn't wait for Yemo to ask and just told him everything he knew. Although Black Snake was limited in what he knew, Yemo already understood that Qian Long Tu abducted Ning Qingxue to threaten him. As for how, he didn't know. Qian Long Tu. Nanchang again. Yemo was more furious. He was planning to let them live a few days more, but he actually didn't want to live. Lang Ji is coming today? Yemo thought that if he wanted to go to Africa, then he would probably need Lang Ji. Before Black Snake replied, Yemo detected Lang Ji with his spirit sense. He just brought a driver. Yemo waved his hand and stopped Black Snake from talking anymore. The door was half closed, and when Lang Ji got off, he walked straight into the room. He thought that Black Snake and the others should be waiting for him in the room. Perhaps he was occupied, so he didn't think about why Black Snake didn't come out to greet him. When Lang Ji entered the room, he was shocked because the person sitting there was no other than the person he didn't want to see the most. He really couldn't understand how Yemo was here, but he immediately realized that their plan was exposed. The driver who came in with Lang Ji obviously didn't know Yemo, but looking at the scene, he seemed to understand what was going on. "Lang Ji, I've been waiting for you." Seeing Lang Ji's shocked face, Yemo blandly said. Lang Ji reacted and said, "How are you here?" Yemo scanned him and said, "You don't have the right to ask questions here. Who do you think you are? How dare you be impolite to Brother Lang?" Although the driver guessed Yemo's identity,
But Yemo dared to be rude to Lang Ji, so he immediately shouted, "Who am I?" Yemo raised his hand and a metal nail had pierced the driver's throat, killing due to one sentence. Yemo was indeed too cocky. Lang Ji's heart burned with fury, but he knew he was no match for Yemo, so he could only suppress it. He understood that in Yemo's eyes, he was no different to his little goons. Black Snake and Sankai just kept their heads low. They already knew Yemo was merciless. He never even spoke of why he killed, but he just killed if it displeased him. It was as though in his eyes, life wasn't life. Yemo was more suited to live the gang life than him. Why are you abducting Ning Qingxua and Qi Wanqing? Tell me. And I can consider letting you go. Yemo's tone was plain, but his fury was no less than Lang Ji's. He already told Lang Ji to go warn Qianlong too, but they still dared to attack him. However, they just changed the target to people close to him. Qianlong too had already been listed by Yemo as someone who wasn't allowed to live a day longer. Keep dreaming, even if I die, I won't betray Chairman, Lang Ji hatefully said. Hearing Lang Ji's words, Yemo was happy instead of angry. Lang Ji didn't say he didn't know, just that he wouldn't say. However, this was no problem for Yemo. If he wanted Lang Ji to speak, he had 100 ways, but he was already a stage 3 Qi gathering cultivator. If he couldn't even deal with an ordinary martial artist, he would really lose face. He didn't even ask twice and just raised his hand. 3 metal nails flew out, all hitting Lang Ji's head. The absurd thing was the nails only went in by half, no blood came out. After Lang Ji was shot by the 3 nails, he immediately became dumb. Now tell me why Qianlong Tu wants you to abduct Ning Qingxua and Qi Wanqing. Yemo's voice was still cold, but Lang Ji nodded. Hearing Lang Ji tell Dongfang Qi's plan without leaving out any detail, even how Zisu and her master left, Black Snake and Sankai just felt cold shivers down their back. This was not because of Dongfang Qi's plan, but because even someone like Lang Ji couldn't resist Yemo's means. Yemo's face got worse. This Dongfang Qi was really someone. Although he wouldn't be scared of Qianlong Tu's army nor being surrounded by them, but after this, Ning Qingxua would probably die. Qi Wanqing would be affected too, and with his personality, if something happened to Qi Wanqing and Ning Qingxua due to him, he would definitely slaughter the Song family. Once he did that, his only way would be overseas. This Dongfang Qi really was someone. He didn't even meet Yemo, but based on what he did, Dongfang Qi's calculations were immaculate. If he didn't give Qi Wanqing Little Wolf, or if Ning Qingxua wasn't with Qi Wanqing, then the first step to the plan would have succeeded. But no matter how Dongfang Qi calculated, he didn't expect Ning Qingxua to be with Qi Wanqing and didn't expect Qi Wanqing to have something as strong as Little Wolf. Even more so, he didn't expect this thing to be known by Yemo, but even if Yemo didn't know, it would be impossible to take away Ning Qingxua and Qi Wanqing with Little Wolf there. But the success rate of this thing itself was too great. In other words, if Ning Qingxua wasn't in Luo Cong, this plan would have succeeded already. Dongfang Qi, what a sinister person. Yemo said Dongfang Qi's name again and decided he must kill him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't feel comfortable. If Yemo was still stage 2 now, he would use their plan to make the Song family and Nanqing fight again. But that was unnecessary now. He was stage 3 Qi gathering, so he didn't need these plans. He could just bring the battle to their door. It was no good in delaying his attack on Qianlong Tu's HQ. With Dongfang Qi being so cunning, the slightest clue could let them escape. Thinking about this, Yemo asked, "How do you go back after succeeding?" "I will leave some people to deal with Yemo while I take my men back to Mangjiang. There's a direct flight from Mangjiang to Sri Lanka. From there, we have our own flight to fly directly to Sinai Peninsula." Lang Ji's reply was very detailed. Yemo sighed. Other than him, anyone else, or even any other country, wouldn't be able to do anything about Qianlong Tu. He even had his own flight in Sri Lanka. This meant he could have it in other places as well. No wonder he was so cocky. He did have the basis to be cocky. If it was a normal people, what could they do to Qianlong Tu even if that person was an ancient martial arts master? Would they be able to go to Sinai Peninsula? Yemo turned his head and looked at Black Snake. "If we get to Sri Lanka, would you be able to find the plane to Sinai Peninsula?" Black Snake nodded. He knew that if he said no, then he would be the next to be killed. Yemo waved his hand and the 3 nails flew back to his hand. Lang Ji regained consciousness, but he didn't say anything. It was obvious that although he was controlled, He still knew what he said. Take me to Sinai Peninsula and I can let you go, Yemo blandly said to Lang Ji. Lang Ji seemed to hesitate, but he immediately said, kill me, I won't take you there. If you want to go, Black Snake can take you. I don't know what sort of person Chen Longtu is, but I'm sure that you are just a subordinate to him, that's all. I don't know how you entered Nanxing, but if you didn't have much ability, someone like Chen Longtu wouldn't take you. You know this. Seeing that Lang Ji wasn't so adamant on his refusal, he immediately had the thought of taking in Lang Ji. He didn't need Lang Ji to listen to him but just wanted someone to take control of Nanxing instead of Chen Longtu. Lang Ji had some loyalty, but not someone who was stubborn in loyalty. Seeing Lang Ji's eyes flash with hesitation, Yemo knew it was not because his words moved Lang Ji, but it was more of Lang Ji thinking if he died for Chen Longtu like this, would Chen Longtu even remember him for 3 minutes? Although his tone was tough, he still hesitated when given a chance at life. He thought about himself. Although he had been in Nanxing for many years, each time he brought up wanting to use Nanxing to help him get revenge, Chen Longtu just start to persuade him, always making him wait longer. Then, he thought about this time. If he wasn't just injured on the hand but completely disabled, how would Chen Longtu treat him? He really wasn't sure. But following Chen Longtu for so long, he knew of Chen Longtu's personality. One thing was certain, and that was Chen Longtu wouldn't feed someone useless. Seeing Lang Ji contemplate, Yemo coldly said, I will definitely kill Chen Longtu. Do you think Chen Longtu can escape from my hands? I'm not persuading you. I just don't want too much hassle. After I kill Chen Longtu, I need someone to take over Nanxing. You're just more suitable. If you don't want to, I will still kill Chen Longtu. It's just that you won't be taking over Nanxing. What? Lang Ji looked at Yemo in shock. He didn't believe that Yemo actually said he would be controlling Nanxing. That was almost like being an emperor, and I can even cure your hand. Other people can't do anything about it, but that doesn't mean I can't, Yemo said once again. He didn't know Chen Longtu's character and didn't have a good way to persuade Lang Ji. If Lang Ji still rejected, then he wouldn't waste time and just kill him straight away. Okay, I agree. However, I have one condition. Lang Ji suddenly raised his head and said, Chapter 132, leaving casually, speak, Yemo blandly said. Lang Ji looked at Black Snake and San Kai until their hair were on edge before saying, although I know that Chen Longtu was just using me to work for him, he still saved me before. I don't want to fight him. So I can't help you against him, even if it's just bringing you into the headquarters of Nanxing. Yemo sneered. Do you think I need your help with killing Chen Longtu? If you really don't want to be this new leader of Nanxing, then I can grant you that wish. He didn't think Lang Ji had any right to argue with him. Lang Ji knew that Chen Longtu was using him, but he still couldn't harden his heart to attack him. This meant that he was indeed loyal, but not someone to do great things. I can take you to Sinai Peninsula, but I won't participate in other things. Seeing Yemo unhappy, Lang Ji knew his request was unreasonable. He wanted to be boss but didn't want to put any effort. Yemo, however, said, if you can't show your decision, then don't worry about it. I won't let you kill Chen Longtu, but I need you to take me into the HQ of Nanxing. Once I see Chen Longtu, it's not that I can't go in, but I need your pledge of allegiance. You must do it. If you are still fearful, then I have no use for you. Although he was saying things like that, Yemo also knew it was hard to find someone to replace Chen Longtu. At the very least, this person needed to have certain power and status in Nanxing. Otherwise, even if he found someone else, once he left Nanxing, then that person would die soon after. After hesitating for a while more, Lang Ji finally made his decision, okay? But I won't attack. Yemo smiled. He knew Lang Ji would agree. Although this sort of person was loyal, he didn't take Chen Longtu's life to be more important than his own. Seeing Lang Ji agree, Black Snake shivered. Next, Yemo would perhaps kill him. With Lang Ji showing the way, Yemo had no need of him. Thinking about this, Black Snake quickly bowed to Yemo and said, Brother Yi, San Kai and I wish to be under the leadership of Brother Lang. Please grant our wish, Brother Yi, and let us go. Hearing Black Snake's words, San Kai also hurried forward and bowed. Yemo thought this Black Snake was quite intelligent. He didn't beg for his life but instead said he wished to work for Lang Ji. It could be seen that he was very clear on the situation. He begged for survival and said he would work for Lang Ji because Lang Ji is the successor to Nanqing appointed by Emo. They would only have a good life ahead if they worked for him. Emo thought it would be so much better if Black Snake could be the new boss for Nanchang, but he didn't have a way to get him up there. After all, Black Snake's level was too low in Nanchang. Lang Ji felt it was weird that Black Snake and San Kai were pledging allegiance to him in front of Emo, but he understood that they were trying to stay alive. Sinai Peninsula, Changlongtu and Dongfangshi, Wuchang and Li Sandao were discussing things anxiously in the meeting room. However, other than the four, there were a few other Nanqing members. It was because these few days, Lang Ji didn't report anything. They even heard news that Ning Qingxue was still in Luotsong and were not taken away. Since Ning Qingxue wasn't taken away, why didn't Lang Ji report back? Chairman, did something happen to Lang Ji? Li Sandao suddenly asked. Dongfang she frowned but didn't talk. He was thinking, how could something happen to Lang Ji? Even if Qi Wanqing came from the military, it was not quite possible for her to kill or capture Lang Ji. Chen Longtu also frowned and said after a while, perhaps Lang Ji needed to make another plan. After all, this sort of thing can only be done once. And seeing how there's no reaction from Ning Qingxue and Qi Wanqing, they probably haven't made a move yet. Just when Qian Longtu finished his words, the phone sounded. A phone that could reach in here was definitely important. Chen Longtu signaled for Dongfangshi to answer the call. Dongfangshi picked up the phone, but the report from the call made him have cold sweat. Because Lang Ji didn't have news, Dongfangshi sent scouts to Luotsong again. Qi Wanqing's father, Qi Yujun, was furious and actually mobilized the entire police force of Luotsong to find Qi Wanqing's attackers. It was said this even alerted the military. Not just Luotsong but also the places around Luotsong where there were an established police force as well as military. Dongfangshi put down the phone and just felt his back cold. He just received news that Qi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue were fine, and now he received news of Qi Yujun doing a complete search in Luotsong. Dongfangshi knew that not only did Lang Ji attack, but he also failed. However, he didn't even send word back, and neither did their people who went with him come back. This was a strange thing. With Lang Ji's abilities, even if he died, he would be able to find a way to send a message back. Now that no message was received, what did this mean? It meant that Lang Ji had betrayed Qian Longtu. Only Emo would cause Lang Ji to dare to betray Qian Longtu, and he was sure that Emo had the ability to kill Qian Longtu. Otherwise, even if Lang Ji died, he wouldn't betray Qian Longtu. Last time, Lang Ji reported that Emo would come to sign off for revenge, and in the tape he brought back, Emo did say that. He didn't even need to think to know that Emo was really coming. It seemed he underestimated Emo. No matter how he knew of Lang Ji's mission this time, there was only death waiting for Qian Longtu. For someone like Emo, he wouldn't come to Sinai alone if he wasn't sure he could kill Qian Longtu, but how could Emo have so much power? In Lang Ji's eyes, he could even slash his way into Sinai? Although Dongfangshi didn't trust Lang Ji's judgment and didn't even believe Emo could fight into the HQ of Nanqing all by himself. He had always been a careful man. If Lang Ji betrayed and brought Emo in, then the HQ would be a joke. Plus, Emo could become invisible. He rather believed something to be true than testing it with his life. Plus, there was one point he didn't say out last time from the video. He said that Emo may have used flammables, but he didn't say Emo used hand signs before shooting the fireball, and there was also another point he didn't say. It was Emo slicing Su's arm in mid-air. This definitely couldn't be explained by high tech. Plus, he had never seen the invisibility artifact, he said himself. It was all a guess. He only said that so that Qian Longtu wouldn't lose his fighting will. If Emo really came to Sinai and took in Lang Ji, then last time, the only reason he kept Lang Ji's life was so Qian Longtu would lose his fighting will. If that was the case, then this Emo was indeed scary. Scary people wouldn't be scary after being killed, but since he couldn't even kill Emo with his tactics, then it was too scary. Thinking about this, Dongfangshi wanted to run, but all these thoughts flashed across Dongfangshi's mind like a flicker, and his face was still normal. Brother Dongfan, the phone just then. Qian Longtu saw Dongfangshi answer the phone and was deep in contemplation, so he asked. Dongfangshi smiled. Don't worry, brother, the phone just then was indeed by Lang Ji. He said he wants to attack tomorrow night. However, he told me his plan, and I felt there were some holes, so I told him to wait for my call. I'll go make the plan now and report to you later, is that okay? Qian Long Tu waved his hand. Go for it, and you don't need to report to me.
Just make arrangements and contact Lang Ji directly. However, tell him to report everything on time no matter what from now on.
Yes, brother, I'll go now.
Then, Dongfang she smiled and nodded to Wu Chang and Li San before exiting. Chairman, why didn't Dongfang say why Lang Ji hadn't been in contact? The few kept talking, and just when Qian Longtu decided to end the meeting, Li Sandao suddenly said.
Qian Longtu was dazed as he thought about it. Indeed, Lang Ji hadn't been in contact for many days.
Since he made a call, he should say why he hadn't been in contact. Why didn't Dongfang she say it? Qian Longtu subconsciously said. Perhaps brother Dongfang didn't take note of it. But then, he thought that they were just talking about it, so how could Dongfang she forget about it? Even Wu Chang felt Dongfang she's actions were weird. He rarely spoke in the meetings, but this time, he also spoke. Chairman, before, Dongfang advisor's tactics came easily. He usually made them as the meeting progressed, but why does he have to leave and then make it this time? With Wu Chang's reminder. Qian Longtu's mind suddenly jolted, and he immediately remembered Dongfang she's usual behavior and his carefulness. He was indeed quite odd today. For him, abducting 2 women was a small issue, so why did he need to leave and think? This wasn't logical. Thinking about this, Qian Longtu said, immediately check who called just then. The results came out in less than a minute. The call wasn't by Lang Ji, but instead by the scouts sent to Luo Tsang. Not good. Hearing this news, Qian Longtu immediately knew things went wrong. Dongfang she dared to trick him. This had never happened before. Bring Dongfang she here immediately. Then, he supplemented, dead of alive. Chapter 133, Qian Longtu's strongest man. Soon, a soldier rushed in and reported, a few minutes again, Dongfang advisor had left through a helicopter.
As for where he went, we don't know yet.
What?
Qian Longtu's face was pale. He didn't expect that Dongfang she actually dared to run away.
He planned more than 90% of the tactics for Nanchang, and he knew everything about Nanchang. This Dongfang she was almost like the second in hand of Nanchang, but he actually ran away. Qian Longtu's face kept changing, but he eventually calmed down.
He knew Dongfang she's wisdom all too well. If he could betray him and run away, it meant that Dongfang she no longer had any hopes for him?
But he still had an army of 2,000. Was that not enough for a mere Yimo? However, Qian Longtu was still sane.
He immediately thought that Dongfang she's tactics rarely failed.
Even his viewpoints were mostly correct.
Did he have to leave? Dongfang she could run, but where could he go?
What place was safer that sign out for him? Suddenly, he felt his control wasn't strong enough. There were too many loopholes in the chain of command. If one needed to contact him before using the helicopter, then Dongfang she wouldn't be able to run away as well. Moreover, he found that a few of his trusted men didn't need to be reported to come in. This was also a loophole. Dongfang she was his advisor. There was no way he didn't know these loopholes.
But he never reminded him.
This meant that he was prepared to run a long time ago. Good one, Dongfang shi, even if I look through the entire world, I will capture you back. Qian Longtu said between clenched teeth as he smacked on the table. No, I want to see how many heads and hands this Yimo has that forced even Dongfang shi to betray me. Someone investigate the contents of that call.
I will capture this Yimo.
I'll let him know that Chen Baiha, hasn't aged yet. Qian Longtu didn't feel the pain in his hand at all and yelled once again, no need, I'm here already. Yimo's plain voice sounded in the meeting room. Qian Longtu's voice came to a sudden stop. He looked at the door in astonishment. He had multiple levels of guards, so how did Yimo reach him without any sound? Soon, he saw Lang Ji and his face became green again.
Lang Ji, you heartless animal, you dare to betray me too. I will kill you.
Qian Longtu was going to reach for his gun, but in his astonishment, he found that his wrists could no longer move. A bloody red color was spreading across it, yet he didn't even feel pain.
Metal nail?
The metal nail of the legends? Lang Ji didn't say anything. Qian Longtu saw his wrist was shot by a metal nail and his heart went cold.
He knew he was gone today, but he didn't think Yimo would be this strong.
He could come in front of him without him noticing at all. This was too absurd. Even with Lang Ji's help,
Lang Ji couldn't bring a stranger into his territory.
Was his invisibility real? Qian Longtu had calmed down and he looked slowly at Lang Ji and then Wu Chang. He knew the only chance he had at living was for Wu Chang to hold GMO there, or perhaps get Lang Ji to turn sides again. A teen in his 20s, however, came running in and didn't even care about Qian Longtu because he was Lang Ji's close man, someone who Lang Ji brought into Nanchang after he joined. He gave a letter to Lang Ji, saying, "Before advisor Dongfang left, he told me to give this to you, saying it can save your life." Lang Ji immediately opened the letter and there was just one line of words: "When you were surrounded and attacked at Macau those years ago." It was planned by Qian Longtu. Lang Ji's face immediately changed. He didn't think that Qian Longtu, whom he had been so loyal for all this time, would use this type of means. Funny how he still worked with his life for more than a decade. He was worse than a pig. No wonder every time he said he wanted to annihilate his adversary, Qian Longtu would just say that the time wasn't ready yet. So this was it. No wonder when he was running away, he just happened to meet Qian Longtu at Macau. This was no coincidence. Qian Longtu liked to gamble, but he would never go to Macau to gamble. When he first started working for Qian Longtu, Nanchang wasn't as big as it was now. It could be said that there was a major share of work from him in Nanchang. It could be imagined that Qian Longtu heard about his name. Although Lang Ji offended someone strong and ran to Macau, he still used means to get Lang Ji to work for him. Lang Ji couldn't think why Qian Longtu's advisor would give him this hint, and he didn't have the time to think. He just scrunched up the paper and threw it at Qian Longtu. "Qian Baiha, no wonder you're always delaying my revenge. It was done by yourself. FCK, and I still say that I am indebted to you. I'm going to kill you myself today." Yemo didn't look at the letter, but he could see from Lang Ji's infuriated expression that Qian Longtu seemed to have tricked him. He was thinking if he should kill Lang Ji after he was finished with his things. But now, it seemed that it was no hurry. Perhaps there was more use for Lang Ji. Seeing Lang Ji charge towards Qian Longtu, Li Sandao immediately stopped Lang Ji. "Lang Ji, you're injured now. You're no match for me. I don't want to attack my brother." "Brother, FCK off. Qian Longtu stabbed me in the back in order to get me to work for him, and I really thought he coincidentally saved me. Li San, are you also tricked by this bastard like me?" Lang Ji was furious. Li Sandao shook his head, however. "The chairman did indeed save my life. I won't let you attack." Li Sandao was very clear how Qian Longtu was like to him. When he was begging on the streets, if Qian Longtu didn't take him away, he would have starved to death. He swore he would serve the chairman his entire life. However, his character was a bit clumsy, and there were many things he couldn't do. Although he was Qian Longtu's most trusted man, he could only help lead Qian Longtu's army. However, he didn't need to have the wisdom of Dongfang Shi to lead a hired army. Yemo watched as Lang Ji and Li Sandao started fighting. They were actually evenly matched. It seemed that this Li Sandao was not bad. Wu Chang's eyes turned. He wouldn't be loyal to Qian Longtu, but he still needed to test GMO, although he felt he was no match for Xian Daoist, but he felt he wasn't far off. After all, he was only 30 or so. Meanwhile, this Yemo seemed younger than him. He didn't believe everyone had the same fortune as him. When he was 10, he met a master at Miaojiang. He had been practicing martial arts for 26 years now, and was working very hard. He wouldn't be distracted due to other things. He loved women, but for martial arts, he could even refrain from sleeping with one for 3 years. He didn't believe that GMO, a mere 20 years old, could be a match for him. "I'm Wu Chang. Although I know you have some powerful weapons or artifacts, but I still want to try if you're really as strong as they say." Wu Chang smiled faintly and said. But before he finished, his leg had kicked out. All of Wu Chang's power was on his legs. But his killing move wasn't on his leg. No one knew his killing move because those who knew were already dead. Although he just fought with Xian Daoist for a few rounds, it was just a test battle, so he never used his killing move. The wind brought by his legs had a rhythm. Other than Yemo, no one could even feel it, but as soon as Wu Chang attacked, Yemo knew he was much stronger than Lang Ji. For someone like Wu Chang, his invisibility was useless because he was only stage 3 Qi gathering. If he went invisible and used his Qi, then Wu Chang would feel it. However, invisibility without any Qi and killing intent had no attacking effect. Moreover, Yemo wanted to test how strong the masters here were. So he also kicked out. Seeing Emo actually kick to his leg, Wu Chang surged with excitement. Even when Xiao Daoist was fighting him, he didn't dare to use his leg to clash with his. This Emo was so naive, he would certainly break his leg. Bang! 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 After a few clashing sounds, Emo just felt his leg bones were a bit painful, but he stood where he was without moving. This was the first time he saw a normal martial artist train his leg to such a degree. Wu Chang took a few steps back. Although his legs didn't break, but that bone-wrenching pain almost made him yell out. He looked at Emo in shock. It was just a quick clash, but he already kicked more than 20 times. However, Emo didn't even move and just used his legs to kick him away. He never would have thought that his legs would be kicked to pain by someone else. He already spent more than 20 years training his leg. Even if Emo was training in his mother's womb, he couldn't train his leg to be stronger than his. As Emo mobilized his chi, the pain disappeared. Wu Chang's leg was this strong. This was greatly out of Emo's expectation, but Emo didn't want to waste time. He flung out a metal nail casually, clink. Almost at the same time Emo shot out the nail, a white light flashed at Wu Chang's sleeve, and the nail was blocked. However, Wu Chang stumbled back a few steps and spat out blood. Emo was shocked. It was the first time his metal nails were blocked. Chapter 134, Change of Mind. Wu Chang was more shocked. When he was kicked away by Emo, he kept his attention on whether Emo would shoot out the nail. He had already seen it once when Emo attacked Qianlong too. Even if he focused all of his attention, that metal nail still almost hit him. If he didn't have that killing move, then he would perhaps be dead. He didn't think his killing move was just to block one nail from him. He didn't even have time to attack Emo. This Emo was absurdly strong, so much stronger than he expected. Although he hadn't even used 10% of his leg power, but he knew he was no match for Emo. If things continued like this, death would be the only thing that awaited him. Leave, he had to leave now. Emo saw that his metal nail was actually blocked by Wu Chang and felt surprised. Although it wasn't as fast as a bullet, but it wasn't too far off. However, it was still blocked by Wu Chang. Suddenly, the white light from Wu Chang's sleeve flashed once again. The white light split into more than 10 rays which converged towards Emo. Even Emo felt a little threatened. Although Wu Chang's white light was very fast, it had nowhere to hide under Emo's spirit sense. It was a small knife. He didn't think the knife could split into so many white blades. It seemed the knife was specifically made. Perhaps this was his killing move. Emo raised both his hands as his chi surged. These white blades were all covered by his chi in front of him. Bang! At the same time, Wu Chang had ran to the window place. He didn't even have the time to kick and just rammed with his head. Emo sneered, and the white light in his hands were thrown back to Wu Chang. Wu Chang coughed but soon disappeared. However, Emo wasn't worried. He knew that the blades he threw back had struck Wu Chang's leg in a few places. No matter how strong Wu Chang's leg was, the blades would still break his tendons. Although Wu Chang had escaped outside of the range of his spirit sense, Emo didn't care. The blades that Emo shot back not only severed Wu Chang's leg tendons, but they would also gradually dissipate the life force on his legs. In other words, although Wu Chang escaped, his legs would be disabled. For someone who had all his power on his legs, Emo couldn't be bothered to care after his legs were debilitated. He just stared at Qianlong too. Qianlong too didn't have Wu Chang's power to run through windows. Lang Ji had already beaten Li Sand out of the ground but didn't kill him. At this moment, Lang Ji wanted to kill Qianlong too more than Emo. Even the other few members of Nanqing in the meeting were also killed by Lang Ji. Qianlong too stared at Emo with a pale face and said after a while, "If it wasn't for Lang Ji, this traitor, I have an army of a few thousand. Would I be scared of you?" Emo walked a few steps and sat down. "It is useless to mobilize your army against me. That would just cause more death. Did you think you could trap me in the sea? You overestimate yourself. To me, your army is no different to a few chickens and dogs. I originally planned for you to live a few days extra, but I didn't expect you to seek death. You dared to look for trouble with me again." Then Emo shook his head. Lang Ji stared at Qianlong too with hatred. If Emo wasn't here, he would have already charged on him already. But for Emo, he had a deep fear. He knew no matter who he was, Yemo could kill him as easy as killing an ant. Qianlong gasped and suddenly felt like he had met the end of his road. Perhaps he looked glorious, but the person who really did what he wanted in Nanchang was Dongfangshi. He did many things after listening to Dongfangshi's words. If it wasn't for his plans, then perhaps he really would have been scared by the news Lang Ji brought back, or perhaps even if Dongfangshi persuaded him to run, he wouldn't believe his words. Qianlong had regretted challenging Emo, but everything was too late now. At this moment, he wanted to kill Dongfangshi more than Emo, but he knew Emo wouldn't let him go. If you let me go, I'm willing to satisfy you with all my wealth. I was blinded and dared to challenge you. I just want to kill Dongfangshi who betrayed me and left. If there was a regretting medicine, Qianlong would rather be a turtle than act against Emo. He never expected the world to have someone as horrifying as Emo. Even people from the ancient martial arts wouldn't be so arrogant when facing his army. Xian Taoist was pretty strong and perhaps even on par with Emo, but he didn't dare to do anything to him. Although he couldn't do anything to Xian Taoist either, he still had the power to fend him off. But facing Emo, he realized perhaps even Xian Taoist was no match for him unless Xian Taoist could break through. Hearing Qianlong's words, Emo's heart moved. He wasn't going to let Qianlong go. But he thought of something else. This Nanchang had great power and wealth. If he could use it to help him find spirit grass, that would be great. Moreover, the people he could use right now was only Lang Ji. Thinking about this, he looked at Lang Ji and said, "Do what you need to do, after that, I need to have a talk with you." Lang Ji had been waiting for a long time. Now that Emo made the call, he didn't hesitate at all and kicked. Qianlong would have never thought that he would die under the foot of his trusted man, Lang Ji. Before he died, even the person he thought he could trust the most, Dongfangshi, betrayed him. Seeing Lang Ji kill Qianlong, Emo looked at Li Sandao. He didn't ask Lang Ji how to deal with him. Although Lang Ji was accepted by Emo and he was also one of the powerhouses of Nanchang, it wouldn't be so easy for him to stabilize his rule. In Emo's opinion, Lang Ji shouldn't have killed these few old men in the meeting. Instead, he should have made them surrender. But since Lang Ji killed them, Emo didn't care. How to grasp power was Lang Ji's problem, not Emo's. As for the internal battle, it didn't concern him if Lang Ji was killed. Nanchang including Lang Ji weren't good people. So what if they died? The more they fought, the more died, the better. But no matter what they did, as long as they didn't annoy him, he wouldn't care about them. "Brother Yi, please give me orders, my life is yours from now on." After killing Qianlong, Lang Ji suddenly felt the gloominess in his heart dissipate. Of course, Emo wouldn't believe Lang Ji's words. For people like him, their own lives mattered the most. Emo just sneered inside when Lang Ji said those words. However, he believed that Lang Ji no longer dared to hunt him or anything. If he did, then he would come back and send him to hell. "After you are done dealing with these things, I have some things I need you to do, but I haven't cleared them out yet. I'm going to Beijing immediately. When I come back, we'll go to that house and tell you the things I need you to do. If you can do it well, I don't mind curing your hands. If I'm unsatisfied, then don't expect me to treat you," Emo blandly said. He wouldn't help Lang Ji up his power and treat his hands for no reason. Even if he were to treat his hand, that would depend on how much help Lang Ji is to him. Lang Ji could only nod to agree. "Okay, you need to organize Nanchang now, I won't manage it. Do what you like, I'm going." Afterwards, Emo turned and left. As for whether Lang Ji could really control Nanchang, that was his business. Of course, Lang Ji knew Emo was testing his ability. If he really couldn't take control of Nanchang, then to Emo, he would have no value, although he knew Emo's idea. Lang Ji didn't dare to disagree. He quickly told Black Snake to send Emo to the airport. Of course, Shi Yujun didn't get any result in the investigation at Luotsang. Not only did Nanchang's men disappear, even Metal River's men seemed to know something was happening at Luotsang and left, but unexpectedly, Ning Qingxue, who was originally planning to leave, stayed. Although Qi Wanqing didn't know for what reason, she didn't want Ning Qingxue to leave. If she was by herself, she could only go back to the military. This life was too much of a torture for her. "Qingxue, who do you think is trying to capture us too?" Qi Wanqing believed it could be related to Emo, but she wasn't too sure. Ning Qingxue thought and said with certainty, it should be due to Emo because both of us are related to him.
These people probably want to capture us to threaten him. So you don't want to leave Luotsang because you're afraid you would be captured by these people and be used to threaten Brother Yi? Qi Wanqing wasn't stupid.
Seeing Ning Qingxue say with such certainty their abduction was related to Emo, she could think of why Ning Qingxue wanted to stay, MHM.
Ning Qingxue nodded.
I owe him too much, and I've been dragging him down. Even the Song family's hunt on him was due to me, and he almost lost his life. If I'm captured by his enemies again, he would definitely be affected. When I go back to Yu State, I would be living with my mother.
It won't be as safe as with you. At least there's Little Wolf's protection here. I can't burden him anymore.
Past mistakes are in the past, but if I'm still going to make mistakes, then even I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Ning Qingshue's tone seemed distant. Seeing Qi Wanqing look at her in surprise, Ning Qingxue continued, he's a man with great abilities.
I just didn't know before.
I'm thinking if those people are targeting him due to this, but regardless, if he had no worries, it would be better. Ning Qingxue thought about Yimo's pills and the protection beads he made as well as those runic charms.
For the first time,
she felt she was far from understanding Yimo. Chapter 135, that 1%, the Yi family would have never thought that Nanqing, whom they were in heavy conflict with, would suddenly come asking for cooperation and even compensate for their losses. Their only request was for the Yi family to help the Song family in dealing with Yimo. The two great families of China plus the greatest gang would be fighting Emir Yimo. The Yi family could already foresee Yimo's fate, but unexpectedly, before the Yi family had made up their mind, the Nanqing people suddenly went back and only left behind contact details. Although this seemed simple, the leader of the family, Yi Beirong, didn't immediately agree to Nanqing's request and instead opened a meeting.
Different from the previous ones, Yi Zifeng was included in the meeting.
Yi Zifeng was Yimo's younger brother. Yi Beirong was straightforward about the situation and asked everyone to voice their opinion. Grandpa, although Yimo's my brother, I wouldn't go out of my way to talk for him.
From the family's perspective, we can't agree to Nanqing's request. No matter what, Yimo is from the Yi family.
If we're going to hunt someone from our own family, we're using our own stick to beat ourselves. We would just be making a joke out of ourselves. As soon as Yi Beirong finished talking, Yi Zifeng spoke. No one would have thought the first one to talk would be Yi Zifeng, not just because he was the youngest, but also because it was his first time participating in the family meeting. As soon as Yi Zifeng finished, Yi Huang stood up and said, Zifeng, that's wrong, Yimo is no longer a part of the Yi family.
The entire Beijing knows this. Saying he's from the Yi family is an insult to us. I think this is a great opportunity for our family.
Not only can we resolve our conflict with Nanqing, but we can also make our business return to its former state.
There's not a single harm in this. Yi Zifeng immediately said, what do you mean, Yi Huang? Even if Yimo isn't the biological son of my father, he's still been living in the family for so many years.
So what if I call him brother?
Is my brother not a part of the Yi family? You actually agreed to help Nanqing attack Yimo. Do you have no shame?
You. Yi Huang immediately stood up and was about to argue, but Yi Beiguang coughed on the side, and Yi Huang realized this was a family meeting and quickly sat down. However, the fury in his eyes grew. Yi Beirong didn't seem to see the fight between the two younger generations and slowly looked at the others and asked, what do you guys think? Yi Long said, I think Yi Huang is right, Yimo is indeed no longer a part of the Yi family. It's hard for Nanqing to release such a signal of peace.
Moreover, they are even willing to compensate us.
I think we should accept it. After all, our fight with the Song family is clear, so we should join forces with Nanqing and trap Yimo even if it's just for show. I agree, Yi Wenjin said. I also agree, Yi Wenqi said. Agree. No one didn't agree except for Yi Zifeng and Yi Beirong, who hadn't said his opinion.
Besides Yi Beirong sat an old man who also didn't say anything.
Other than them, everyone else agreed with Yi Long's words. Yi Zifeng's face was pale.
However, Yi Huang looked at him in satisfaction. Yi Zifeng didn't say anything.
He understood that if there was anyone in the Yi family who was willing to help Yimo, it would only be him. Even his sister, Yi Ling, looked down on Yimo and hoped Yimo would get kicked out. However, his power was limited. When Yemo was studying at Ninghai, he could only send some of his pocket money to Wang Ying for Yemo to use. At this moment, Yi Zifeng just wanted to notify Yemo quickly to tell him not to come to Beijing. He was really worried, but he suddenly thought of something. His grandpa knew that only he thought Yemo was still part of the family. Why did he still let him participate in this family meeting? Thinking about this, Yi Zifeng shook with excitement. Did his grandpa think the same way? Yi Zifeng never thought Yemo wasn't his brother. As for blood testing that Yemo wasn't of the same father as him, Yi Zifeng didn't believe that at all. He knew that his big uncle hoped to kick them both out of the family. However, grandpa liked his father and him better. They couldn't kick him out, so they made up drama on Yemo. Although Yemo wasn't so achieving and allowed them to find a reason to kick him out, Yi Zifeng was always careful and wouldn't let them get a hold of him. However, his sister, Yiling, was still immature and was getting more distant with him and Yemo, and was instead getting closer with the people on his great-uncle's side. What do you think, Brother Jing? Yi Beirong suddenly looked at that old man sitting on the side. Everyone in the family knew this Brother Jing wasn't of the Yi family. As for why he could appear in this meeting, no one knew. This old man smiled and said, Beirong, you're making things hard for me. I shouldn't intervene with your family issues. After all, I'm not surnamed Yi. However, Yi Beirong actually nodded after hearing this and said, okay, thank you for your hint, I understand. Everyone else looked at the leader in surprise, not knowing what he understood. That Brother Jing obviously said he didn't want to say anything. What did the leader understand? Yi Beirong sighed. There were two little elite men from the Yi family. In all of these people, he couldn't find one suitable heir. He already understood Brother Jing's words. He meant that Yemo was from the Yi family, so it was the Yi family's business. He also specially pointed out that he wasn't surnamed Yi. This meant that other than him, Yemo and everyone else was named Yi. But no one understood this meaning. Yi Beirong wasn't an idiot. If Yemo was a simple person, then Nanchang wouldn't need to use the Yi family and Song family to deal with him. It could be seen that Yemo had completely changed and was no longer the Yemo they knew. As for what encounters Yemo had, Yi Beirong didn't know. He only needed to know that Yemo was someone even Nanching felt threatened by. Yi Beirong really wanted to see Yemo right now and see what sort of a person he had changed to. Even the leader of Nanching, Qianlong too, felt so threatened by him. Even the Song family couldn't do anything to them. Everyone in the Yi family knew now that Yemo killed Song Shaoan. Not only the Yi family, but many people in Beijing knew this. Yi Beirong coughed and said, although Yemo isn't a part of the Yi family now, some things are hard to judge. For example, the DNA test was erroneous or some other misunderstandings may have occurred. Right now, we shouldn't conclude this. After all, Yemo also stayed in the Yi family. After being kicked out and hunted, the most extreme we should go to is not care. If we are to follow and hunt him too, then our Yi family would seem too shabby. Yi Beirong paused and looked at everyone before continuing, so, there's no need for us to help Nanchang hunt Yemo to further undermine our reputation. Our family isn't sustained using this relationship. And, Nanchang attacked our business. No matter what, we are going to make them pay. We need to let them remember that the Yi family fears no one, even Nanchang. Yi Lon, immediately go investigate what Yemo had done recently and report to me. Hearing the leader's words, Yi Wenjin seemed hesitant. Speak if you have something to say. Yi Beirong saw Yi Wenjin's hesitation. Father, if we search for news of Yemo, aren't we telling Nanchang that Yemo is really important to us? In that case, aren't we exacerbating our problems with Nanchang? Yi Wenjin asked. Yi Beirong sneered. I really feel ashamed for all of you. Is our family supposed to fear a gang organization? If we can't even fend off Nanchang, then there's no point to our existence. Plus, even if Nanchang doesn't look for our trouble, are we to let them go? Although his voice was no longer young, his attitude was extremely firm. After all, Dongfang she wasn't a god. He was already sure that 99% of the people in the Yi family would agree to hunt Yemo, but he didn't calculate that 1%. Sometimes, not much people was needed to make the deciding call. Regardless, Nanching couldn't even help themselves now, much less have time for Yi family's business. When Yemo returned to Luotsang and took his things,
he took another $20,000 and addressed Liu Xiaozhu and Yu Arrow on the online clinic before leaving for Beijing, although he killed Qianlong Tu this time and could take the money there. Yi Mo didn't. First, he wasn't short on money, and another was that Yi Mo would get Lang Ji to find spirit herbs for him. That would cost a lot, so he didn't take any money from Nanqing. Chapter 136, must not offend Yi Mo. What? You're saying that Yi Mo dares to just waltz into Beijing? Song Qiming received Song Hai's report and almost couldn't believe it. Did Yi Mo want to die? But he hesitated for a moment before recovering his composure and immediately said, "Send a few people and bring him here. Nanqing is really useless." Still can't even deal with a little Yi Mo, leader? Song Huan hesitated and seemed to have something to say. Song Qiming knew that Song Hai was very reliable and therefore gave him this important mission to him. If it was Song Hai's words, he would still think about it. Seeing Song Hai act like this, he knew there was something Song Hai wanted to say, so he immediately said, "If there's something, just tell me, there's no other people here." Song Hai immediately said, "I don't think it's the right time to abduct Yi Mo now." Seeing Song Qiming's confused eyes, Song Hai said, "A few days ago, Yi Mo took the plane from Mang River to Sri Lanka, and 3 days ago, he just returned from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has a line that goes straight to Sinai Peninsula, so I think Yi Mo has been to Sinai Peninsula." Hearing Song Hai's words, Song Qiming dazed and subconsciously answered, "Yi Mo went to Sinai Peninsula? Then how does he have the life to come back? He killed Qianlong Tu's son. Would Qianlong Tu let him go?" Song Hai sighed. "Leader, that's the problem. There's no way Qianlong Tu would let Yi Mo go, but Yi Mo returned unharmed. This is the problem. I don't know what's up, but other than Yi Mo killing Qianlong Tu or Qianlong Tu unable to do anything to Yi Mo, I really can't think of another reason." Hearing Song Hai's words, Song Qiming's eyes frowned more. If Song Hai's words were true, then Yi Mo was too powerful. He remembered the time when Yi Mo was cultivating at Ninghai and said, "Is Yi Mo really a student of ancient martial arts?" He thought before continuing, if he isn't, then how can he go there and retreat? If he is, then things are tricky. Song Hai sighed and said, "Leader, don't worry, Yi Mo just went to Sri Lanka. We don't know if he went to Sinai. And even if he is a student of ancient martial arts, he wouldn't be from the hidden sects if he could stay so long in the normal world. At most, he's a desolate ancient martial artist's disciple. I've already sent people to investigate Sinai, so there should be some news today." Song Qiming nodded and still didn't talk when Song Hai's phone rang. Song Qiming signaled for Song Hai to pick it up. Song Hai picked up and his face grew worse by the moment. "What's wrong?" Song Qiming saw Song Hai's face change and felt things weren't good. Song Hai took a deep breath and said, "I just received news, something happened to Nanqing. Sinai is now shut down. According to the news, it is because Qianlong Tu died. Now, Lang Ji and the hierarchy of Nanchang are fighting for power. It's said to be very messy." What? Qianlong Tu died? Song Qiming was shocked. Who is Qianlong Tu? Someone who escaped with ease after so many years of the government hunting him. He rampaged in America and Europe and even established a gang base in Africa. Someone like this would die so easily? Song Qiming wouldn't believe it. Song Qiming suddenly thought of a problem. Song Hai said that Yi Mo could have gone to Sinai Peninsula, and then he immediately heard news of Qianlong Tu dying. Song Hai also thought of this. The two looked at each other and said Yi Mo at the same time. Song Qiming suddenly shivered. If Yi Mo could really kill Qianlong Tu amongst thousands of people, then killing people from the Song family would be all too easy. No wonder he just waltzed into Beijing. It seemed that he didn't even care about the Song family, he was someone so terrifying. Then who was his master? Who taught such a monster? Song Qiming suddenly remembered Song Shaoan driving off the cliff in the middle of the night. Things were too strange. Song Qiming finally calmed down after a while and said, "Immediately hold a family meeting, tell everyone in the family to not to get into conflict with Yi Mo. And immediately investigate what Yi Mo had been doing recently." Immediately, then, Song Qiming said to Song Hai, "Did you tell Hu Qiu's master about what happened to him?" Song Hai immediately said, "Hu Qiu's master is on holiday and we can't contact him yet. Once he comes back, I will immediately tell him about Hu Qiu." Song Qiming nodded. Immediately go hold the family meeting. As soon as Yemo got off the plane and went into the tunnel, he saw that the airport outside was full of people. These people had small signs saying "I love Tan Fei" or "Welcome Tan Fei." It seemed some pop star or celebrity was coming to Beijing. Judging by the looks of it, she had quite a lot of fans. "Excuse me." The youth behind Yemo thought Yemo was walking too slow. "Tan Fei, don't worry, we're already at Beijing. Are we that short on time? Plus, this place is indeed narrow." A crisp voice interrupted Tan Fei. That youth didn't rebuke and said, "Okay, Sister Fei. It's just that there are a lot of fans outside. I'm afraid that there'll be a ruckus. It's better to go somewhere more spacious later." As soon as the youth said this, Yemo knew that the person behind should be Tan Fei. Yemo didn't intentionally block her way. After all, there was a lot of people. Even if he moved aside, there would still be people blocking in front. However, as soon as they got out of the tunnel, Yemo moved to the side. This Tan Fei had a few big luggage cases. It would be better to let her go first. After all, he was empty-handed. Seeing Yemo move to the side as soon as they got out of the tunnel, Tan Fei politely said, "Thank you." Yemo shook his head. He didn't think that was necessary, but this tunnel was indeed narrow. There was a lot of people here today. It seemed that a lot of flights were coming at the same time, and the inspection ahead was slow. He wondered if something happened today. Even after moving aside, Tan Fei and the youth only moved a bit further and stopped. "Thank you for before. This is my new album with my signature, my newest one. It's for you." Tan Fei's voice was very crisp, but she made a living out of it. Now because of the security ahead, they stopped for now, so Tan Fei took it out for Yemo. She saw Yemo dressed ordinarily and let her move ahead and believed him to be her fan. Plus, she felt that this person was very calm, so she gave her album as thanks. A lot of people looked at Yemo in admiration. They all knew Tan Fei, but they needed to keep their composure, so they didn't rush up for signature. However, none of them expected that Tan Fei would give one album to Yemo. Yemo looked at the album and waved his helplessly hand. "Sorry, I don't have a place to put it, and I don't like listening to music. It would be a waste giving it to me." Although he rejected the gift, Tan Fei gave him a good impression. This woman was indeed pretty. She had thick, long eyebrows. Although she wasn't as good looking as Ning Qingxue, her faint makeup did give her a unique taste. Hearing Yemo's words, Tan Fei awkwardly took her hands back. She didn't think that someone would reject an album she gave and would speak in front of her that he didn't like songs. That was unimaginable. Not only was Tan Fei shocked, but so was everyone around. Even if one didn't like songs, one should show some manners at least. Even if he would throw it away later, he should still take it. It was too impolite to reject a star like that. That youth who told Yemo to move glared at Yemo. Yemo smiled and didn't care. However, Tan Fei quickly returned her composure and apologetically said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't know you didn't like songs, I thought you heard of my name." Then, she playfully said, "It seems I'm not famous enough, huh?" Then, she didn't pay more attention to Yemo. Yemo smiled and didn't reply. "Hey, friend, that was Tan Fei. Why didn't you take it? She signed it and gave it to you herself, yet you didn't want it. Don't tell me you haven't heard of Tan Fei?" The youth behind Yemo saw Tan Fei turn around and immediately spoke to Yemo. Yemo speechlessly asked, "Why must I have heard of her?" The youth was at a loss for words. "Yeah. Why did he have to know her?" Tan Fei obviously heard Yemo's words as the corner of her mouth spasmed, but she eventually didn't say anything. She must have felt quite intrigued. She was the most famous star in China and Hong Kong, but someone said in her face that he didn't know her. If Yemo was a 60-year-old man, it would be fair enough. However, he was a youth in his 20s. She really felt weird, but luckily, the tunnel was unblocked now. She carried a small case and walked out with her assistant. Seeing the fans outside, she finally found some confidence back. Chapter 137, Fong Nan's Lackey. Yemo wasn't someone who liked to spend money and was even very conservative. But for places that he should spend money on, he wasn't stingy. Although there were a lot of high-star hotels in Beijing, the prices were too high. He only had $20,000 and that wasn't enough for 2 nights, so, the first thing Yemo did after getting off the plane wasn't to find a place to live but to buy a phone. It was too inconvenient to call Li Hu using public payphones, plus a phone didn't cost that much.
He didn't buy it before because he didn't need it, but now that he did, he would go buy one. Yemo didn't have much requirements for a phone, as long as it could be used to call. He didn't mind if it had other functions. But when he walked into a phone shop, he was dazzled by the variety of phones. He really didn't want to spend time picking a phone or brand. Handsome, what phone do you want? Yemo looked around, and just when he didn't know what to do, the counter girl greeted him. Yemo looked at this sweet-looking girl and thought these business people really knew how to talk. No matter how the person looked, the male would be handsome, and the female would be beautiful. Help me get a phone. As soon as Yemo spoke, he found that not only the girl held her mouth with her hand, but even the people on the side looked at him in surprise. Some of them wanted to laugh. But the counter girl immediately resisted and asked, "What brand do you want? What style?" Yemo knew what they were laughing about, but he didn't know a thing about phones and could only say, "I don't have a requirement for brand, as long as it can call clearly, then it would be fine." It was a hillbilly, the people around understood. This ordinary-looking youth was a hillbilly. People who bought phones now cared least about calling capabilities. People sought after high pixels, internet speed, and looks. Hearing Yemo's words, the girl no longer had her previous enthusiasm. Any phone could call, there were ones for $200 or $300, but she wouldn't be able to earn off that. Yemo knew what she was thinking just by looking at her but didn't care. Who didn't want to earn money? Oh, however, Yemo didn't notice that someone at the corner of the shop stared at him for a while before mumbling, "It's Yemo, he came to Beijing." Then, the person ran out of the shop quickly. The girl took an old-styled Nokia from behind the counter and said to Yemo, "This Nokia is quite clear for calls and it's cheap. It's just that the appearance and other functions are a bit worse off. This one is $550. Although there were 2 to 300s, but the girl still wanted to earn some money. She would see if Yemo would take it. If he thought that was expensive, she would lower the price. Yemo nodded, took out $1,000 and presented it to the girl. "I'll have this one. Use the rest to get a card for me and charge it up." The girl couldn't react for a long time. She didn't expect this young man to have some money. If she knew this, she would have gave him a more expensive model. Thinking about this, the girl quickly said, "Sir, there are better phones, do you want?" Before she could say more, Yemo interrupted and said, "Hurry up and do it, I'm busy." "Stop, don't leave." A voice beside Yemo called out. Yemo turned around and saw a shop personnel pulling a youth in his 20s. The youth had a face full of worry with one hand holding a water bottle. Yemo phased because he knew this youth. When he was at Flowing Snake, he saw this youth behind Fong Nan. He should be Fong Nan's lackey, so why did he appear at Beijing's shop? Brother Yi. This youth obviously knew Yemo and stopped struggling. Yemo walked over and looked at the personnel. What's going on? Although Yemo didn't wear famous brands, he had his temperament. The personnel saw that the youth knew Yemo, so he let the youth go and pointed at him. "He broke our TV and I'm making him pay. He says he didn't do it." The youth didn't rebuke. Just then, he poured his water into the TV, and the TV got short-circuited. "I saw it with my own eyes," the worker immediately said. Yemo looked at the youth's pale face and knew the worker was telling the truth. He didn't know what the youth was doing in Beijing, but if he was doing errands for Fong Nan, then he didn't mind helping him solve the problem. After all, Fong Nan also helped Ning Qingxue last time. "What are you doing here?" Yemo asked. The youth showed hesitance and looked around as though saying this wasn't the place to talk. Yemo looked at the worker and said, "How much is the TV? I'll pay you." $5,300. The worker pointed at the sign. Yemo didn't even bother to argue and just gave the worker $5,300 and took the phone. He didn't even take the receipt and said to the youth, "Let's go." He took the youth to a fast food restaurant and ordered 2 coffees as he signaled the youth to sit down. He didn't know the youth's name. The youth seemed to know this and said as soon as he sat down, "Brother Yi, I'm Xiaohua. I've been following Brother Nan, you should have seen me." Yemo saw this Xiaohua was over 20 and couldn't understand why he did something so immature. "What's going on? Did Fong Nan send you?" Yemo asked. He saw that Xiaohua hadn't washed his clothes for a long time. It seemed that he didn't have a good time in Beijing. Xiaohua's eyes were red and said, "I wasn't sent by Brother Nan. Brother Nan was almost killed and his legs are injured. He can't get up.
He's no longer in Flowing Snake but hiding in a small town at the border of Vietnam. I snuck to Beijing.
I brought something to Beijing to sell, but I was caught and lost everything. The person who took my things seemed to want to keep it for himself and didn't investigate my origins and just let me go. Yimo understood why Xiaohuo was so worried when he was caught by the shop worker. If the police came and his origins were investigated, then he would probably go to jail. Who would have a clean record coming from Flowing Snake? But Fong Nan almost being killed and getting kicked out of Flowing Snake took Yimo by surprise. He had already paved the way in Flowing Snake, and there were basically no strong power factions.
Why would Fong Nan still be kicked out? And last time, when Ning Qingxue went to Flowing Snake,
he still seemed to be the big boss in Flowing Snake. Seeing Yimo's confused expression, Xiaohua hurried and said, "Last time when your wife went to Flowing Snake, Brother Nan had a conflict due to her things and broke Shiwei's legs and kicked him out of Flowing Snake." Brother Nan thought that although Shiwei was from the amphibious gang, he only needed to pay some money. But this Shiwei was influential and made the amphibious gang annihilate our Pu Dao gang. Brother Nan was almost killed. We lost a lot of brothers in that battle. Brother Nan was heavily injured and taken out of Flowing Snake by us. Now, we're hiding in a small town by the border. Because we didn't have much money and didn't dare to do any business. I brought something to Beijing to sell, but my thing was confiscated and I was almost caught. Yimo curiously asked, "Why do you have to come to Beijing to sell? And why did you look for trouble in the shop?" Xiaohuo looked down for a while before saying, "Because I didn't have money and felt depressed. I've been wandering around the shop, but the TV was talking about amphibians. I hate the word amphibians. I saw there was no one on the side, so I tipped the water into the TV, but I was still seen." Yimo was speechless. This Xiaohuo was indeed from Flowing Snake. He could find such an absurd reason. However, since Fong Nan helped Ning Qingxue and was almost killed due to her, Yimo had to help him no matter what. He just didn't know where this amphibious gang popped out from. But since he wasn't even afraid of Nanqing, he wouldn't be afraid of this amphibious gang. Thinking about this, he gave $1.0k to Xiaohuo and said, "Go back first, tell Fong Nan to heal up. This thing started because of me, so I will go back and avenge him. When I'm done with the things in Beijing, I will go there." Xiaohuo stood up in joy. If Yimo said he was going to help, then things would be all good. Although he wanted to reject the $10,000, but he really didn't have any money, so he could only take it. Yimo sent Xiaohuo away and walked out of the shop and just realized the sky was dark. He only had a few $1,000s on him now, but he didn't mind because he was soon going to take back the $500,000 of debt. However, he didn't expect Fong Nan to be kicked out by the amphibious gang. This gang seemed quite big. He shook his head and took out the phone. He wanted to call Li Hu. Chapter 138. Li Hu's phone was off. Yimo didn't know if he came back from the desert or went on another mission. Yimo could only get out the phone and call Zhuaigua, but he couldn't reach through as well. Luckily, Yimo knew where Zhuaigua lived and called a taxi to there. As soon as Yimo reached that small region, Zhuaigua's phone called back. When he heard it was Yimo calling, he was excited. However, he wasn't in Beijing now and took his son and wife to America. He promised Yimo that he would be able to come back tomorrow. Yimo hung up the phone in disappointment. It seemed that he should have called them before he came. Li Hu could just transfer the money, but how was he going to treat Zhuaigua's son if he didn't see him? Since Zhuaigua could only come back tomorrow, Yimo could only find a place to live first for the night. At the same time, Yimo wondered if he should go see Zifeng. A few people looking like students walked over, and Yimo didn't notice them. He walked up to a vending machine and wanted to buy a bottle of water. He felt his pocket and realized he had no coins. This machine seemed to only take coins. Yimo could only shake his head and go to a nearby supermarket, but at this moment, an arm blocked Yimo's way. Yimo reacted and grabbed that wrist, but before he used much force, the owner of the wrist yelled out. The students surrounded him immediately. Yimo calmed down and noticed that the one stopping him was a girl, so he quickly let go her. He looked closely at the girl only to realize that he had actually seen her before. "Hey, what the hell? I just wanted to ask you something." The girl had tears circulating in her eyes and was obviously not happy with Yimo's reaction. The few male students had come up, and by the looks of it, if Yimo said anything wrong, they would attack him immediately. Yimo smiled and said,
you're asking the wrong person, I just came to Beijing.
The girl rubbed her wrist before looking at Yemo again and saying, I've definitely seen you before, your eyes are too familiar.
Your eyes are very beautiful, it's definitely you, right?
Yemo was speechless, the girl's friends were also speechless. She's been rambling for so long but still didn't say who Yemo was. However, she kept talking about his eye. However, Yemo knew that this girl recognized him. He didn't think he would still be recognized even when he wore a face mask. This girl was the Qing heir he met at Likan Hospital. She and her grandpa came to the hospital, and her grandpa was poisoned by purple coral. However, Yemo just saved his life for 3 years and didn't cure it completely. Yang Cheng, are you infatuated? What eyes? Do you think this is a drama? A girl beside Zhuo Yangqing said. Zhuo Yangqing was already sure that this young man was the person who cured her grandpa at the hospital and even took her $50,000. It has been a year, and according to what Yemo said, her grandpa only had 3 years to live. She dreamed day and night to see Yemo again. She had been to Ninghai and Likong countless times.
She even got to know everyone who worked there but still couldn't find Yemo. It was because before
Yemo had a face mask, so his eyes were set in more and more in Zhuo Yangqing's head. She would even dream of that bright pair of eyes. She was confident that as soon as he saw those eyes, she would be able to recognize him. And she really did see him today. Zhuo Yangqing was clueless in her speech and grabbed Yemo's sleeve. She was afraid Yemo would suddenly disappear again. She desperately asked, "Tell me, are you the doctor who helped me grandpa at Likan Hospital?"
Yemo nodded helplessly and said, "Yes, I believe you grandpa is fine, right?" Yemo was quite confident in his medical skills.
He did not believe that something happened to the girl's grandpa in less than 3 years. No, my grandpa is fine. I've been looking for you at Ninghai countless times and I actually found you.
I'm so happy, so happy.
Zhuo Yangqing's expression was getting chaotic. In her heart, if she found Yemo, then it meant her grandpa would be saved. Then can you let go first?
Yemo looked speechlessly at Zhuo Yangqing.
Oh, okay.
Zhuo Yangqing still nervously stared at Yemo after letting go. She was scared that Yemo would disappear as soon as she didn't pay attention.
Yangqing, do you still want me to go to live with you at your third uncle's house? If not, I'm going back to school with Wang Fei and them, a short girl reminded Zhuo Yangqing. Zhuo Yangqing had calmed down now and quickly said,
"No need, thank you, Fong, I have things to do now."
"Okay, let's go." Those youth looked at Yemo a few times and bid Yangqing farewell. Yemo knew this girl wanted him to go cure her grandpa's disease, and he was third stage qi gathering now, so it was very easy to cure her grandpa. "Hello doctor, I'm Zhuo Yangqing, you should know why I wanted to find you so desperately. After you treated my grandpa last time, my grandpa had been well and is still very healthy.
My whole family is looking for you, but we couldn't find you. Now that I met you, this is really luck amongst luck."
Although Zhuo Yangqing had calmed down, she was still excited. Yemo estimated that it was 6 to 7 p.m. now.
And he didn't have any medical equipment.
He originally planned to go buy it after getting the money from Li Hu, but he couldn't reach him. Seeing Yemo didn't talk, Zhuo Yangqing worriedly said, "Doctor, this time, my aunties are all at home, so you can have as much money as you want.
As long as you cure my grandpa."
In Zhuo Yangqing's eyes, Yemo was a doctor who only looked at money. In other words, he had no medical ethics.
He would cure as long as there was money. Yemo smiled and didn't argue.
Before, he asked for money so vigorously because he really had nothing on him and he needed money desperately for cultivation. Now, he wasn't so worried, but it was natural to be paid for treating diseases. If he was going to help the girl's grandpa, of course he would charge money. "Okay, give me your number. After I'm done with my errands tomorrow, I'll call you.
I'm busy today." Yemo had decided to go visit Yi Zifeng.
After all, when he was at school, Wang Ying gave him quite a lot of help. Not that he thought about it, Wang Ying probably helped him due to Yi Zifeng. Indeed, the only person who didn't hate him in the Yi family was Yi Zifeng. What if you disappear again? Then I would regret it my whole life. I don't know what your name is, Zhuo Yangqing subconsciously said. Yemo frowned / I'm busy now. Are you going to follow me?
Zhuo Yangqing fearfully looked at Yemo.
She was scared that Yemo was just going to leave, and she would never find him again.
Seeing that GMO was about to turn and leave, she quickly said once again, "Didn't you say you just got to Beijing? I'm familiar with the place, so I can take you wherever you want to go." Then, Zhuo Yangqing seemed to feel this was a good idea and said, "Yes, I'll be your guide." Yi Mo thought that he indeed wasn't familiar with Beijing and didn't even know where the Yi family was. Zhuo Yangqing's suggestion was good. Thinking about this, Yi Mo nodded and said, "Okay, do you know how to get to the Yi family?" "I'm looking for Yi Zifeng." "If you don't know it, then don't worry." "Yi Zifeng, I've heard of him. But I only know where his sister is," Zhuo Yangqing immediately said. "Yi Zifeng's sister, wasn't she Yiling?" "She was his sister too. Although her attitude to him was bad, but Wang Ying helped him due to her. If he could find Yiling, he could be able to see Yi Zifeng." Although Yi Mo didn't know the exact reason he was kicked out of the Yi family, if he could be framed, so could Yi Zifeng. If Yi Zifeng needed his help, he could bring him to Luo Cang and learn medicine with him. "You know Yiling?" Yi Mo casually asked. Zhuo Yangqing immediately said, "You know her name, so that means you really know her." "Yiling is the school queen of our uni. Of course I know her." "She didn't say she was one of the school queens and was ranked higher." Yi Mo nodded. "Okay, then take me to your uni and find Yiling." Yi Mo thought that if could find Yiling, he could find Yi Zifeng. Zhuo Yangqing didn't mind and said, "Okay, let's go. I'll take you to her. By the way, I don't know your name yet." "I'm Yi Mo." After Yi Mo said that, he realized Zhuo Yangqing stared at him for a long time, and then she looked at Yi Mo's underpart. Yi Mo couldn't help but touch his nose and feel speechless. Zhuo Yangqing's cute and innocent impression in his mind was lost. The girls nowadays were really bold. Obviously, Zhuo Yangqing also heard of Yi Mo's name and knew he was impotent, but probably no one knew that ever since Yi Mo came back from the desert, he was no longer impotent. His meridian was cleared as soon as he reached stage 3. Now, he was strong as ever. Zhuo Yangqing seemed to notice her impoliteness and quickly looked up with a blushed face. Chapter 139, Sister Yiling, "Sorry, Brother Yi, I was being impolite." Zhuo Yangqing realized after her explanation that she shouldn't have explained anything. Yi Mo shook his head and said, "Don't talk these nonsense, hurry up and take me to Yiling." Hua University wasn't far from where Zhuo Aigua lived and was only a few minutes' walk away. Although Zhuo Yangqing looked calm when she was walking with Yi Mo, she wasn't calm on the inside at all. Almost everyone knew about Yi Mo in Beijing. Even the normal citizens heard about Yi Mo due to that reason and realization that he wasn't of Yi family blood. He was kicked out of the Yi family and was the laughingstock of the people for a while. Even Zhuo Yangqing and her roommates would often talk about it. Although she didn't say it, her dorm mates often talked about it. Every time she heard about it, she wanted to laugh, but she realized that the person she wanted to find was Yi Mo and almost couldn't believe herself. At this moment, she almost thought she was looking for the wrong person and subconsciously looked at Yi Mo's crotch. Luckily, Yi Mo didn't mind, but she immediately felt it wasn't right. This Yi Mo had no similarity to the Yi Mo in the stories. The Yi Mo in front of her not only had clear eyes, his manner was also generous and very at ease. The features of his face was defined. He was nothing like the stories. With his medical skills, he was almost the perfect man. He just asked for money too much, and this was the only similar part. After all, Zhuo Yangqing came from a big family and immediately thought of the family competition. It seemed that all those stories were fake. The main reason was to kick Yi Mo out of the Yi family. Thinking about this, Zhuo Yangqing suddenly came to a realization and almost looked at Yi Mo's crotch again, but luckily she resisted that urge. It should be family competition. Yi Mo was a sacrificial goat kicked out of the Yi family due to the competition. It seemed that every big family was the same. "Brother Yi, you still haven't eaten yet. There's a canteen in our school where you can cook. I'll cook a few dishes and we can eat together." Yi Mo looked at the door of the university. Indeed, he hadn't eaten yet. Just when he wanted to agree, a voice called out before him, "Yangqing, I was going to call you, you actually came to uni." "Who is he?" The owner of the voice saw Yi Mo on the side. This was a tall, handsome man, but he looked at Yi Mo with alert eyes as though feeling Yi Mo was a threat. Zhuo Yangqing looked awkwardly at Yi Mo on the side and turned to say, "Xin Sun, what do you want?" Xin Sun seemed to forget what he was going to say and stared at them in shock. Hearing Zhuo Yangqing's words, he reacted and immediately said, "Yangqing, you still haven't said who he is?"
Zhuo Yangqing's face turned red and replied, Qin Sun, who do you think you are to me? Why do I need to report to you about my friend?
You are my girlfriend.
Qin Sun never would have thought Zhuo Yangqing would talk to him in such a manner and subconsciously said, You.
Qin Sun, when did I say I was your girlfriend?
Where did you hear that? Zhuo Yangqing seemed to be angered by his words. Qin Su had been chasing her fiercely recently. She also had a good impression of him, but although she was interested, she never agreed to be his girlfriend. Although she knew that if this continued, then perhaps one day, she would be his girlfriend. But now that he said it, she was very angry. Qin Sun seemed to not expect Zhuo Yangqing would say this. Although they haven't had any solid development, she would rarely reject when he asked her out for food or a walk. Now, she brought a guy into the school and talked to her in this tone. Qin Sun was very sensitive to this, and his face was immediately bright red. Looking at Qin Sun, who acted like an angry rooster, Zhuo Yangqing sighed and lost all good impression of him. Zhuo Yangqing, you.
Then why do you not reject every time I asked you out? And
Qin Sun's words attracted the gaze of the other students. Zhuo Yangqing's face was flustered. She didn't think Qin Sun was someone so impetuous. Looking at how more and more people were spectating, Zhuo Yangqing said apologetically to Yi Mo, Brother Yi, wait for me a bit, I'll deal with this issue. She didn't wait for Yi Mo's reply and said to Qin Sun, come with me. Yi Mo smiled. He found that most of the students spent their time on this. He thought about himself. He was about the same age as him, but he didn't even have enough time for cultivation. Perhaps different pursuit led to a different view on life. He didn't have the same pursuit as them. He thought about his pursuit and thought that perhaps he was the only one who had this pursuit in this world. At this instance, Yi Mo felt loneliness. Zhuo Yangqing worriedly looked back at Yi Mo and found that Yi Mo was still there waiting for her. Then, she gasped a sigh of relief, but she immediately felt this extremely lonely and bored sense from Yi Mo that made her lose herself for a moment. Seeing Zhuo Yangqing still look back after leaving with him, Qin Sun's face got worse. Although Yi Mo was very famous in Beijing, no one could really recognize him standing at the door of the uni. A high-heeled girl walked from the campus to a Porsche parked outside the gate. Just when she walked to it, a young man got off and helped her open the door, the moment the girl walked into the car. Yi Mo felt this girl was familiar. The car picking up Yi Ling today changed again. It's really good to be rich, a voice sounded beside Yi Mo, and Yi Mo immediately realized that this girl was Yi Ling. At this moment, the Porsche had started. Yi Mo followed it without hesitation. The Porsche didn't go far off and stopped at an entertainment center 10 minutes later. Yi Mo frowned. Why did Yi Ling come there? Although Yi Mo didn't like Yi Ling that much, Yi Ling was still related to him by blood and he felt uncomfortable seeing her come here. He felt that a girl going to this sort of place didn't know self-love. Yi Mo followed but saw that people needed VIP cards at the door. Yi Mo knew he didn't have this. Seeing Yi Ling disappear in the stairway, Yi Mo used invisibility and went inside. Yi Ling and two men went into room 409 and the door was immediately closed. Yi Mo didn't go in and just followed with his spirit sense. There was already two men inside. Seeing Yi Ling come in, the man in the middle threw his cigarette into the ashtray and smiled. Ms. Yi is really gorgeous. Yi Ling sat down and looked at the man who spoke. She spoke after a while. Speak, what do you want this time? The man lit up another cigarette and said slowly, first, stay with me one night, and of course, you also need to stay with Brother Chang one night. Second, there's a jade necklace in your house, I want. Before the man finished talking, Yi Ling stood up and said, keep dreaming. And she turned to leave. The man didn't stop her seeing her get up to leave and just said, you know that the Yi family hopes your two brothers to die. Do you think there's a point going back to tell your family? I, Gu Luo, am credible in my business. I'll tell you that if it wasn't for me, then that Yi Mo would have been killed ages ago. If you don't agree to my conditions, then that Yi Zifeng will be killed too. Oh, perhaps not killed, but that consequence, I believe you would understand. Bullshit, even if I die, I won't agree to your conditions. Yi Ling's face was looked bad. Clap clap, okay. Not bad. I love a little chili like you. Yi Mo, that bastard, killed people from the Song family, so I'll make his little sister pay under my crotch, huh? Young Master Chang, you're here? Gu Luo saw the clapping youth and immediately stood up as though not expecting he would suddenly appear. Song Xiaochang, it's you. Yiling saw the person who just walked in was Song Xiaochang and was shocked. She didn't think that Gu Luo she went for help with was related to the Song family, but soon, Yiling quickly reacted and stared at Gu Luo with hatred. Gu Luo, you knew Yi Lu, how are you the Song family's man? You cheated me and Yi Lu. Gu Luo laughed and said, Yi Lu, humph, you overestimate him. Is he worth me cheating? He's quick to suck up to me. I'll tell you, I've always been young Master Chen's man. Yi Lu, of course, knew it. Yi Mo, that useless trash, is not worth us killing. But of course, when I was going to make a move, he had ran, otherwise, did you still think there would still be a Yi Mo in this world? Chapter 140, I am Yi Mo, you took so much of my money and made me do so much for you guys. How dare you lie to me? Gu Luo, you animal. Yiling's face was pale with anger. At this moment, she realized how immature she was. She originally wanted to save the lives of her two brothers in secret, but didn't expect things to progress like this. Moreover, she pretended her relationship with her two brothers were very bad, even to the degree of not talking to them. She was scared that her big uncle and fourth uncle would discover that she sided towards her two brothers, disabling her from entering the Yi family house anymore. If she couldn't, then the three brothers and sisters would completely become irrelevant people and disappear in the Yi family. She never even dared to bring up about GMO in front of her grandpa or even help him say anything, because she understood that although her grandpa liked her, it was because he liked her father. But grandpa hated the most when women talked about familial matters. That time, her second mom was forced to go do business in a faraway place by her grandpa because she was involved in her second uncle's matters. She even had to change her surname to the surname of her grandma. Ever since that, no woman in the Yi family dared to talk about family matters. Even if they didn't dare to let grandpa know. In fact, she didn't know that under the permission of her grandpa, her brother Yi Zifeng could participate in the family meetings. Gu Luo was introduced to her by Yi Lu. Yi Lu was a part of the Yi family, and Yi Ling thought he wouldn't harm her. But she didn't expect that Yi Lu not only harmed her but also dared to harm the Yi family. She didn't know why Yi Lu would do this. Was he not scared of the family law? Thinking about the family law, Yi Ling shivered. She was clear that the thing she did was no lighter than what Yi Lu did, perhaps even worse. Just her stealing the Feng Shui Dragon Ball would cause her to descend to hell if her grandpa knew. Yi Lu must be the same as her. He had things that Song Xiaochen could blackmail him with. However, she was willing. She didn't know if Yi Lu was the same. Yeah, you collected so much things about the Yi family and told me. You even stole 2 of the Feng Shui Dragon Balls and gave it to me. The Song family really should thank you. However, that old man really trusts you. Even Yi Lu couldn't enter the main house, but you can go in, Song Xiaochen sarcastically said. Looking at Yi Ling's pale face, Song Xiaochen slowly said, if you can bring me the Jade Buddha between the Feng Shui Dragon Ball and stay with me one night, then I'll pretend nothing happened and won't harm a finger of Yi Zifeng. If you disagree, then we have so many brothers here. I don't think you can take it all by yourself, hee. Of course, even if you serve us, you stealing the Feng Shui Dragon Ball would still accidentally reach Yi Beirong's ear. Yi Ling was shaking with anger. She only knew how stupid she was now. The more worried she was, the more clueless she was. She paid a big price for Gu Luo to secretly protect Yi Mo and Yi Zifeng, and even searched news of Song family trying to deal with Yi Mo. Now, it seemed all like a big joke. It would be fortunate if they didn't harm them, much less protect them. After experiencing these things, Yi Ling understood a lot, but she knew she understood too late. Let me go and I'll steal the Jade Buddha. Yi Ling recovered her composure. Although her body was still shaking, at least she calmed down on the surface. Ha ha ha. Song Xiaochen hysterically laughed. Do you think I have the same IQ as you? Of course I'll let you go, but we need to do our business first and get the recordings done. I believe you can leave then. But don't worry, we won't touch that Yi Mo. We'll only touch that Yi Zifeng. If you cooperate, perhaps we won't even touch Yi Zifeng. Humph, rip off her clothes. Song Xiaochen feared the most when other people said Yi Mo could kill him. Many people knew Song Xiaowen died by Yi Mo's hand, and so did Song Xiaoten. Plus, the family meeting today and the order of the leader said no one should find trouble with Yi Mo. Although Song Xiaochen didn't know what happened, he knew that if Yimo really killed him, he would die in vain.
His life in the Song family wasn't even worth 1% of Song Xiaotan, much less Song Xiaowen.
The leader could let Yimo go after he killed them, much less him, Song Xiaochen, who dares to rip her clothes. A cold voice suddenly echoed in the room. The people in the room didn't even see how the door was unlocked. The first to react wasn't Song Xiaochen and his men, but Yi Ling. Yi Ling saw the young man standing at the door and was shocked. Although Yimo changed a lot, she still recognized it was him after a while. Yimo. Yi Ling blandly said in shock. Yimo nodded. Yi Ling. It was hard on you. You're right, if I can kill Song Xiaowen, I call also kill Song Xiaochen.
Oh, you probably don't know that I also killed Song Xiaotan. You really are Yimo?
In Yi Ling's impression, Yimo was a useless rich second generation and was extremely pretentious. The reason she could treat Yimo the same as Yi Zifeng was because her father's words before he died. She still remembered them till now. Ling Yimo is not welcomed, and he doesn't like studying himself. You and Zifeng need to look out for him.
Don't let him be bullied.
I'm guilty to him and his mother.
Don't let me die in unrest.
Yi Ling remembered she cried as she agreed to her father's words. Then, her father slowly closed his eyes, but because of this Yimo, she suffered a lot. After his father died, he extravagantly spent money. It was all the money she saved up in hardship for him. The reason he could still stay in Ninghai University was because of the countless people she begged. Even when he was kicked out of the Yi family, Yi Ling's big uncle was still going to attack him. As such, she intentionally got close with her big uncle's side while intentionally distancing Yimo and Yi Zifeng. Yimo wasn't close with her to begin with, but she intentionally distanced herself with Yi Zifeng. That was so that when her big uncle attacked them, he could have some hesitation or perhaps could let her get some news. Not only this, she also sucked up to Yi Lu and knew the underground gangster Gu Luo through him. Gu Luo said he had connections in Ninghai as well, so she paid money to Gu Luo to protect Yimo because she was scared her big uncle and fourth uncle would still attack Yimo, although she didn't know anything, but she heard that there was an instance when her grandpa got drunk and said on the table that her father was to be the next leader of the family and was prepared to give ownership of the assets to father. Then, her father's health grew worse, and his grandpa no longer mentioned it again. Yi Ling even suspected that her father's death was related to her big uncle, but she didn't dare to say and could only do her best to protect her two brothers. She tried to not take money from the family, and more than once reminded her brother not to take money from the family to avoid the killing intent of her big uncle, and when she saw Yimo today, she had the urge to cry. She felt wronged. Yi Zifeng and Yimo were both her elder brothers. But she, being the youngest of them all, had to do these things. And Yimo even lived a life that no one knew what he was doing behind everyone's back. I am Yimo. Seeing Yi Ling's eyes red, Yimo just told Yi Ling he was Yimo and didn't talk. He just stared coldly at Song Xiaochen. You are Yimo. Song Xiaochen said this word by word. Gu Luo had already stood beside Song Xiaochen. If someone else suddenly entered the room, they would have already gone up and beat them up. However, they've also heard about Yimo. It was said that even Hu Chou died in his hands. Also, Gu Luo wasn't bad, but he was a far cry from Hu Chou. The two men beside Gu Luo wanted to abduct Yi Ling. Yi Ling was still looking at Yimo as if in disbelief of Yimo's change. This Yimo in front of her was too different from the Yimo in her memories. The Yimo in her memories would only make her feel annoyed and disgust. She didn't want to see him at all. But the Yimo in front of her emitted great confidence. Just standing there made people feel as if he was the only person in the room that could decide on things. Moreover, as soon as Yimo came, Song Xiaochen immediately became silent. His face was even showing expressions of worry. Yi Ling suddenly felt a strong sense of safety. It was as though only Yimo like this was her real big brother. She subconsciously wanted to walk towards Yimo when two frosty winds shot past her face. Yi Ling subconsciously looked back and the two men behind her had fallen down. She thought her courage was pretty bold before, but now that she saw two men fall down in front of her with blood seeping out of their foreheads, she wanted to scream and dash into Yimo's arms without thinking. Yimo patted the shaking Yi Ling inside. Life was really hard on her. She was really scared but still gritted her teeth and dealt with people like Gu Luo. In fact, no matter what deal she made, she couldn't escape her eventual death. Even if Gu Luo wasn't Song Xiaoqian's man, he would still kill Yi Ling eventually to keep her mouth shut and prevent revenge by the Yi family. Other than Gu Luo's side, Yi Ling would still die if the Yi family knew what Yi Ling did. Yi Emo? I know you're really powerful, if you just let me go. I'm willing to give back the Dragon Balls and other things. Song Xiaoqian seemed to be reminding himself that Yi Mo didn't dare to kill him now, and he needed to stay calm. But when the words got to his mouth, he was already shaking. Chapter 141, Black-Hearted Song Xiaoqian. Yi Ling felt a fit of comfort for no reason after hearing Song Xiaoqian's words. Although she was of the Yi family and looked like a princess, only she knew the hardship within. She needed to put on a happy face when she went home and needed to ridicule Yi Zifeng. That wasn't all, she even needed to secretly use the money she saved and stole to ask Gu Luo for help. Today, it was her first time seeing her opponent act low in front of her. She even forgot the disgust when Yi Mo killed. You want me to let you go? Yi Mo looked at Song Xiaoqian and blandly said, yes, as long as you are willing to have mercy, I will pay you back 10 times. Hearing Yi Mo's tone soften, Song Xiaoqian said hurriedly, he's called Gu Luo? This name is really strange and I detest this guy. Yi Mo looked once at Gu Luo. Hearing Yi Mo's words, Song Xiaoqian's eyes suddenly turned cold and pulled out a small 3-edged prick from somewhere and just stabbed it onto Gu Luo's back without hesitation. When the prick was fully submerged, Gu Luo then turned around and looked at Song Xiaoqian in disbelief. He pointed with his finger wanting to say something, but eventually, he couldn't. He just looked with fury as he fell to the ground. Perhaps he couldn't understand why he would die in Song Xiaoqian's hands after serving him for so long. Yi Mo thought that this Song Xiaoqian was a cruel character. He actually knew where to pierce so that one would die the quickest. It definitely wasn't his first time doing this. Yi Ling looked at Gu Luo fall to the ground with massive amount of blood emerging from his back like a spring, and she finally couldn't take it as she fainted in Yi Mo's arms. Young Master Chen. Gu Luo's 2 henchmen looked at Song Xiaoqian and couldn't believe that he would kill his most trusted man. They didn't know if they should attack Song Xiaoqian or still be on the same team with him. Just when the two were still hesitating, Song Xiaoqian already charged over and killed another. The remaining one reacted, and when Song Xiaoqian stabbed towards him, he actually pulled out a knife and stabbed it into Song Xiaoqian's left shoulder. Although Song Xiaoqian was injured, it wasn't lethal. Plus, the damage of the knife was far from that of the prick. The man holding the knife was killed, but Song Xiaoqian could still stand up and look worriedly at Yi Mo. Yi Mo looked coldly at Song Xiaoqian. He killed without any moral burden, and he was killing his trusted men. His actions were swift without any hesitation. It could be seen that not only was he cruel but also had some power. When he was talking to him before, he still seemed shaky, but Yi Mo would never believe him. Song Xiaoqian was obviously acting, but he acted too much. Regardless whether he was acting or not, Yi Mo wouldn't let this guy go. Brother Yi, I've already done as you told and killed these few people you don't like. Then Song Xiaoqian took out a bag from his pocket and said, this is the Yi family's feng shui Dragon Balls, I only told Yi Ling to get 2. Song Xiaoqian walked to a chair with pale face and put the bag on the chair. Although his shoulder was bleeding heavily, but he didn't seem to notice it. Instead, he opened the bag and said, I'll show it to you. Yi Mo just stared coldly at Song Xiaoqian. He was very smart and cunning, but Yi Mo had already seen the evil in his eyes with his spirit sense. Even if he didn't, he knew that Song Xiaoqian's actions were abnormal. His hand was already so heavily injured. But he didn't stop the bleeding and instead was going to open up the bag. If it really was the Dragon Balls inside, he could have just given it to him. Thinking about this, Yi Mo scanned the bag with his spirit sense. At this moment, however, Song Xiaoqian pulled out a gun from the bag with unimaginable speed. At the same time, his gun was already pointed at Yi Mo. This was all done in less than 2 seconds. Song Xiaoqian had a lot of faith in his gun prowess and his speed was very fast. The gun was pointed at Yi Mo's head. He didn't think Yi Mo could still live after getting shot in the head. Even if Yi Mo was a disciple of ancient martial arts, he wouldn't be able to dodge this. Thinking that he was about to kill Yi Mo, Song Xiaoqian was excited. He could almost already see the leader of the Song families praise him, and that the first in the 3rd generation title would be his, but in the spur of a moment, Song Xiaoqian didn't have this thought anymore. He just looked at Yi Mo, who stared at him with cold eyes as though a monkey being stupid.
At the tip between his fingers was a bullet. Emo noticed Song Xiaochen's actions as soon as he took the gun out of the bag. The moment Song Xiaochen fired, Emo used his spirit chi to form a force field, and the bullet was slowed down. That way, Emo caught the bullet easily, even if he fired when Emo wasn't ready. Although Emo wouldn't be able to catch the bullet, he would still be able to dodge it. Song Xiaochen seemed like he saw a ghost and made a sound after a long while. You can catch a bullet, you. He was dumbfounded. This was the first time he met someone who could catch bullet. No one would believe it. Seeing Song Xiaochen's worried look, Emo sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Then, the bullet in his hand dropped to the floor in a clank. Song Xiaochen's heart skipped. Although he was still on the edge, he gradually calmed down after hearing Emo's words. Of course, Emo wouldn't kill Song Xiaochen now. Although he could and knew the Song family wouldn't do anything to him. He was just scared that if the Song family was infuriated and fought with him, then Dongfangxi's prediction would quite possibly come true. If Emo and the Song family fought, no matter how he beat up the Song family, he would only have one choice, and that was to leave the country. In Emo's perspective, even if he was to fight the Song family, he couldn't do it overtly. He could make them feel scared, but he couldn't force them into a corner. He could kill Gu Luo and his henchmen, but he couldn't kill Song Xiaochen now. He still needed to do the after work for the business in the room. Emo believed that Song Xiaochen didn't dare to make it known, and neither did the Song family. Plus, this was Beijing, not the borderlands. It was fine to kill at the borderlands, but not in Beijing. Now that so many died in the room, and despite most of them were killed by Song Xiaochen, someone needed to take care of the aftermath. It was better to leave Song Xiaochen to do that. Emo wasn't an idiot. He had arrived at Beijing for more than a day and still didn't receive any attacks or threats. That meant the Song family was holding themselves back. Perhaps what happened in Sina had already reached the Song family. Emo would definitely not believe that the Song family didn't know he arrived at Beijing, because when he came, he just waltzed right in. Emo patted his hand and took out the 2 Dragon Balls and looked. He couldn't help but to shake his head. It was just 2 normal magic artifacts with a sliver of spirit chi. Song Xiaochen looked at Emo and didn't dare to move. He now understood why the leader ordered not to touch Emo. He was too scary. No wonder he could kill Hu Qiu. Emo looked at Song Xiaochen and patted his shoulder. Song Xiaochen felt as though a big metal hammer whacked his heart a few times. That pressure made him faint. After burning away the bodies in the room, Song Xiaochen woke up again and found that all the bodies had disappeared. There was just some bloodstains and burnt smell. He didn't know how long he was out for, but he knew it wasn't long. Emo had dealt with the bodies in such a short time. And Song Xiaochen suddenly felt his body was cold. This was why Emo couldn't be touched. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Emo looked at Song Xiaochen, who had a spookily pale face, and said. Song Xiaochen subconsciously shook his head. Emo smiled. Take care of this place, and perhaps after a few days, you would understand why I didn't kill you. Oh, and tell your leader this. Don't piss me off and I'll make the Song family disappear in one night. Then, Emo carried the still unconscious Yiling and actually jumped out of the window. Song Xiaochen looked at Emo disappear and now realized his life was saved. He looked at Emo jump to the window and was shocked once again. This was 4th story. But he soon knew that it was time to clean up. Thinking about this, Song Xiaochen didn't even have time to dress his wound and just called the family straight away. Just when Emo didn't know where to take Yiling, Yiling woke up. She saw Emo carrying her and made a small struggle. Emo put her down. Yiling stared at Emo for a while before remembered what happened before. Her face was full of worry. Emo murdered someone, and she saw it with her own eyes. What to do? Yiling didn't even get time to ask how Emo came to Beijing and just looked at him and said worriedly, "Hurry up and run now. You killed the Song families, man. They won't let you go." Go now. Chapter 142, Brother and Sister. Emo saw that Yiling wanted him to run and felt touched. Although the things Yiling did was very naive, her intent was to save Emo and Yi Zifeng. From that perspective, she did suffer many hardships. Emo knew that Yiling didn't like him, but why did she still do so much for him? Emo suddenly raised his hand, touched Yiling's hair and sighed. Stupid, if I leave now, you would be dead. Don't worry. Since I can kill Song Shaoan and still have nothing happen, nothing will happen now. Plus, I didn't kill Song Xiaochen. Yi Ling felt weird after being touched by Emo. A faint sense of being cared for circulated her heart. She had never been cared for. Even her brother Yi Zifeng always complained that she was too immature. But now, she had this feeling. Her fatigued heart seemed to have something to depend on. She suddenly wanted to lay in Yemo's arms and call him Big Brother, but at the same time, she felt distant with the Emo in front of her compared to the original Emo. The two sunk into silence, but Yi Ling soon reacted. She thought about Yemo's safety and hurried, "You didn't kill Song Xiaochen? Then if he calls the cops on you, where will you go? Even if he doesn't call the cops, the Song family knows you're in Beijing, you still wouldn't be able to escape. What shall we do?" Emo smiled. "Don't worry, the Song family doesn't dare to look for me now. Nothing will happen tomorrow." Emo saw things clearly. Since he came to Beijing and the Song family didn't look for him, then they wouldn't look for him now. Even if they were to, it would be after they've completely investigated the situation. If Song Jiaming knew he could come back safely from the Nanqing's HQ and still look for trouble with him without any reason, then the Song family wouldn't be still alive today. Yi Ling looked at Emo in a daze. She didn't know why Emo said the Song family didn't dare to look for him. She also knew that Emo wasn't the same as before. Although Emo didn't kill Song Xiaochen, he still left a time bomb on him. Song Xiaochen didn't have long to live. Emo thought that after he left Beijing, the Song family wouldn't be able to do anything to him, but they could attack Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng. Thinking about this, Emo felt like he had a headache. Now, he didn't dare to overtly eradicate the Song family. Since he couldn't, he needed to worry about this. Seeing that Emo was in thought, Yi Ling said, "Where would you stay tonight?" Yi Ling wanted to call him brother but couldn't. The original Emo had too much of a bad impression in her mind. Emo came back from his thought and decided he would think about it later. Now that Yi Ling asked, he said, "I have a place to live, what about you?" "I'll send you back. Machnam, I'm living at campus." Yi Ling wanted to ask how Emo had been, but didn't know where to start. Plus, she saw the ordinary clothes on him and knew he wasn't living a wealthy life. Perhaps he was even living a desolate life. She was scared that if she asked, Emo would be sad. She didn't know where he got his powers from, but eventually, she couldn't resist and asked. Emo didn't know where to start, so he simply described his life and didn't mention him going to the desert and being hunted. These things were too distant with Yi Ling's life. He didn't want Yi Ling to be worried. From Yi Ling, Emo heard that Yi Zifeng had been very busy recently, but Yi Ling didn't know why. Yi Zifeng barely discussed such things with Yi Ling. The two walked as they talked and came back to Hua Uni. At the door, Emo remembered Zhuo Yangqing. He looked around and Zhuo Yangqing was long gone. "Go back to the dorms first, I'm going." "Tomorrow, find Zifeng, we need to talk." Emo sent Yi Ling to the door. He wanted to go scout at the Song family. If the Song family decided to shatter the glass and fight him, he needs to be prepared. "Come inside and have a seat." Seeing Emo was going, Yi Ling couldn't resist to say. She still had a lot of things she wanted to talk about, plus, Emo changed too much that made her feel dependent on him. At the moment, she actually didn't want him to leave. Emo hesitated and saw the males are forbidden sign. Although he also went to uni at Ninghai, he had never been to the female dorms. Now that the weather was getting warmer, it didn't seem appropriate to go into the female dorms. Yi Ling saw Emo's gaze and knew he was worrying he couldn't go in, so she hurried to say, "It's okay, the Hima at the door is very nice to me, she'll definitely let you in. Plus, all of the girls in my dorm aren't here tonight. They are going to a social with Shi Uni." Originally, Emo didn't worry about going in, he had too many ways to, but he was just worried it would affect others. Now that Yi Ling said this, he wanted to go in and see too. He just wanted to see if he could set up a simple defense formation there. And he wanted to talk to Yi Ling. If she didn't want to stay in Beijing, she could go to Luotsang. It was just as Yi Ling said. The auntie at the door just looked once at Emo and didn't stop him from going in. Yi Ling's dorm was closed and it was pitch black. Yi Ling was right, the girls weren't back. Emo habitually scanned his spirit sense out and was immediately shocked. There were still 3 people inside the dorm. Just when Emo wanted to tell Yi Ling that, Yi Ling had opened the door and said, "Come in, there's no one inside." Before Yi Ling finished speaking, the light was opened, staring Yi Ling.
In the middle of the table was a big cake. The three girls saw Yiling come in and all yelled,
"Happy birthday, Ling!"
However, the three soon saw Yimo behind her and yelled in surprise. One of the girl who just wore shorts quickly took a pair of pants and put them on. "You guys." Yiling was shocked at the scene in front of her. One of the taller-looking girl reacted and said, "Ling Zi, didn't think you would be celebrating your birthday with your boyfriend. We still wanted to give you a surprise." "Hee, hurry up and introduce him, he's really handsome." Yiling just remembered that today was her birthday. She was so busy that she forgot. She couldn't help but feel grateful to her dorm mates for preparing this for her. She immediately said, "Xiaodan, Lulu, Tianhe, thank you guys so much.
You remembered my birthday. Eat the cake later." "Lulu is right, introduce your boyfriend.
We can't wait." "This is the first time you brought your boyfriend back," that short-haired girl also said. "You guys are mistaken, this isn't my boyfriend." Yiling waved her hand. "Pfft. You brought him back and you even said no one's here, you can come in. Did you think we didn't hear it? Do you think we're third wheeling? Don't worry, after you introduce, we can give you guys some space. Hima just called to say you're back, but she never said you brought a boyfriend," the short-haired girl said. Yimo touched his nose awkwardly.
He didn't think Yiling's classmates were all back, and today was Yiling's birthday.
It seemed he couldn't tell her about going to Luochsong today. And Yiling's friends were all wearing casual clothes. It wasn't convenient for him to stay here. Yimo could only say, "How about I go first? We can talk tomorrow."
Yiling also knew that Yimo probably had some things to discuss with her, but now he couldn't say it.
She could only nod her head. Why are you leaving? You just came in. Today is Yiling's birthday, you're not even helping her celebrate it. At least leave after eating the cake or introduce yourself. And you still need to invite us to dinner tomorrow." That girl wearing shorts finally dropped the awkwardness and said, Dan was seen in her undies. Of course she needed someone to compensate her with food now, huh? That short-haired girl said immediately. Yimo felt more awkward. He didn't even remember Yiling's birthday as her brother, while Yiling's dorm mates remembered it. He thought about Su Jingwen's birthday. They both came from big families. Why was Yiling's birthday so different to Su Jingwen's? The Yi family was much bigger than the Su family. Thinking about this, Yimo felt bitter. Perhaps Yiling really had been enduring a lot of hardship these years. Seeing Yimo stand silently at the door, Yiling thought Yimo was thinking about her life and said, "Brother, I don't care that much about my birthday, as long as you and Zifeng is fine. Everything is good. Go back first, I'll come look for you tomorrow." Yiling hugged Yimo after. It was the first time she called Yimo brother, but she didn't feel it to be weird at all. Perhaps she would no longer have to live that worrying life. At least, Yimo was so much better than she had thought. She felt Yimo's hug was very firm and warm, giving her a sense of security from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 143, Helpless Song Chiming. That brother made Yimo freeze mentally. Ever since coming to this world, it was destined that he would be lonely. But today, someone called him brother. This indescribable feeling flowed through Yimo's heart that made him decide to protect Yiling for her life. Not for anything else, but just for that brother. Ayo, so emotional. Ling Zi, you really make people cringe. But your boyfriend is quite handsome, I also want to hug your brother. Don't be stingy, the short-haired girl said. Of course she was joking, she didn't really mean to go hug Yimo. Yiling really enjoyed Yimo's hug, and hearing what the short-haired girl said, she suddenly smiled and pulled the short-haired girl's hand and dragged her into Yimo's arms. She moved aside. Okay Tianhe, you can hug for however long you want. I won't be jealous at all. But, don't let go. Tianhe was pulled into Yimo's arms. Yimo wanted to push her away, but was scared he would hurt her feelings. Meanwhile, Tianhe thought it was just a hug, so she wrapped her arms around Yimo's waist. Yimo didn't feel anything when he was hugged by Yiling, but he didn't expect Tianhe to hug him with such force. He immediately felt two balls of softness in front of her chest and that faint aroma of a girl. His blood speed up, and he had a biological reaction. His crotch immediately rammed against Tianhe's stomach. He was originally planning to eat a piece of cake, but he hurriedly said, "I'm going." Then, he rushed out of the dorms and disappeared. What's wrong, Tianhe? Why did you scare Ling's boyfriend away?
Is it because your chest is too powerful?
When Yemo left, the two other girls came up and teased her.
Tianhe's face was shot red.
Although she was acting tough, it was just in her words. However, when the other two girls asked, she recovered and smiled.
Ling, your boyfriend's thing is so big. I could feel it. What a man.
But I still quite like his hug, he smells very nice.
What? You really felt that? It's really big?
To their surprise, Yiling asked Tianhe with a face full of joy. Tianhe was grabbed by Yiling, but this was nothing. When Yiling asked that question, the dorm mates were completely shocked. Hey, Ling Zi, are you dumb? How can you not know your boyfriend's thing?
Why are you asking me?
But your boyfriend is really excellent.
Sai, I don't know where you found him. Why don't I have that kind of luck?
Tianhe also had a boyfriend but was never like Emo, who could give her a refreshing and calm sense during hugs. Okay, we really admire you too. Next time when Ling Zi's boyfriend comes, I also want to hug him, the taller girl said, and me.
Dan hurried to say, Tianhe threw up the finger / you two cougars, but Ling Zi, even if it's really big, you don't need to be so happy. You'll be taking in quite a load.
However, Yi Ling murmured, it was indeed a lie. She was thinking about Yemo's diagnosis.
It was fake. If Tianhe didn't say it today, she would have thought it was real.
Now, it seemed that the DNA test was also fake. Her big uncle did this. At this moment, she only felt happy because Yemo had completely changed. Although it was very late, the lights were still on at the Song family. Even Song Xiaochen was in the family meeting. Yemo's guess was right.
The Song family didn't dare to fight Yemo at all costs. Song Qiming was very careful. Before he understood Yemo's trump card, he didn't dare to move.
If Yemo really could enter a heavily guarded place like the Nanqing HQ, then it would be all too easy for him to kill everyone in the Song family, especially how Yemo did things without thinking the consequences. Thinking about their conflict with Yemo, Song Qiming's face was very bad. It was too embarrassing for such a powerful family to not be able to touch Yemo.
If it was someone else or even a gang, the Song family could get rid of them easily. Xiaochen, did you just say in the blink of an eye, all the bodies in the room disappeared? He could even catch a bullet? Song Hai needed to be clear on this. He had been responsible for the intel of the family.
This was the first time he heard of such a capability of Yemo, and that meant he didn't do his job well. Yes, Uncle Hai, I didn't say a single lie. He could really stop the bullet with 2 fingers.
My pistol is the Howard PPK.
You should know its speed, but he caught it with his finger. Plus, I'm sure I wasn't out for more than 5 minutes. When I woke up, nothing changed except the bodies have disappeared. Song Xiaochen still felt fear when saying this. Song Qiming looked with one eye towards Song Hai and wanted to ask about Sina, but remembered that he just sent out the order today, so things shouldn't be this fast. Song Hai's heart was skipping. Although the leader didn't say anything, he knew that he hadn't been able to find out a lot of Yemo's powers. He didn't do his job properly. He had made up his mind to increase the intensity of the research in Sina. He couldn't make a mistake again. Seeing Song Hai's expression, Song Qiming didn't pay more attention to him. He turned his head and asked Song Xiaochen, what else did he say? Song Xiaochen looked worriedly at Song Qiming's furious face and answered after some hesitation. When he left, he told me to bring back a message. He said don't piss him off, if we do, he will make the Song family disappear in one night. And, when he left, he carried Yi Ling and jumped from the 4th floor.
What? Song Qiming obviously heard it, but he exclaimed in shock. If Yemo could jump off by himself, he wouldn't be so shocked.
But carrying a person and jumping off the 4th floor, this was absurd. Just when everyone thought the leader would be angry by Yemo's threat, Song Qiming calmed down instead. He started to contemplate, and after a while, he looked at Song Qikan and said, Qikan, what do you think?
Song Qikan frowned and said, according to Yemo's habits and what Xiaochen reported. If Yemo said that, it means he can really do it.
My opinion is to wait for the result of the Sina investigation.
After we know Yemo's limits, then we can make a move. Plus, if we are to move, we can't do it alone. We need to invite some people.
Of course, we must also notify who chose master.
Song Qiming nodded. This is what I think too. Okay, that's it for today.
When the investigation comes out, we'll have another meeting, but before this, if anyone dares to look for trouble with Emo or someone related to him, I won't let him go.
Dismissed.
Emo left Tsinghua University and prepared to look for a place to stay when his phone rang.
It was Li Hu. He was very happy when he knew that Emo came to Beijing. He just said he was busy in the day and his phone was shut. Emo just said a location when his phone shut down. He hadn't charged this phone, and it just answered 2 phone calls before running out of battery. Now, Emo still hadn't ate yet. Originally, Zhuo Yangqing wanted to invite him to dinner, but due to Qing Sun's things, Zhuo Yangqing didn't have the time to redeem it, so Emo went to look for Yiling. Li Hu came very quickly and drove a normal jeep. As soon as he got off, he grabbed Yemo's hands excitedly. Brother Yi, if it wasn't for you last time, we would have probably died, much less retrieved the item. I've been waiting for days, and you're finally here. Let's go.
You should sleep at my place tonight. You must come to my base with me tomorrow.
Those brats keep saying I'm bragging. You need to help me teach them a lesson.
Li Hu was straightforward and very social, and he already saw Emo as his friend. Emo could tell that this guy had been bragging about him in front of others, but they couldn't find him, so his words were ignored.
Emo smiled. He didn't have the time to help Li Hu show off.
He just wanted to get his money and solve the problems here so he could go back to cultivate. The more people he got into conflict with, the more he felt his power was insignificant. From Lang Ji's mouth, Emo heard that Xian Daoist in Metal River was much stronger than Wu Chang. Moreover, it was said that he was about to break through. If things were really as Lang Ji said, then his powers would only seem overwhelming to normal people, but for the real strong people out there, he was still missing a bit. Thinking about this, how could Emo have the mood to show off in front of normal soldiers? Chapter 144, Big Bluff. Li Hu stayed at the intense training quarters at Beijing.
That's not what Emo expected.
The defense here was serious, and there were surveillance equipment everywhere. If Li Hu didn't take him in, it would really make him sweat to come in. Plus, Emo didn't know if his invisibility could evade the top-grade military cameras, and Li Hu was indeed a good friend.
He didn't even investigate who Emo was before bringing him in. He knew the rules, but he still did so, meaning that he considered Emo a true friend. Li Hu got some food and ate as they chatted together. Emo also knew this place was to train all sorts of special ops. This period, it was his turn. He was the captain of the Flying Fox squad. Li Hu wasn't called Li Hu before, but after he joined Flying Fox, he changed his name. One could tell that he had deep feelings for this squad just from his name. Then Flying Fox is the country's top special ops? Emo curiously asked. If that really was the case, then Emo would be disappointed. Although he hadn't seen Li Hu in action.
But he was at most the same level as Wendong, or even worse. Since he was the captain, it meant that he was the strongest in Flying Fox. If even the strongest was at this standard, then the squad wasn't going to be very strong. Li Hu didn't know Yemo's power. In his eyes, Yemo was mysterious other than being straightforward. He went in and out of the desert with ease, so he knew Yemo was much stronger than him. Now that Yemo asked, Li Hu shook his head. Our squad is a far cry from the best. However, the members of Flying Fox are pretty excellent. You have seen our missions. In harsher words, we're police. In other words, we deal with the more serious criminals. Then, Li Hu took out a card and gave it to Yemo. This is the money. It's supposed to be $500,000, but because the thing was perfectly fine and no men were lost, my boss gave an extra $100,000. Altogether it's $600,000, the password is all zero. Of course, I know that this is just as Feng Tian said, less than 10% of its actual worth. So Yi brother, I owe you. Yemo took the card and smiled. If I didn't sell that to you, perhaps I would have thrown it away. It's free money I earned, no need to say anything else. He didn't lie. When he was being hunted by the insects, he even threw his bag away. He definitely wouldn't have left the small model that he didn't know with him. Luckily, he gave it to Li Hu or his $600,000 would have been gone. Li Hu didn't think Yemo would throw away something so important and thought Yemo was just being polite. He admired Yemo more for his generosity. Brother Yi, there's also someone called Yemo in Beijing, and he's from the Yi family. but it said he was kicked out of the Yi family. Ha, if that Yi had 10% of your excellence, the Yi old man would have treated him like the future of the Yi family. Li Hu and Yi chatted for a while. He felt Yi was very open, and soon thought of him as a friend, so he talked casually. Yi smiled. I'm that Yi you're talking about. But I'm not as powerful as you say. Treat me like the future of the Yi family? I don't care, much less they won't. Ha! Li Hu looked at Yi in shock. He didn't think that the person in front of him was the abandoned son of that Yi family. Zhuo Yangqing was annoyed. One was because Yi went against his word and didn't wait for her at the door of the school, and another was due to Qing Sun. The more she thought, the angrier she got. It was just 10 minutes' time, and the doctor she had longed for was gone, so this morning, she came to the door of Tsinghua University and wanted to see if she could wait for Yi. If she couldn't, then she would ask Yi Ling and see if Yi came for her. What made her angrier was Yi didn't arrive, but the person she didn't want to see the most was here. Qing Sun had some flowers and walked over, guiltily saying, Yang Qing, it was my bad yesterday, I'm sorry. Please accept my apology. These flowers are for you. Zhuo Yangqing looked contemptuously at Qing Sun. Who do you think you are to apologize to me? I'm telling you, from today on, I don't know you. If I go against my words, let the heavens destroy me. Piss off. Zhuo Yangqing was so angry that her fire could burn a lake dry, but Qing Sun had to come and piss her off. If it wasn't for him, then perhaps she would have invited Yi. Now, she lost news of Yi, and her grandpa was in danger. Even she couldn't forgive herself, much less a mere Qing Sun. Moreover, she had already warned him not to look for her, but today, this guy came right in the morning. She thought about how something that could be done in 2 minutes was dragged on for more than 10 minutes by Qing Sun. In the end, all it came to was a discord, and she even missed Yi, although Yi said he was Yi Ling's brother, who knew if he would stay in Beijing. Everyone knew Yi Ling looked down on Yi. If he left Beijing again, she would not even have a place to cry to. Hearing Zhuo Yangqing's words, Qing Sun's face turned pale. He didn't expect Zhuo Yangqing to say such determined words. This essentially severed any intentions he could have for her. He really didn't want to give up the second most prettiest girl in Beijing. Yangqing, you actually said such words. Who was that guy yesterday? You're being so heartless with me over him, Qing Sun said with hatred. FCKU, who was he to me? What's that got to do with you? He's my boyfriend, so what? Are you going to kill me? Don't appear in front of my eyes again. Then, Zhuo Yangqing turned to leave. She wanted to go to the dorms and ask Yi Ling. Although she didn't know Yi Ling well, they heard of each other. After all, in the uni, she was ranked second, and Yi Ling was ranked third in terms of beauty. Qing Sun's face was green and stared coldly at Zhuo Yangqing as evil flashed across his eyes. In the morning when Yi and Li Hu came to the training base, there were nearly 100 people already training. Yi looked at these Flying Fox members. They were indeed not bad but still very immature to Yi. However, it was quite decent they could achieve this in a training ground. Yi, how about you have a few rounds with them? Li Hu saw Yi smile as he looked at these members, so he said, Captain Li, is this the mysterious hero you keep telling us about? A sturdy youth came up in front of Yi and said challengingly. Li Hu looked at the youth and had an evil smile on his face. Yeah, Lu Gang, do you want to fight him? Of course I do. Lu Gang was up for the challenge. He hoped for an immediate match, so the whole squad would know his power. Lu Gang believed that he wouldn't lose even if he fought against Li Hu, much less a youth who looked scholarly. He was going to defeat Yi and then say to Li Hu, Captain, your eyes are very good. Yi smiled. Of course, he wasn't going to be so bored and fight these people. These people weren't even 1/10 as strong as Hu Qiu. He really had no interest in fighting them. Seeing Li Hu look over, Yi said, I don't want to fight, they are no match for me, even if they all come at once. It's boring for me as well. Yi didn't need to be humble, he was indeed saying the truth. Lu Gang heard Yi words, and his face was bright red. He didn't think Yi would be so rude and just say he was no match for him. Not only this, he also said that the 100 of them was also no match for him. This was way too arrogant. Great bluff. Before Lu Gang had time to say more, someone interrupted. Elder Han, how are you here? Lu Gang saw the person coming and quickly greeted with a face full of respect. Yi Mo also saw the people who came. There were 5 of them. The leader was an old man in his 60s. 2 police guards followed him. Other than that, there was a man in his 30s and a girl in her 20s. The man who said he was bluffing was the man in his 30s. He scanned across Yi Mo contemptuously. Yi Mo sneered. He could tell the man was not bad, but at most, he was only a little stronger than Hu Chou, but still no match for him. However, that girl seemed weak, but she gave Yi Mo a much greater threat than that man. This made Yi Mo give the girl a closer look. She looked very quiet and not too pretty but durable to look at. However, Yi Mo soon knew that she was durable to look at due to the art she was cultivating. This woman wasn't simple. Perhaps she came from the hidden sections. Ever since these few people came out, almost everyone saluted to the old man. Only Yi Mo did nothing. The man looked more unhappy. You are Yi Mo? The one who helped Li Hu find the model? Elder Han asked. Yi Mo answered, yes, I'm Yi Mo. I sold the data to Li Hu. I didn't specially go help him find it. Chapter 145, Winnings of the Battle. Elder Han laughed. Yi Mo, you don't need to be humble. The money you took wasn't even enough for 10% of its real worth, so I can represent the country to thank you. You've contributed greatly to the military. Yi Mo smiled and didn't reply. He didn't have that kind of resolve. If someone gave a higher price than Li Hu and he didn't mind that person, he wouldn't have hesitated to sell it to someone else. Seeing Yi Mo not reply, Li Hu quickly said, Elder Han was one of the commanders in the Beijing military district. He's a lieutenant, Yi Mo. Elder Han already heard Li Hu's words and waved his hand. I've heard from Li Hu of Yi Mo's power in the desert. I heard from people that you were buying a phone in the market yesterday, and I knew you would come looking for Li Hu. Today, I came just to see you. You should be Wen Tian's son, right? Sai, Wen Ian was supposed to be doing great things, but he left too early. Things were really harsh on you and your siblings. Yi Mo heard this and had some good impression to this Elder Han. If somebody said this to him yesterday, he wouldn't feel anything, but after seeing how Yi Ling was, he knew how hard things were for her these years. Elder Han is too polite. I should be going to see you. How can you be visiting me? Yi Mo greeted. Elder Han nodded. I've heard about your things, but Beirong and Yuani are my old companions. This time, Beirong really looked wrong. You are like your father, Wentian, an elite. You're even better than Wentian. Sai, this time, Ningfujian looked wrong too. Then, he shook his head. Elder Han's name was Han Zixin, one of the commanding officers at Beijing Military District. Although he had retired now, he was responsible for a few special ops squads. Flying Fox was one of them. It was also the most famous squad. Flying Snow was also under his command. Yi Mo knew who Beirong and Yuan was. It should be the leader of the Yi family, Yi Beirong, and the eldest of the Song family, Song Yuan. As for that Ningfujian, he was probably from the Ning family. After sighing for a while, Elder Han said once again, Yi Mo, if you want to come to my special ops, I can let you go to Flying Snow. That's where the best in the country are gathered. I believe you can step higher at Flying Snow Squad. Plus, if you came to Flying Snow, I'm willing to help you with your issues with the Yi and Song family. Although Li Hu didn't know Yi Mo was from the Yi family, it didn't mean that Han Zixin didn't know. He wasn't too sure either until someone reported to him yesterday. He was reported that Yi Mo came to Beijing yesterday and bought a phone at the supermarket. He immediately came to see what Yi Mo wanted. He wanted to see why this proclaimed human scum, Yi Mo, was so excellent in Li Hu's mouth. And how could he have such enmity with the Song family? Plus, he gave such an important military data so easily. Now that he saw Yi Mo's composed and calm manner as well as his strong confidence and defined features, Han Zixin wanted to take him in for his talent. Although, the main thing was due to Yi Mo bringing back the data and donated it to the country, he also wanted to compensate Yi Mo in another way. As for Yi Mo's power, Han Zixin thought it wasn't bad, but it was just the same level as Li Hu. Although he was a talent, but not to the stage where Han Zixin must have him, but even so, he realized how terrifying gossip can be. Yi Mo was no human scum. The manner in which he faced him without fear told him that Yi Mo was no simple man. Even if it was a descendant of a big family, they would be worried and nervous seeing a lieutenant. Yi Mo only seemed to say hi after he talked about his father, Brother Yi said that the entire flying fox is no match for you. Du Tao wants to test that. The man who had been behind Elder Han this whole time said at this moment, blasphemy. Du Tao, you're the instructor of the special ops. What are you fighting with EMO for? Leave. Hearing Du Tao's words, Elder Han reproached immediately. Du Tao saw Elder Han say it so quickly, he backed down with a face of disappointment. Although he was the vice head of the police department in Beijing and one of the instructors for the special ops, he was still a member of Flying Snow. EMO smiled and looked at Du Tao. You are also no match for me, there's no point in fighting you. He wouldn't be polite to this guy. And he didn't want to keep a low profile in Beijing, he would teach those who needed a lesson. Du Tao was regretful that he couldn't teach this arrogant EMO a lesson, and now that he was mocked, he was more furious. He immediately bowed to Elder Han. Head, please allow me to spar with EMO, I'll control myself and won't hurt him. Originally, Han Zixin didn't want Du Tao to fight EMO. Du Tao was an intermediate stage yellow-level martial artist. No matter how strong EMO was, he would only be on the same level as Li Hu and not even reach into the ranks of martial artists. How could he be a match for Du Tao? However, he was really surprised that EMO said such words. In that case, he really wanted to see how strong EMO was. He nodded and said, okay, since you guys want to fight, then stop appropriately. Du Tao was his trusted man, and EMO was a youth he liked and was Yi Beirong's grandson. If Yi Beirong knew he was very excellent, he would take EMO back into the family. Plus, he contributed an inestimable military data. Although it was still being evaluated, Han Zixin knew that model was worth more than $30 million, and many of its worth were still unknown. This was one of the reasons why he took another look at EMO and came over personally. Unexpectedly, EMO still said, I won't fight with you. My abilities are for killing. I'm not interested in playing with people. Although your leg martial arts are not bad, I've met someone who was 10 times better than you with legs, but he only managed 20 moves under my hand before I disabled his legs. EMO talked without any concern. He could easily tell that Du Tao's martial arts was in his legs, but no matter how good they were, could they be better than Wu Chang's? In EMO's eyes, if Du Tao were to fight Wu Chang, it wouldn't take 50 moves before Du Tao was a dead man. With Elder Han's permission, Du Tao was already rubbing his hands pumped to teach EMO a lesson, but now he heard EMO say that he disabled a person's legs in such a nonchalant tone. His face looked bad. At this moment, the young girl next to Elder Han noticed EMO. She originally thought EMO was ordinary, but why was he so arrogant? And did EMO really see that all of Du Tao's prowess was in his legs? How did he see it? EMO could see her powers, but she couldn't see a bit of EMO's at all. Oh. Hearing EMO's words, Elder Han was interested. He knew that Du Tao's leg arts was not bad. This EMO could tell in one eye. Was there really not much difference between the two? Thinking that EMO might not be much weaker than Du Tao, Elder Han's eyes were excited. He needed human resources the most now. EMO was cold, and he seemed very generous and decisive. Not to mention he was still so young. If he was as strong as Du Tao, then taking him into the special forces would mean, thinking about this, Elder Han could no longer resist and immediately said, okay, then we'll bring out some winnings, I'll sponsor that. Whoever wins, I'll let him go into the extreme weapon vault and choose a weapon. As soon as he heard extreme weapon vault, Du Tao's eyes lit up. He once had a dagger from the vault, and that helped him through countless dangerous missions. However, he lost it in a mission in Tibet and felt regretful since then. If he could get a strong weapon from the vault, his power would up a level. EMO was disinterested. What weapon could be stronger than the ones he made? He didn't care at all. If he had the material, he would have made a weapon for himself already. Seeing EMO's lack of interest, Li Hu quickly said, Brother Yi, don't underestimate the vault. It's all the top quality materials, some are made of materials you've never heard of. A major part of it is from the hidden sections. Hearing that they were from the hidden sects, EMO was a little interested but not too excited. He said casually, don't they say the hidden sects things are hardly seen in the ordinary world? How could it be found in the extreme weapon vault? Li Hu smiled. Brother Yi, you're not quite simple knowing about the hidden sects, but the weapons in the vault are not bought but traded with materials. Normally, the country would look for rare materials in all sorts of strange places. Then, these materials are given to the hidden sects which are used to trade for some special weapons.
Hearing Li Hu's explanation, Yi Mo's eyes lit up. Wasn't he looking around for material?
How complete would a country's collection be? His storage ring was still missing some material and couldn't be forged. If he could find some high-quality material, then it would be a gift from heaven. Thinking about this, Yi Mo walked in front of Elder Han and bowed once again.
Elder Han, I don't want the weapons in the vault, I would rather have a few pieces of material. What do you think?
Elder Han heard Li Hu's words just then, and now that Yi Mo asked,
he couldn't help but smile.
The materials are used to trade for weapons. Of course it's fine if you want them, but you need to win first. If you can win against Du Tao, I'll let you choose 10.
Yi Mo smiled. Okay, thank you. Du Tao was furious.
Yi Mo didn't even take him seriously and sounded as though it was very easy to beat him. Chapter 146, No one can force me. Seeing Du Tao, who was extremely angry, Yi Mo laughed to himself. Just by his attitude, he wouldn't get far in martial arts. What are you looking at? Come, make it quick.
I need to go pick materials after this. Yi Mo looked at Du Tao and shook his head.
In the cultivation realm, fighting someone whom one didn't know about could cause their life with the slightest mistake.
Yi Mo could see Du Tao's power, and that was why he was so arrogant. However, Du Tao didn't know Yi Mo's power and felt he could surely beat Yi Mo. This was the real mistake. Hearing Yi Mo's words, Du Tao just charged up and attacked. However, Yi Mo acted as if he didn't see it at all and remained stationary.
Judging by Du Tao's personality, he would use his legs straight up and try to beat him down using the shortest time, without using his fists at all. And it was just as Yi Mo expected. Du Tao's fists were hollow attacks as he concentrated his power on his legs. Before Du Tao's fist reached, his right leg kicked like a straight line as if a whirlwind. Yi Mo nodded.
Du Tao's legs were far cry from Wu Chang.
But his speed was nearing the latter's. Wu Chang's legs were not only fast but also powerful. Even with Yi Mo's power, his legs felt pain after kicking Wu Chang's leg 20 times. Du Tao's speed was just below Wu Chang's, but his power and angel was a far cry from Wu Chang. Moreover, Du Tao had this implausible idea. He wanted to kick Yi Mo with his left leg after his right leg connected. This, Yi Mo could tell from how the opponent charged power on his left leg. Yi Mo shook his head. He didn't know what Du Tao was thinking. If he could beat Yi Mo, he would only need his right leg, but he wanted to switch to left leg purely for aesthetics. This guy was really pretentious. He really overestimated himself, thinking that he could kick a guy whom he had never fought before. Flying, the woman beside Elder Han saw that Yi Mo didn't even move under Du Tao's hollow attack and immediately frowned. Of course, she could tell Du Tao's fists were hollow, but she didn't expect Yi Mo to see it as well. She wouldn't believe that Yi Mo didn't have time to react, and not only did Yi Mo not move, he also looked at Du Tao's left leg and even shook his head. This woman immediately understood that Yi Mo could tell Du Tao's intentions. The act was pretty, but it was impractical, and it would only be effective on an opponent far weaker than him. As expected, Yi Mo slightly sidestepped and didn't even move his hand. However, he kicked his left leg towards Du Tao's leg a few times. Even that woman didn't see Yi Mo's movements clearly, and Yi Mo had already switched to his right leg before kicking Du Fei many meters away. Yi Mo attacked Du Tao the exact same way he did against Wu Chang, but it was just easier. When Du Tao's leg collided with Yi Mo's, he rejoiced. He felt that the power on his leg wasn't something Yi Mo could handle. Just when he was prepared to hear Yi Mo cry out in pain and switch leg in mid-air to kick Yi Mo away beautifully, there was a piercing pain from his right leg, rendering him unable to kick with his left leg. Du Tao was shocked and immediately knew things weren't good. Just when he wanted to retreat, Yi Mo kicked his right leg onto his stomach. His head buzzed and couldn't believe that he was kicked flying. The position was exactly what he wanted to kick Yi Mo with. So fast, these were the only 2 words in his brain. He only lasted 5 moves and was kicked flying by Yi Mo. That woman saw that Yi Mo actually did what Du Tao wanted, cleanly and even more aesthetically pleasing than Du Tao's imagination. Her heart moved and had a strong urge to fight Yi Mo, but eventually, she suppressed this desire. Although she was sure she wouldn't lose to Yi Mo, she didn't want to expose her power in front of everyone. Du Tao fell to the ground and couldn't get up. However, Han Zixin was shocked. He clearly knew who Du Tao was and was And even in the flying snow squad, he wasn't average. Moreover, he was also a yellow-ranked master, but he couldn't even last a few moves in front of Yemo, Lu Gang, and Li Hu were also shocked. Li Hu knew Yemo was strong but didn't expect him to be this strong. Lu Gang was more shocked. He was still planning to battle Yemo too, but now that just seemed ridiculous. Not even 10 of him were a match for Du Tao, but Du Tao lost so completely in front of Yemo. Han Zixin also knew about martial arts and knew that if it was a life or death battle, Du Tao would die faster. No wonder the Song family couldn't do anything about Yemo so far. He was so strong. Where did he learn this from? Did he reach the black level of martial arts? Thinking about how Flying Snow Squad would be so much stronger if Yemo joined them, Han Zixin was lost in thought. No, he must have Yemo in his squad. Yemo didn't care about Du Tao he kicked flying, he only cared about how much materials he could get from the keep. He saw Elder Han seem to be lost in thought, so he could only walk over and say, "Elder Han." Han Zixin gasped for some air and felt Yemo was cuter and cuter. He really was someone special. Luckily, he suddenly thought of coming to see Yemo today, otherwise, where would he find someone valuable like Yemo? Only a descendant of ancient martial arts sects could match Yemo, but Yemo was obviously not from those sects. If he was, how would the Song family dare to look for trouble with him? How would the Yi family be willing to kick him out? Yemo, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. Good, good, good. Then, Han Zixin studied Yemo and looked at him as though he was studying some treasure. Yemo felt helpless and could only wait for Han Zixin to talk. At this moment, Du Tao had crawled up. Other than some pain on his leg, he was fine. He looked at Yemo with reverence from afar. He didn't expect Yemo to be so strong. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Now, he believed Yemo's words. His power was for killing, not for playing. If Yemo wanted to kill him just then, even a few of him would have died. He originally thought he was not bad, now, it seemed he was still intolerably weak in front of the truly strong, and Yemo had a lot of killing chi. He said that he debilitated someone with a much strong leg martial arts than him, and now, it seemed to be true. Someone like Yemo didn't seem to be willing to lie about this, thinking that if he pissed Yemo off and he could potentially debilitate his leg too, he felt helpless. He shivered at the thought. Yemo must not be offended. He heard Yemo offended the Song family but was still fine. That seemed to be true. However, it was not that the Song family didn't bother to deal with him, but they just didn't dare to, after Han Zixin repeated the words good. He stared at Yemo passionately and said, "Yemo, join Flying Snow Squad, you must join, you can be the instructor." Yemo shook his head. "Elder Han, I'm not interested in joining the army. I'm only interested in the materials in the keep." "No, you must join Flying Snow Squad, if you don't, I won't let you choose the material." In a fit of worry, Han Zixin threatened Yemo with the material. Yemo smiled calmly. "In that case, Li Hu, I'll be leaving." Then, he turned and left as though Han Zixin was just air. Seeing that Yemo was leaving, Han Zixin was worried and quickly pulled Yemo's clothes. "Brother Yi, you must leave. We can discuss about this, just look at the materials first. Then we can talk, I beg you." Yemo, who was originally pissed off, saw Han Zixin's expression and couldn't really get angry, so he freed his clothes and said, "In that case, please send someone with me." No need, I'll go with you myself." Han Zixin felt he had grasped a bit of Yemo's personality and spoke quickly. Yemo wasn't hesitant in getting his material as he won that. Now that Han Zixin said this, he immediately said, "In that case, thank you, Elder Han, but if there's something I don't want to do, no one can force me, even the Heavenly Emperor." Yemo's last words weren't polite at all. Du Tao and Li Hu's mouth spasmed but didn't argue. If it was before the fight, Du Tao would sneer at Yemo, but now, he felt he didn't have the right to. However, the woman beside Han Zixin frowned and seemed to want to say something but eventually didn't. Han Zixin knew his words before were unreasonable, so he wasn't angry at Yemo and instead said, "We can discuss about joining the squad later. Let's go see the material first. You're free to join if you want." Although he spoke like that, Han Zixin was thinking about how he could keep Yemo. It seemed he had pissed Yemo off a little. Yes, how could a master like him be willingly constrained? If he was really that easy to talk to, the Song family would have devoured him already. Chapter 147, each having their own calculations. Other than the two guards, only that girl could accompany Han Zaixin into the keep. Not even Du Tao could go in and had to wait outside. Even the two guards could only stand at the door and not go in. Whether it was the extreme weapon keep or the materials keep, it was heavily guarded. Yemo suspected that without Han Zaixin's lead, it would be very troublesome even for him if he wanted to come in. Although he wasn't into high tech, it didn't mean he knew nothing. After all, he studied for so long at Ninghai University, so he knew even about laser passages. There was one in the long corridor leading to extreme weapon keep. Yemo knew that he didn't have a way to pass it now, unless he didn't touch the ground and the laser didn't activate. However, normal laser passages didn't need people to be on the ground. The motion sensor could activate the laser. Thinking about the rays of laser, Yemo felt stunned at heart too. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop the light rays, and he might even be cut into pieces, unless he had reached Foundation establishment, or had a strong defense artifact. It seemed that his power was still too weak and he underestimated the means of a country. Since they could have these passages, it also meant that there were similar weapons. Although it wouldn't be as strong as the one in the passage, it should be enough to threaten him. Han Zaixin didn't know about this. In order to attract Yemo, he took him to the extreme weapons keep first because he thought Yemo would immediately be attracted after coming into the keep. However, what made Han Zaixin surprised was that Yemo shook his head in disappointment after looking at the wide collection of weapons. He turned his head and asked, "Elder Han, didn't you say there were materials? Why are they all normal weapons?" Normal weapons? Han Zaixin's mouth spasmed. The special ops working for him all felt glory for coming in here and picking a weapon. However, in Yemo's eyes, they were only normal. It could be said that each weapon here was worth much more than the 600k he acquired. However, his eyes weren't good enough to pick it up. Now that Yemo asked, he could only say, "Yes, it's the keep beside here." Then, Han Zaixin took Yemo to the other storage keep. Yemo noticed that when Yemo said he didn't see any material, Han Zaixin's expression was that his views were too low, but that woman frowned. Obviously, she didn't want Yemo to go in. When Yemo went in, he saw more materials. Although there was a lot of variety, most of them were useless to Yemo. Many metals and steel were unattractive to Yemo. Han Zaixin thought that Yemo would look carefully at all these material and would take a long time. However, Yemo just walked straight to a few mining stones and held them. He didn't know that Yemo had spirit sense and could tell what things they were just by scanning them. Although most materials were useless to Yemo rejoiced at finding two each of the purple copper essence or silver sand or an extreme windstone. Moreover, he also found an extreme grade black jade. Yemo was very happy to have these 7 stones, but it was a pity that he didn't find any ores for making flying swords. "Only found 7 you want, Sai. If we didn't ship away some 3 months ago, perhaps you would find more." Seeing Yemo only being interested in 7, Han Zaixin was disappointed. It seemed these materials keep couldn't attract him either. This time, Yemo was speechless. He was very satisfied to find 4 ores he needed on Earth. This was too rare. At least he could make a defense artifact for his sister. And he could make his storage ring. He didn't expect all these to be leftovers. "Elder Han, how often do you give things to the hidden sects?" Yemo couldn't resist to ask. Han Zaixin laughed. "It seems Li who told you, but these aren't secrets anyways. We usually give things to them annually. Our condition is that not only are they to help us, Grandpa." The girl beside Han Zaixin spoke for the first time. Her voice was very crisp. Yemo didn't think that this girl was Han Zaixin's granddaughter. She was not a simple person. Han Zaixin smiled. Yemo was not an outsider. Plus, this isn't something that can't be told. Perhaps, Yemo would soon be on our side. Yemo knew that Elder Han still hadn't given up on making him join the Flying Snow Squad. Although he didn't want to, but he didn't want to give up these materials. If he could pick some each year, then it would solve a large problem for him. Perhaps he could finish gathering the materials needed for Flying Sword. Thinking about this, Yemo said, "Elder Han, actually, I'm also decent at making weapons. I can use some weapons to trade materials with you. What do you think?" Han Zaixin smiled and said, "Yemo, you don't know the perks of the weapons from the hidden sects, that's why you say that. If you knew the worth of the weapons in the Extreme Weapons Vault, then you wouldn't say this. But if you want materials, that's easy, just join Flying Snow Squad and I can let you pick 10 each year. Yemo was moved but didn't talk. Instead, that young girl said once again, Grandpa, this way, yen, only 10, it's fine. And before we trade things, I can still decide what to do with you. You just need to not tell them, Han Zixin immediately said. The girl hesitated and eventually didn't say anything. From these words, Yemo already understood that this girl should be from the hidden sex and was Elder Han's granddaughter. However, 10 each year should be enough for him. Plus, they might not even gather 10 he needed each year. However, he didn't want to join Flying Snow Squad. It was too restricting and a waste of time. However, Yemo knew it was impossible for him to get these things for free. As though seeing Yemo's hesitation, Han Zixin immediately said, you just need to be the instructor and you can move freely. You just need to help Flying Snow Squad do one thing each year. Yemo hesitated and said, I can be the instructor, but I will only be teaching for 3 days each year and do one thing for Flying Snow Squad once every 2 years. And, you must not use any reason to confine me, other use 'em I wouldn't accept it. Okay, deal. Han Zixin revealed the smile of a cunning fox. He originally wanted to use Extreme Weapons Vault to keep Yemo since it was the same as using materials. As long as Yemo joined Flying Snow Squad, things would become easier. Yemo knew this was Han Zixin's trap. But he had to jump in. He needed to cultivate it and didn't have much time to search for ores and spirit grass. How powerful was the workforce of a country? No matter how Yemo searched, he could not compare with the power of a country, plus, there was no harm for him. He wouldn't waste too much time being an instructor. After leaving the vault, he went to eat with Elder Han. It was already in the afternoon, and his documents were ready. It was a small blue booklet with his photo attached. It said Yemo was the instructor for Special Ops Force Flying Snow Squad, and he also had a Bureau of Chinese Special Forces stamp. Yemo felt this little booklet wasn't completely useless. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. They also brought with him a gun and a mobile phone. Yemo took it, thinking about how he just bought a phone yesterday and now he got a new one. He shouldn't have bought it if he knew. Then, he went to the training base for Flying Snow Squad and gave some instruction. Seeing the sky was dark, Yemo was scared his sister would be worried and was prepared to go to Huaqing University. However, after the captain of the squad Zhang Ju fought with Yemo, he was astonished and dragged Yemo to go to the party of the Beijing elites. Yemo was completely uninterested in such an event but couldn't reject Zhang Ju and the other's strong request. After all, he was still the instructor. Moreover, Yemo was scared that his sister didn't want to leave Beijing. If she stayed and he didn't, it would be beneficial for her if he knew a few people in Beijing. After all, those who could come were either rich or powerful. Normal people couldn't come. For Yiling, last night was the best night of her life. Not only was her birthday smooth, she wasn't scared and knew that Yemo wasn't impotent. She felt grateful to Tianhe for testing Yemo's manhood. More importantly, Yemo said the Song family wouldn't come and they didn't. She was fine the next day when she woke up. Being from a large powerful family, Yiling knew that since Yemo didn't kill Song Xiaochen and the Song family didn't come, it meant that they wouldn't. Despite not knowing why the Song family was so fearful of Yemo, she still felt proud of him. Only she knew that Yemo didn't rely on the Yi family at all. He relied only on himself. Yiling was all too clear on what sort of family was the Song family, so how could she not be proud of such a brother? Yiling was prepared to go meet with Yemo and Yi Zifeng and then invite her friends in her dorm out for a good meal. So as soon as she got up and couldn't reach Yi Zifeng's phone, she rushed home quickly. As soon as she entered, she felt the atmosphere wasn't right. Chapter 148, Yiling's problem. Kwani, how come I can't reach my brother? Is he at home? Yiling thought he couldn't reach Yi Zifeng last night because he shut down his mobile. But she still couldn't reach him this morning. She knew that Yi Zifeng rarely went back after her father passed away 2 years ago and usually stayed at the Yi family mansion. Of course, it was partly due to Grandpa liking him, but she didn't know what Yi Zifeng was thinking. Yiling rarely went back to a home that was empty and stayed most of the time at school. Occasionally, she would go back to live a few days at the Yi family mansion. However, she needed to steal things, so she had been here more frequently. Although Yi Zifeng rarely went back, his phone was always on, but today, his phone was still off. This rarely happened, so the first thing Yiling did when she came to the Yi family mansion was to ask for Yi Zifeng's whereabouts. Quan Yi was the caretaker of the Yi family mansion. Yiling needed to be going in and out of the mansion, so she intentionally got close to Quan Yi. But today, Quan Yi saw Yiling's face and her face quickly changed. She didn't answer Yiling's questions and walked away with her head down hurriedly. "Yiling, you still dare to come back? Get inside," a vulgar voice sounded. Before Yiling could react, a huge hand grabbed Yiling by the neck and easily dragged her in. The room was full of people. Not only were the main people in the Yi family there, even the women who weren't allowed in meetings were there too. It seemed that these people were already waiting for her. If she didn't come back herself, perhaps she would be apprehended. She looked at her grandpa sitting at the top and her heart sunk. Many years ago, her second auntie interfered with her second uncle's business and was punished so severely. The things she did now were countless times more severe than what her second aunt did. No matter how much her grandpa liked her, she couldn't escape the consequences today. Yiling found that she looked through the entire house and almost everyone was here other than Yi Zifeng. Where did Yi Zifeng go? Yiling suddenly worried as her heart skipped a beat. Could Yi Zifeng be punished due to her? She forgot that she should be worried about herself, not Yi Zifeng. Yi Beirong looked at Yiling once and the disappointment was clear in his eyes. He didn't say anything. His health had been good, so he could survive for another 8 or 10 years. Because he liked Yi Wendian, he wanted to wait for another 10 years after Yi Zifeng was mature to see if he could give the leader position to Yi Zifeng. Out of the brothers, Yi Wenqi was too calculative and didn't have a broad view. He could only be calculative in small things. As for Yi Wenjin, he was more of an imbecile. However, Yi Zifeng was quite like his father, and this was the reason Yi Beirong didn't give the leader position to Yi Wenqi. Last time, he even tried to let Yi Zifeng enter the family meeting. Although his words weren't allowed, his performance was well. He thought of everything but just didn't expect Yiling to do something so treacherous. She actually stole 2 of the Feng Shui Dragon Balls and gave it to their opponent, the Song family. If Yi Beirong could let this go easily, then there would be no point for the existence of the Yi family. Yi Beirong scanned the tens of people below and remained silent for a while before saying, "There are 2 things I want to announce in this meeting. The first thing is, from today, the leader of the family will be Yi Wenqi. 3 days later, we will do the exchange. The second thing is Yiling's treacherous acts will be dealt with by Yi Wenqi." Then, Yi Beirong stood up from the leader chair and sighed. He didn't sit on another chair and instead walked out of the room. Yiling's heart was cold. It seemed her grandpa wouldn't let her go. If her grandpa punished her, she would still have some chance, but if it was her big uncle, then she wouldn't even know what would wait for her. Plus, her grandpa wasn't here. Yiling suddenly looked at Yi Lu, who was behind her fourth uncle, and was immediately shocked. She was caught, but why was Yi Lu fine? Yi Lu did more things than her but just didn't steal the Dragon Balls. Plus, it was Yi Lu who introduced her to Gu Luo. And Gu Luo said Yi Lu was working for him from a long time ago. Since the Yi family could find out she stole the Dragon Balls, how could they not know what Yi Lu did? Yiling's heart couldn't help but to sink. She had experienced some things and was no longer the naive child she once was. She thought about her suspicion about her father's death as well as the things she did. Could her big uncle not tell she was intentionally getting close to them? They took this long to know she stole the Dragon Balls? And was sure she took it? Did her big uncle's men not care all this time she'd been inside the mansion? Yiling suddenly thought of a scary truth. It was that right from the beginning, her big uncle and fourth uncle knew what she was doing, but they just let her be. She was in trouble, but Yi Lu was free instead, so perhaps they purposely got Yi Lu to get close to her. Yiling was shivering at her thought. Why did her big uncle do this? What good was there for him? Was it just to kill her and her brother? The more she thought, the more she felt the chances were high. How old was she? She hadn't even graduated. Her big uncle and them were cunning. She could only lose in a wisdom battle with them. Her brother Yemo was kicked out by them because of his bodily issues. Yiling couldn't understand why her big uncle and fourth uncle would do this and try to eradicate their line. But everything else, Yiling understood. If Yiling knew that Grandpa was planning for Yi Zifeng to be the leader of the family 10 years later, she would understand. Zhang Ju was not as famous in Beijing as Du Tao. When Yemo, Zhang Ju, Du Tao, and Li Hu walked in, most people only greeted Du Tao since he was the vice head of the National Security Bureau.
However, Du Tao wasn't feeling full of himself at all because only he understood that other than Li Hu, Yimo and Zhang Ju's identity were higher than his. Zhang Ju didn't like this sort of scene, but he didn't really understand Yimo's personality and that's why he pulled him here. Brother Zhang, your arrival really surprised me. A youth not yet in his 30s arrived. It seemed that not everyone didn't recognize Zhang Ju. This youth speaking obviously knew Zhang Ju and his identity. Zhang Ju smiled and turned to Yimo and said, "This is the young master of the Li family, Li Qiuyang. He's quite famous in Beijing, huh?" Li Qiuyang looked curiously at Yimo. He knew Du Tao was still a subordinate of Zhang Ju. What Li Qiuyang didn't expect was that Zhang Ju actually introduced him to the youth beside him whom he didn't know. This youth dressed very ordinarily, or he was perhaps even poorly dressed. Who was this person? When Zhang Ju introduced him, he was obviously very respectful. Other than that old man Han Zixin, who else could let Zhang Ju be so respectful to? And Du Tao and Zhang Ju were both half a step behind him. Although there was just that slight distance, it was enough for Li Qiuyang to judge Yimo's status. He had understood that Yimo was no ordinary person and had a higher status than Zhang Ju at least. Li Qiuyang's heart moved. He wouldn't judge by appearances and quickly walked up to Yimo and extended his hand. "I'm Li Qiuyang, Zhang Ju's loyal supporter and his friend." Yimo smiled and shook hands with him. "I'm Yimo, I just got to know Zhang Ju today." Li Qiuyang's mouth spasmed. He was all too clear on Zhang Ju's arrogance. He would never believe Zhang Ju would be so respectful to someone whom he just met, but Yimo didn't seem to be lying. Yimo, this name seemed to be familiar, the same name as the trash who was kicked out of the Yi family. Let's not stand here. Mr. Ji Beichen, who just came back from Taiwan, will hold a charity auction. Then, there will be a ball. Let's sit down and have a chat. Later at the auction, you can see if you have anything you want. Ji Beichen is a famous antiques collector. It's said he prepares a lot of good things whenever he comes back. Li Qiuyang smiled and said, "Okay, I've heard of Ji Beichen's name for a long time. Although I don't have much money, I still want to see his collection." Zhang Ju immediately agreed, "Sorry." A person suddenly bumped into Yimo and apologized right away. However, when the person looked at Yimo, that person voiced out, "Hey, it's you." Yimo saw that he had actually seen the person who bumped into him before. She was the Tan Fei who was going to give him an album when he got off the plane yesterday. He didn't expect to see her at this upper-class social night, but since she was that famous, she did seem to have the ability to come. "Fei, after tonight's auction, there's a ball. I'll dance with you later." A young man followed closely. Tan Fei no longer had the mood to think how someone as poor as Yimo could come in here and turned to look at the man and said, "Sorry, young mastery, my leg is injured." Chapter 149, Too freaking awesome. Yimo scanned with his spirit sense. Tan Fei's leg was fine. It seemed that she just wanted to reject this young mastery and couldn't help but to smile, thinking that women could always find an excuse. However, his smile was caught by the young mastery. A person dressing so poorly dared to laugh at him, and it was obviously because Tan Fei rejected him. "What are you laughing at? You bumped into Fei and hurt her leg. If you laugh again, I'll tear your mouth." This youth saw Yimo smile and was angered by embarrassment. Hearing these words, Zhang Ju's face sunk but didn't rage. This young mastery in front of him was from the Song family and was the son of Song Qifeng, someone who had great power. He was also in the Shao generation. However, because a Feng Shui master said that he would be able to achieve something great once he took the Shao away from his name, he changed it Song Yi. Although he wasn't afraid of Song Yi, but getting on bad terms with Song Yi was the same as getting on bad terms with the Song family. Li Qiuyang's mouth smiled. He just got to know Yimo, so of course, he wouldn't stand up for him. Moreover, Song Yi's status was no lower than his, perhaps even a little higher. Although his Li family was one of the 5 great families of Beijing, there were too many people in the Li family, and he was only a decent member. He was still a little low compared to a core member such as Song Yi. Yimo frowned. Who was this young master Yi? He was so cocky. However, Tan Fei had reacted and quickly said, "This isn't his fault, I accidentally bumped into him. Fei, just stand aside and dance with me later. If I say it's his fault, it is his fault." Then, Song Yi walked up with cruelty. Zhang Ju finally couldn't resist anymore and was going to argue with Song Yi, but Yimo stopped him. "You're called Song Yi? From the Song family?" Yimo looked at Song Yi and coldly said, "It's too late to know I'm from the Song family. Xiuyang, this guy's not related to you, right? Don't blame me for not considering you." Song Yi casually looked at Li Qiuyang, slap. 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 Before Song Yi even finished his words, Yemo had slapped him 4 times on the face already. Song Yi was slapped meters away and crumbled to the ground. Teeth flew out as his mouth was covered in blood. After the initial shock, he immediately pointed his finger at Yemo crazily and stammeringly said, "You don't want to live, you dare to hit me." Everyone around was shocked. Song Yi's identity, who didn't know? This poor-looking youth dared to break so many of his teeth and bruise his face. Li Qiuyang was shocked. Although he knew that Yemo's status was quite high, but who dared to easily beat up Song Yi like this? Of course, it was only unless he didn't know who Song Yi was. Tan Fei was shocked and was at a loss for words. She could only think that it was over. If she knew this would happen, she should have danced with Song Yi, but now, people may die. Although Zhang Ju was shocked, he was still calm. Although the Song family was powerful, he was the captain of Flying Snow Squad, so he didn't need to be afraid of them. At this moment, Yemo slowly said, "So what if I beat up people from the Song family?" Then, he walked up and kicked Song Yi on the leg, making a cracking sound. He actually broke Song Yi's leg in front of so many people after knowing who Song Yi was. Everyone around him looked at him as though he was crazy. Song Yi didn't faint from the pain, but almost fainted due to anger. At this moment, 2 men quickly rushed in front of Song Yi and wiped the blood from his mouth. One of the men stared coldly at Yemo. "You're very bold. I hope you will still be so calm and bold later." Then, he picked up the phone. Yemo laughed. "Even if Song Qiming is standing in front of my face, I'm still so calm." "You are Yemo?" At this moment, the other person from the Song family finally recognized Yemo and his face immediately changed. "Yemo?" The other man calling repeated this name and actually put down the phone. Yemo sneered. "Good, your dog eyes aren't blind. I was just trying to find a reason to go to the Song family, but I didn't expect the wild seeds of Song family to come to me." "In that case, don't blame me." The people around were dumbfounded to hear such insults in the face of the Song family, but people were more shocked afterwards. When Song Yi heard the person in front was Yemo, his eyes were full of fear. He didn't even care about the pain on his leg. He sat up and said to Yemo, "Young Master Mo, sorry, I didn't know it was you." Go, let's go." The 2 men who were going to look for trouble with Yemo weren't surprised at all at Song Yi's apology after knowing that it was Yemo. After Song Yi apologized, they carried Song Yi and turned to leave. They didn't leave any tough words behind and didn't even continue the call. Zhang Ju's eyes showed contemplation, but soon he understood. Yemo must have came from the hidden sects, otherwise, Song Yi wouldn't be so cowardly. Only Du Tao guessed something. He guessed that the Song family was scared Yemo would go on a rampage at the Song family disregarding the consequences. The most shocked were the people around. They were all guessing who Yemo was. He beat Song Yi like that, but Song Yi still had to apologize. That was too freaking awesome. Tan Fei looked at Yemo in disbelief. Yemo was still dressed like before. Although he looked clean, but the clothes on him wouldn't be worth more than 200. His pocket seemed very full and he looked very poor. However, just who was he? Who was Song Yi? He was the young master of the Song family. His reputation was no better than Song Shaoan before. Tan Fei knew that quite well, and even if she wanted to find someone to protect her, there was no one who would not fear Song Yi. But this young man in front her beat up Song Yi, and Song Yi still had to apologize. The way Tan Fei looked at Yemo also became more respectful. Although she was a popular songstress, she was nothing in front of these big family young masters. "Brother Yi, this way please. Would you be interested in antiques? If you are, tonight, Mr. Ji Beicheng won't disappoint you." Li Qiuyang didn't mention what happened just then at all, but the hospitality on his face was more vivid. He was thinking who Yemo was. But he knew now was not the time to ask. Tan Fei looked at Yemo with complicated and apologetic eyes. "Yemo, thank you for just then, I'm really sorry. I'm Tan Fei, will I have the honor of knowing you?" "It's nothing big, don't worry. And I have problems with the Song family. Even if they don't come for me, I will go for them. I'm Yemo, we already know each other anyways, so no need for that formality." Yemo waved his hand and said, if he really did see someone from the Song family, he would definitely go look for trouble.
He wanted to know what Song Chiming's bottom line was. Fei Fei, I've been looking for you a long time. Another sweet-looking girl walked over and grabbed Tan Fei's hand. Come, Xiao Yuan and Yun are here. Then, this girl didn't even give Tan Fei the chance to reply and dragged her away.
Tan Fei turned around and gave Emo another apologetic smile. If you have time, I wish to invite you to dinner.
Emo didn't have his attention on Tan Fei at the moment and was listening to the conversation between the two men in the distance. They would have never thought that Emo could still hear their words at such distance. Did you see? That person who beat up Song Yi is called Emo. Could he be that Emo from the Yi family? No way, Yi family's Emo is a garbage. How can he be here and teach Song Yi a lesson? By the way, no one from the Yi family seemed to be here tonight. There's definitely no one from the Yi family out tonight. What? You know why? I asked out Yi Ling last night. She said that there was something in his family today and couldn't come out. For a big family like theirs, even someone like Yi Ling wouldn't come out. That must mean something big is happening. Not necessarily. How could a family as big as the Yi family have big problems? But these things aren't something that we can care about. Did you see Tan Fei just then? She's indeed pretty, no wonder Song Yi was interested. The auction is about to start, Mr. Ji Baichen is here. Someone called out and interrupted Yemo's focus. Yemo, however, felt this unknown uneasiness in his heart. He frowned and immediately realized it was because he heard those words and thought about Yi Ling. He hadn't seen Yi Ling this entire day. She must be worried after putting their arrangement on hold for so long. Thinking about this, Yemo could no longer stay and immediately said, I have something urgent, I need to go, we'll talk next time. Zhang Ju didn't stop Yemo this time because Yemo just beat Song Yi very hard. Even if he was from the ancient martial arts sects, he needed to make some arrangements in case the Song family ambushes him. He, Du Tao, Li Hu, Li Qiuyang and some other people went with him to the door. Yemo took a train to Hua University. He didn't wait outside the female dorms this time and went to Yi Ling's dorm with invisibility. Yemo's spirit sense saw that Yi Ling wasn't inside, but he still knocked. The person who opened the door was Tianhe. When she saw it was Yemo, her face was full of joy, but when she thought about what happened last night, her face blushed a little. Yi Ling is not here. Do you know where she went? Yemo wasn't in the mood to think about other things and just asked for Yi Ling's whereabouts. Chapter 150, Yemo's Fury. You are Yi Ling's boyfriend, so isn't she living with you? And how did you get in? Luli also came to the door. Yeah, Yi Ling left in the morning and hasn't been back. We thought you guys were enjoying your private time that you forgot about inviting us to dinner. Tianhe said. Yemo suddenly had a bad feeling and urgently asked, which one of you have Yi Ling's number? Yi Ling's boyfriend didn't have her number. Although they were speechless, but seeing Yemo's desperate expression, Tianhe still gave it to him. Thanks. Yemo got Yi Ling's number, then he said one word and disappeared. He runs really fast. Did he have an argument with Yi Ling? Dan walked up and inquired. Tianhe shook her head. I don't think so. Look at how worried Yi Ling was for him. How could she bear to argue with such a handsome boyfriend? If I have such a boyfriend, I would do anything he asks. There's no way I would argue with him. Okay, Tianhe, I'm sure you're not a virgin anymore. Tell me the truth, who slept with you? Dan giggled and said. Tianhe sighed. Sigh, I also don't want it, but I can't find someone like Yi Ling's boyfriend. If there is, I'm willing to chase him. PFT, Yi Ling just said last night that guy was her brother? Dan had a face of disbelief. Yeah, but you need to make me believe it. If I have a boyfriend I love, I'll also call him brother. Is that not okay? Tianhe said. Yemo called Yi Ling as soon as he got her number, but it said her phone was unavailable. Yi Ling knew he was at Beijing and even wanted to ask Yi Zifeng out today. There was no way her phone would be shut. Her dorm mate said she was out in the morning. So how could there be no news of her till now? And even her phone was shut. Did something happen? The first thing Yemo thought of was those two people saying something happened at the Yi family. Did something happen to Yi Ling? Although Yemo wasn't too sure of those bullshit family laws, but he still knew a bit. If people knew that Yi Ling stole the Dragon Balls, then there was no way she could escape. Thinking about Yi Ling, Yemo's heart was burning with worry. He even regretted staying in the training base for the whole day.
He should have taken the money and left in the morning. Yemo called a taxi and made the taxi go to the Yi family mansion as fast as he could. At the door, the driver stopped because cars were not allowed ahead. Yemo got off and with an invisibility magic, he darted like a hurricane through the long shady road into the mansion. All of these only took half a minute for Yemo, even a car would take a minute for this. There were still 2 guards at the door. If he didn't see Yiling's situation, he would go in with the invisibility magic, but at the door of the inner front yard, he had already scanned Yiling's state. His spirit sense could reach nearly 80 meters now. The moment he saw Yiling, his fury erupted. Yiling's head sagged down with her hair in a mess and was hung up at the corner of the yard inside a mosque. Her body was bloodied. It was obviously whiplashes, and what was left to cover her were tattered clothes. In just a day's time, she was tortured to this state. Bam! Yemo kicked the door flying many meters away. Before the 2 guards could react, they were already killed spitting blood on the ground. Yemo went into the mosque with his fastest speed and cut off the rope with a wind blade. Yiling dropped into his arms. Yemo felt some relief as she hadn't died yet but just fainted. It was probably because she hadn't eaten at all and was beaten heavily. If he came an hour or 2 late, it would be very hard to say if she would still be alive. Yemo's cultivation chi started running as he immediately inserted it into Yiling's body. Yiling had received internal injuries, but under Yemo's treatment, her injuries gradually disappeared. After 10 more minutes, she woke up and looked at the person in front of her. It was actually Yemo. She was shocked and immediately asked, "Brother, why did you come? This has nothing to do with you. Why did they capture you?" Yemo affectionately wiped the blood from Yiling's head and said, "Sorry, Yiling, I came late. I will take you and leave later, but I will first avenge you. I'll wash you first, close your eyes." Yiling moaned and found that there was not a single part of her clothes or skin that was alright. Yemo was her brother and she didn't think otherwise. She just felt there was a warm sense in her body that prevented her from feeling pain and instead made her comfortable. She didn't know why Yemo was cleaning her up. Although she was his sister and her clothes were just tattered, she was still embarrassed. Yemo looked at the lashes on her body. There were bruises everywhere, and a fit of fury burned inside him. He used a few water ball magic and cleaned Yiling. At the same time, with his chi, those scars and bruises quickly disappeared. 10 minutes later, there was already a ruckus outside. Yemo then took off his shirt and put it on Yiling. Yiling opened her eyes and looked at her wounds. They had actually disappeared. She looked at Yemo in shock. "Brother, what medicine did you use? How come I don't feel any pain at all, and there are no marks on my body anymore? It's really magical, but I'm a little hungry." Yemo caressed Yiling's hair. "Your brother is a doctor and has opened up a clinic. This time, leave Beijing with me, okay?" Yiling obediently nodded. At this moment, she felt calm and happy in her brother's arms without a single bit of worry. A faint serenity made her feel comfortable. If she could stay with her brother, she would never stay in this horrific Yi family again. She just didn't know what was happening to Yi Zifeng. "Brother, you took off your clothes and gave it to me, what about you? I didn't think you would have such a sturdy build when you look so feeble and scholarly." Yiling subconsciously touched Yemo's sturdy arms and complimented. Just when Yemo wanted to say something, there was more and more people outside. It seemed that the Yi family people had come. Yemo had already scanned 20 to 30 armed guards. Yiling, however, didn't notice them yet. She suddenly reached her hand into one of Yemo's pockets and said once again, "Brother, why do you have so many stones on you?" There are some in your pants pocket too?" Yemo just gave his top to Yiling, and she was still in his arms now, so she casually felt the oars in the pockets of his pants. "We'll talk about this later." Yemo took down the rope that tied Yiling before and made Yiling get on his back before tying her once again. After which, he kicked on the mosque's door. The sturdy door was kicked into pieces. Without any report from the outer yard, someone reached the inner yard and kicked 2 guards to death. Of course, Yi Barong knew of such major thing, but what made him more angry was that as soon as he came, he saw Yemo break the mosque door. Not only was he angry at the guard's uselessness, but he was also angry at Yemo for breaking the big door. "Capture him immediately and bring him inside, the rest of you should leave immediately. All of the Yi family members come to the meeting lounge immediately."
Yi Beirong almost ordered to kill Yi Mo and Yi Ling under such rage, but he still had his senses. Someone who was so cocky in the Yi family mansion must be killed. But before they lose their lives, he still needed to ask some things. As such, he immediately held a meeting. In his eyes, it wouldn't take long at all for all these people to capture a youth with Yi Ling on his back. He didn't need to worry at all. He had only seen Yi Mo a few times, and now, Yi Mo changed a lot, so he didn't recognize him. Yi Mo sneered. He dared to charge into Sinai Peninsula and face the Nanqing army numbering thousands, so how could he worry about 20 to 30 guards? Yi Ling was already worried. She wanted Yi Mo to leave first, but she knew that with so many people surrounding them, it was impractical for Yi Mo to escape. She could only sigh while thinking about their current situation. If she was going to die, she might as well die with Yi Mo. However, the following scene almost made her doubt her eyes. Yi Mo almost flew and charged into those 20 guards. Yi Ling could only see shadows of Yi Mo's fists and kicks as a fit thuds echoed out. Yi Ling didn't think that Yi Mo would actually be so strong. He was carrying her, yet he still easily beat up 20 to 30 guards. Thinking about how he helped her heal so fast and that warm feeling in her body